It starts with an image of a young man covered in rags, our protagonist for today, when a sarcastic voice echoes in his ear, what the hell do you think you're doing? You useless piece of trash. On the other side, Sigrun urges him on, hurry up and take that curse from Lord Arthur. Do it now, quick. Crash squeezes his eyes shut, thinking to himself, damn it, I've reached my limit too. His voice trembles as he replies, I'm taking it now. Just then, his hand, glowing with incantations and purple spiritual energy, reaches out. Crash Valheim was born into the most powerful clan. Suddenly, his pupils dilate wide. Crash channels his aura into a long, extending ribbon toward Arthur. His very background is nothing short of a curse. Immediately after, the fabric on Arthur's shoulder is torn with a single stroke. Just like that, Crash's hand continuously emits mysterious streams of purple energy. Among the heroes who stood up to fight the world's erosion, he stands alone within the so-called Azure generation. The next second, Crash coughs up a mouthful of blood. Sigrun, ignoring his collapse, holds out a vial next to Arthur. Lord Arthur, here, please drink this potion. He looks up at the sky for a moment. At this very moment, the blue god of death arrives riding a dragon, holding the sharp Hot-Fi axe in his hand, continuously creating red fireballs that rain down below. He lets out a desperate roar, emitting several shockwaves. That fireball instantly slams into the ground. Arthur speaks with a trembling voice, are we really going to defeat the blue god of death knight with just this many people? His sword drops for a moment, he asserts that it's impossible. Sigrun, Abella, Mary, everyone come here quickly. The whole group immediately rushes to Arthur, calling out, Lord Arthur. Crash, in his ragged clothes, looks up. Arthur, you bastard, what the hell are you doing? He looks down and replies, I will end this right here. Right now, the hope of this world has been severed, and now only ruins remain. Infuriated, he grinds his teeth and questions him, are you saying you're giving up? After everything we've done to get you here, do you have any idea how many people have died for this? Is it all because you were busy playing around with those guys, and now you've finally lost your mind? Sigrun can't help but shout, shut your mouth, Crash. Soon in Ephania, the third princess of the Ephania Empire, the Azure generation crosses their arms and berates him. Arthur has tried his best. You're just a piece of trash who knows nothing but stealing. Don't you dare talk back to Arthur. Hearing this, he covers his face and repeats, trash, who are you calling trash? How dare you say that to the one who saved your lives? Listen, you guys couldn't even make it here. If it weren't for my skill, if you've forgotten, let me remind you. Starting with you, Abella, the Red Witch of the Magic Tower. The Azure generation ignores him, only asking with teary eyes, Lord Arthur, are you okay? Crash screams, you're the one who said magic couldn't be used if you lost your voice, didn't you beg me to take that curse away? Now I'm the one bearing your curse. Yet you attack me when I go to get pain relief. He recalls her cold expression and continues, back then and even now, your habit of looking down on others hasn't changed a bit. And next to you is the strongest spear in the Empire, Mary Diana, the Royal Knight of Ephania. Azure generation, you brainless fools, rushing in without thinking, getting hit with all sorts of curses, and then whining for me to take the pain away. And you, princess, you call your savior trash after sacrificing your own eyes for her? You've targeted me since the academy just because I belong to the Starlon Kingdom faction, even after being bullied like that. Crash recalls being beaten and humiliated. Look at that, the loser can't even fight back. Is he an idiot? His tone becomes even more grinding, I endured it all just to heal your eyes. Why, you ask? Because you are the Azure generation, the ones who could save this country, and I was hated by the whole kingdom just because I lacked the ability to fight. I've been cleaning up your messes all this time. What was the point of it all in the end? I don't care about the others, but you guys were supposed to be the ones to save the world. Arthur, you have to lead those fools. I watched you stand on the front lines of the Azure generation, and I was determined to stay by your side until the very end. So why are you giving up so easily? Only then does Arthur mutter, now I can finally tell the truth. As I said, this world is finished, so I'm going to start everything over. He stares in shock, questioning, start over? What are you talking about? He explains indifferently, that's right, this isn't the first time I've witnessed the apocalypse, because, Crash freezes upon hearing Arthur's next words, my skill is regression. Now I'm going to cast the memory storage spell, and we can go back to the past with our memories intact. A thought occurs to him, if everyone can start over with their current experience, the chances of preventing the apocalypse in the next world will soar. Arthur hugs his people and laughs out loud, that's my plan. You four, I'll start over from the beginning with these three. Four of you, then what about me? He suddenly smiles mysteriously. Arthur holds up a finger to emphasize, "You're not needed." He places a hand on his chest, feeling as if he's completely dead inside. Arthur points to his head and acknowledges, "Your black hat skill is indeed useful. It's true you can steal even the most untouchable curses, but what's the point of regressing with a broken piece of trash like you? Honestly, what else are you good for? So wouldn't it be better to wipe your memory so you can become a completely different person in the new world?" Crash sheds a tear, asking himself, "So, am I just a disposable item to you? Has this bastard seen me as a disposable tool from the start?" He smirks, "Don't worry, I'll make good use of you in the next world, and the one after that too." He stares in shock, listening to Arthur's words in his ear, "See you later, Crash." He rushes to stand up, walking away and shouting, "Wait, hold on." Crash reaches out toward them, deep in his heart. He always knew this. When the Azure generation and Arthur just stood by and watched, he knew he was never truly considered a teammate. Crash falls, screaming in desperation, "Take me with you, you bastard." Arthur, up ahead, just laughs like a madman. Crash's consciousness fades due to the accumulated curses. His life will be snuffed out before this world collapses. Crash clenches his fist, calming himself. "No, I won't let it end like this." He tells himself, "I will become the strongest, the most important character, defeating the dragon alone. Winning with my intellect, defeating the 4 heavenly kings." Black Hat is a skill that doesn't just steal curses, but skills as well. I've never tried it on Arthur because his skill isn't just a simple curse. But this time, it's worth the risk. Black Hat's skill, his back immediately enters Crash's sight, a source of energy now radiating around Arthur. His energy-based hand slowly touches him. Crash doesn't stop channeling his spiritual power from behind. Suddenly he stiffens and groans. Wait, a tongue suddenly sticks out, licking around his teeth on his hand. Under Crash's palm, the exact same condition seems to be appearing. A voice speaks up, "Arthur." He closes his eyes, bows his head, and asks, "Crash, you still haven't given up yet?" He pulls his palm back and hesitates. "You've been through countless apocalypses, and every time I've lost my value, you've discarded me like trash. You've left me behind in a dying world time after time. I wonder how many times I've tasted that despair, but this time, Arthur, you're the one being left behind." He is confused and asks, "Are you crazy?" Crash just smiles brightly in silence. At this moment, the blue god of death is flying down from above. Crash happily points his hand to the sky, "Maybe so." At this moment, the blue god of death is flying down from above. Crash happily points his hand to the sky, "Maybe so." Arthur jumps in shock, sweat pouring down, eyes wide open, tears pooling in the corners of his eyes. The next second, Arthur freezes and collapses. Crash directs his gaze toward the blue god of death and shouts, "If you don't want to die, struggle for yourself once." He quickly fires down a source of energy. He emphasizes every word, "I will be the one to save the new world." Not long after, Crash is still squeezing his eyes shut. He suddenly frowns, his breathing becoming difficult. Crash suddenly opens his eyes wide. He raises his hand toward the chandelier and lets out a desperate scream. Crash is stunned for a moment by the scene before him. He notices the familiar door out there. Crash looks around the room, suspicious. "This place is." He touches his face and exclaims, "Isn't this my childhood home?" Crash Valheim has returned to age 13. Regression complete. He panics and shouts, "I've become young again? The world is being eroded." A phenomenon where the world is invaded by another dimension. When world erosion occurs, the environment changes. But worse, creatures from that other world pour in. Among them, those who take human form are called world invaders. The people run in a panic when they see them. "There's an invader, run and report it to the night squad immediately." Those who stand up to fight the world's erosion. One person slowly raises his staff forward. A shout rings out, starting the battle, and that group immediately charges forward together. They are called the Azure Generation. At this moment, Crash raises his hand full of purple spiritual power. And with a body that could only seal curses, Crash joined the Azure Generation, yet he was treated as a curse containment tool and eventually betrayed by his teammates. Crash Valheim lived a truly pathetic life. Back to reality, he gasps at the sight of a child's body. Crash can't help but be terrified, letting out a desperate scream. He looks at the well-appointed room, suspicious. "Is this my room? Just a moment ago it was the middle of a cold winter, now it's summer, hot enough to sweat. If I am at the Green Pine Manor where I lived as a child, then it means the last card I played was using Black Hat on Arthur. Did I succeed in stealing his regression skill?" Crash brushes his hair and smiles faintly. He glances to the side, wondering, but how could I have stolen it? People often think the Black Hat skill is a skill that can be used freely without limits, but it has one fatal weakness. Black Hat can only steal the target's item if the user unlocks it. That padlock is created based on the value the owner assigns to the item. Even a stone on the side of the road, if the owner considers it a treasure, the difficulty will skyrocket. The condition for unlocking is transferring 99% of world assets to the owner. With something like a unique skill that the opponent treasures extremely, the stealing difficulty must be sky high. Crash rubs his chin, thinking, the greater the value, the more conditions, and the harder it is to complete. Arthur, what was going through his head? Crash knows the black hat activated at that moment, but he didn't see a padlock. Crash mutters, the fact that there wasn't even a padlock means he really wanted to throw this skill away? Wanted to abandon the regression skill again? He recalls the past, thinking that sometimes Arthur would reveal an expression of ultimate exhaustion. He acted as if he was completing a mission reluctantly. A world continuously heading toward destruction like that, if Arthur had to repeat it alone time after time, he must have lost his sanity. Crash ponders. Has Arthur become drunk on his own tragedy? Pretending to save the world alone? Perhaps to Arthur, regression is no different from a curse. That's why he wanted those three to inherit memories and regress with them, while also casting him aside. The fact that he successfully stole the skill with Black Hat means the Arthur that Crash knew has lost the regression skill, and he was left behind in the dying world to die under the blue god of death's meteor shower, meaning Arthur is dead. Back to reality. Crash stands up, his tone cold. I took what you wanted to throw away the most, you should be thanking me. Thinking of this, he smirks. Crash remembers his miserable past, thinking, you always pushed me away. As if bearing a curse is something anyone can do, you never paid attention to the teammates suffering in the shadows. Back then, Crash perhaps lived a life worse than death, tears always ready to spill. He smiles smugly, serves you right, you trash. Scene changes to the Green Pine Manor corridor. Before leaving the room, Crash looked in the mirror, thinking to himself how small he was, looking about 10 years old, short stature but muscular. This is the result of fighting with swords day and night to survive in the Valheim clan, the most powerful martial arts family in the Starland Kingdom. Crash looks at the garden, speculating, if I'm at the Green Pine Manor, it means the age 10 proof ritual just ended. The proof ritual of the Valheim clan where one proves their ability by revealing the god they have formed a covenant with and the skill granted. The main Valheim line is always respected, but Crash is the only exception. He had absolutely no martial arts ability from birth because no god chose him. After that, Crash was kicked out of the main mansion. He recalls the moment of standing alone in front of the large gate. Crash bites his lip in anger, having been sent to the Green Pine Manor, where failures are kept under house arrest. Now, only he, the most incompetent of the Valheim clan, knows about the apocalypse, a catastrophe that even the Azure generation could not prevent. Can I prevent it? Crash imagines a pile of corpses lying on top of each other, muttering, the day the world ends? He trembles, raising his small arm high. Crash instantly clenches his fist, telling himself, stop whining. This isn't about whether I can do it, but that I have to do it. Because if the world ends, I die too. Crash curls his fingers, putting on a devilish face, so there's no other choice. And the first step to prevent the catastrophe is? Just then, footsteps sound. Ariad puts his hand on his chest, bows 90 degrees, and calls, young master. He approaches and immediately recognizes the acquaintance, Ari. Back then he was still alive, huh? Then asks happily, what are you doing here? Ariad, the only butler of the Green Pine Manor, takes Crash's hand and replies, is something the matter? Young master, Ari is the one taking care of a failure like you, but his face is suddenly soaked with sweat when hearing the words in his ear. The poison, my brother gave it to you to kill me. His eyes open wide like a soulless person, questioning, when are you planning to use it? That very man was the mastermind who made Crash drink poison at age 14 and taught him his first lesson in betrayal. Scene changes to the training area, several youths are kicked and sent flying everywhere, and the person who defeated them is a young girl with a long weapon in her hand. Her whole body radiates a mysterious spiritual energy right as the others fall with a thud to the ground. The crowd watching can't help but exclaim in amazement, is she really only 15? The knights couldn't even touch her. The title of Holy Sword isn't just for show. Charlotte Valheim, Crash's sister, says indifferently. How boring. People gossip, they say she's a once-in-a-millennium genius. That's right, that's why the clan is putting a lot of expectations on her. Velokin Valheim, Crash's half-brother, hears all of this. A genius born from new blood. That's what they say about her. Thanks to her the Valheim clan will never perish. He glares, his tone full of murderous intent, I will wipe out that entire bloodline. But Charlotte is too dangerous, that mother is also formidable. The two sitting in front continue to whisper, what's wrong with Lord Velokin? Be quiet. Velokin laughs savagely. Then only that useless failure remains. Not long after, he places his hands on the table, discussing with Ariad, I plan to kill him first. You too. Arias, you must be struggling, right? Just because of Crash, your career is stalling. If you give Crash one drop of this, the treatment for your daughter and all your debts will be resolved. You understand? Then what's with the hesitation? He bows his head in protest. Young Master Crash is someone I raised like my own son. How can I do that to him? He crosses his arms and sighs. Arias, will you choose someone else's child over your own daughter? Arias clenches his lips, his tone trembling. No. Suddenly someone coughs up a mouthful of blood in front of the food plate. A small hand is raised, screaming a desperate sound. Crash watches with teary eyes as he falls, calling out in confusion, Ari. He clutches his throat, his tone trembling. I'm so sorry, young Master Crash. Before you regressed, Ari intended to assassinate you. Just then, he strokes Crash's cheek. Young Master Crash is as precious to me as my own child. The next second, Arias's hand falls with a thud to the ground. He groans, but what have I done? Arias couldn't handle the guilt and ate the poisoned soup himself before passing away. Back to reality, he stares wide-eyed hearing, the poison my brother gave you to kill me. He emphasizes every single word. When do you plan to use it? Ariad is startled and yells, what poison? Crash frowns, exposed. Are you going to play dumb? You wanted to kill me for your daughter. Just a failure, right? He bows his head, listening to the questioning. Crash thinks, if it keeps going like this, I'll drive him to a dead end again. Then sighs and says, anyway, if you want to keep pretending, that's up to you. If I wasn't a failure to begin with, you wouldn't have taken that order. Arias frowns in contemplation. He thought he would blame himself when he found out he betrayed or cry in anger, but no. Crash suddenly turns toward him. He raises his hand and says, join my side. He is startled and wonders, has young Master Crash changed? Scene changes to the library full of neatly arranged books. Arias looks around, wondering, why come to the study suddenly? At this moment, Crash reaches toward the nearby wall and calls, Ariad, cut this wall for me. He exclaims in surprise, what? He laughs, if you're a butler of the Valheim clan, this should be easy, right? Ari hesitates and replies, of course. After that, he lifts one foot lightly. Ari kneels down on both knees and draws his sword. A surge of spiritual energy immediately radiates from that weapon. He quickly slashes a few times, cracking the wall wide open. A moment later, it crumbles, revealing a path leading inside. Crash exclaims, what a clean cut. Ariad can't help but be shocked. There's a secret passage here? He walks ahead, praising, well done. Ariad watches Crash's back, lost in thought. Just as I thought, he's completely different from the person he was yesterday. Is he using a luminous orb to light the way? He gives off an aura that reminds me of the clan head. What on earth has happened? Crash widens his eyes, recalling his past memories. The last time he came here, everything had burned to ashes, but this time, Crash arrived in time. Before that could happen, Ariad offers, young master, let me break those chains. He glances back to stop him. No, you can't break these chains. Crash raises his hand and grins. How about I try my luck this time? Black Hat's skill, his energy streams immediately surge toward the chains. They slice through them with incredible ease. The next second, Crash grabs the padlock as Arias looks on in bewilderment. He drops it, muttering to himself, so heavy, the strength of the skill hasn't waned yet, huh? Arias asks curiously, young master, have you perhaps formed a pact with a deity? Hearing this, Crash's face darkens as he speculates, so I haven't formed a pact yet at this point in time? Then he speaks up, yeah, I just signed with an unknown deity. As for the library, feel free to report it to my father. Ariad is stunned for a moment, momentarily not knowing what to do. He remembers, just yesterday, the young master's eyes were like those of someone who had lost their reason for existing. But in just one night, he has changed thanks to a divine pact. He must have received an incredibly powerful skill. After all, he shares the bloodline of the greatest genius of the Valheim clan. Even if he hasn't been able to show his true colors yet, the current young master Crash. He nervously gulps. Arias calls out young master, making him glance back. He places a hand on his chest, pledging, at the very least, until you have finished what you intend to do, I will not reveal this to anyone. Crash thinks gloomily, I see. This is the drawback of regression. Because his actions differ from the past, Arias is also changing accordingly. But Ari, who once betrayed him, will forever live on in his memories. Could it be that Arthur also endured this paradox, which is why he made me learn the regression skill? Arias, if I cure his daughter's illness, he would surely swear loyalty to me, right? I should increase the number of pawns I can use while living here. Crash suddenly turns and waves his hand. Do whatever you want. He thinks to himself, curing his daughter can wait for later. Right now, the secret library is what I should prioritize. As the door is pushed open, a wave of red energy flows out. Crash's pupils dilate immediately, and a flame shoots straight toward the two of them. He cannot help but be afraid of the scene that just unfolded. Crash senses that energy, muttering, I didn't expect that even after experiencing the world's erosion so many times, I'd still feel a chill in this place. No mistake. His secret manual is definitely here. Not long after, he notices a thick, heavy book, found it. The secret library of the Lamb-Tongue Pavilion. The ancestors who were considered failures of the Valheim clan. They recorded all their techniques and memories. It's not just a skill, but the achievements of humanity. And this is the place that preserves the secret manuals reaching the highest realms. Originally, anyone could enter this place, but because of one person, it became a secret library. That person is Damaris Valheim. He was the worst failure in Valheim history, but also the one who was devoured by the world's erosion and became the strongest. Crash gives a strained smile, slowly raising his arm. He places his hand on the book, thinking, sorry for being late, ancestors. Now, it belongs to me. The secret manual left behind by that horrific failure is a secret about to be revealed. The person whose body is entirely crimson, showing only his stark white teeth, is Damaris Valheim. He was the worst failure in the Valheim family history, but also the strongest to ever appear when he was at the peak of his power. The image of Damaris fighting alone appears. The strongest warriors in the world challenged him. He wielded the power in his hands and wiped them all out in the blink of an eye. Although there were many strong opponents, no one could stop him. On Damaris's body, there is a substance called extreme blood poison, a poison that seeped into his blood. Crash frowns while holding the book. He had fused the world's erosion into his body and mastered a crazy manual to control that power. He remembers the past where he didn't have the complete set. Previously, half the book had been burned, so he didn't understand why Damaris ended up like that. Then he smiles with interest. Could it be that he went insane because he couldn't control the riot of erosion? Crash recalls the past, thinking back to when he was attacked by the world erosion curse. He used Black Hat to weaken the curse and somehow managed to endure it by balancing it with other curses. He stares at the book, calculating to himself, if the same principle applies to the riot of extreme poison, one side is the white snake, one side is the black crow, Crash thinks, and somehow he managed to endure it by balancing it with other curses. The two beasts fuse together, creating a round sphere. He looks at it and proudly uses his internal mental skill. I can also become as strong as Damaris. Crash calls, Ari. Arius immediately replies, yes, young Master Crash. He orders, from today on, ensure no one enters the Lamb-Tongue Pavilion. That is an order. He obeys immediately. Yes, I understand. Arius adjusts his glasses, touched in his heart. The young master has forgiven his mistake. I must repay this kindness. I will refuse young Master Belokin's offer. Because my master is young Master Crash. In the room, Belokin shouts furiously, what did you just say? You're refusing my invitation just because of that idiot? He berates him continuously. Trash like him cannot be in the Valheim clan. You bastard, the two who are called a rare genius in that failure. It really drives me crazy. Belokin recalls the past, thinking, if it weren't for that bitch's filthy bloodline, both Lilith and I would have kept our positions in the clan. He remembers Lilith's look of disgust. Belokin grinds his teeth in anger. He snaps, hey, subordinate. The subordinate approaches and asks, did you call me? Lord Belokin. The subordinate hears Belokin's order, go to the Lamb-Tongue Pavilion where Crash is immediately. Find out why that butler changed his mind. Investigate thoroughly for me. The subordinate reports back to him, but we cannot enter. Belokin is shocked. What? Belokin is shocked. What? The subordinate replies, young Master Crash's butler Arius has blocked the entrance. He has forbidden everyone, including the clan head, from stepping foot into the Lamb-Tongue Pavilion. Belokin frowns and says through gritted teeth, forbidden the clan head from entering? While Crash is training, he grumbles, you're too arrogant, you failure. On this side, he exhales a breath. Crash channels his energy excitedly and says, finally, I've reached the first stage of the Chi expert. He recites the Chi levels in his heart. There are many levels of Chi, Emperor Chi, Chi Master, Chi Expert, Beginner Chi. The first stage is Beginner Chi, which is the state of just learning to use Chi. Crash thinks of the second stage, the Chi Expert, which is the level most people reach and also the boundary that distinguishes ordinary people from geniuses. He admires, I have only reached the level of a mediocre person, while Charlotte, who is only 2 years older than me, is already a chi master. Her talent is truly astonishing. But Crash remembers the image of her collapsing. Even Charlotte, a monstrous anomaly, was helpless. Charlotte's tired and frustrated face appears before the destruction. He ponders, I am still just an amateur. Crash thinks sadly, can I save the world at this rate? But the adult Crash speaks up, you never know unless you try. His adult self says, whining is useless. From the beginning, we couldn't use chi before turning back time because of the curse. But now it's different. The scene of her standing under the radiant sun, though not comparable to Charlotte. Looking at the book on the table, Crash thinks, but I can still develop if I grasp the secret manual left behind by that failure. Both his adult self and the young Crash are determined. The magical power within him is overflowing. I can become stronger. This is enough for now. He picks up a towel and approaches, kindly calling, young master, congratulations on reaching the first stage of the chi expert realm. Crash takes the towel and replies, it's nothing worth mentioning. He asks while wiping himself, more importantly, why are you waiting in a place like this? Arius respectfully replies, your fiancée, Lady Bianca Hardenhearts, has arrived at the Lamb Tongue Pavilion. Crash is surprised to hear this name, immediately associating it with the future Bianca. White Demon, Bianca, huh? He remembers her appearance on the battlefield. Although she was a leader, she became a pawn for those who want to seize and destroy this world. She was also the one who defeated one of the 10 great heavenly generals to earn the title of White Demon. Crash looks down from the window. Even though she is currently just the youngest daughter of the Hardenhearts family, at this moment, the little girl is standing under the gate waiting for a political marriage. He thinks about the marriage, even though she is currently just the youngest daughter of the Hardenhearts family. The Valheim family has a chance to get rid of a useless failure. And the Hardenhearts family will become the Lords of the North and form an alliance with the strongest martial arts clan. Crash mocks himself, we are both being used by our families. Bianca is waiting below. Crash says, actually, I also have business with Bianca. I didn't expect her to come here herself. He thinks about her past. Bianca Hardenhearts, youngest daughter of the Hardenhearts family, Lords of the North. Because her mother was affected by the world erosion curse before she was born, she had no emotions from birth. The image of a newborn baby without emotions appears. The curse has eaten deep into her soul, impossible to break with exorcism, and with a polluted body, she cannot form a pact with deities. He reflects, she is also considered a cursed child, born by sacrificing her mother's life. The scene of her being lonely appears, so Bianca was treated coldly by the Hardenhearts family. Crash wonders to himself, I wonder if Bianca hates me. He calculates in his heart, as long as it doesn't hinder stealing Bianca's curse, it's fine, because the snow doll is the necessary curse to control the madness when the extreme poison seeps into the blood. Crash turns and asks, going out dressed like this probably isn't appropriate, is it? He immediately understands and replies, I will prepare clothes for you to change into immediately. He says, yeah, thanks. Crash orders, invite her inside and tell her to wait for me for a moment. Crash brushed Bianca's hand away 5 months ago. He grumpily said, get lost. You only care about the Valheim family's power. So don't pretend to be my fiancée. She stood there looking emotionless. At this moment, Bianca stands alone in the large room. She sighs and says, I didn't even want to come here either. Bianca thinks about what they told her. My daughter? The only way for the Hardenhearts family to survive is by relying on the Valheim house. Besides, you have a pretty face, you will surely win the heart of the young Valheim master. He pats her shoulder, Bianca? Bianca touches her shoulder, recalling the fate of the Hardenhearts family placed on her shoulders. She thinks that even without emotions, she can still distinguish right from wrong. Bianca remembers Crash's arrogant appearance, thinking to herself that if she weren't forced into this political marriage by her family, someone who curses, is pessimistic, and a failure like him. She rubs her shoulder. Bianca feels disgusted. He is exactly the type of person I would definitely reject. A moment later, Crash panics. Oh crap, he says with a strained smile, I didn't expect them to serve hot tea like this to someone with a sensitive palate like yours. I will remind the servants later. Just leave it here for now. Bianca still looks at him emotionlessly, looking out at the garden and suggesting, the weather is nice today, shall we go for a walk in the garden? There must be many flowers there that don't grow in the north. She agrees. Crash says, Arius, bring some macadamia cookies to the garden. Arius obeys, yes, young master. While walking, he starts a conversation. Bianca, it must have been tough for you to get here. She coldly replies, since we are engaged, meetings like this are quite necessary. Crash asks, is that so? He smiles and says, and yet I have a feeling that you talk to your fiancé in a tone like you're talking to a superior rather than a lover, right? Bianca looks at Crash's expression, compares it with the person she met last time, and discovers, last time they met, his eyes were as cold as a knife, but today is completely different. Moreover, the fact that I like macadamia cookies, I had never revealed that to him before. Getting to the garden, he looks around, enjoying the peace. She calls, Lord, thinking is doing. Bianca asks straight, are you really Crash? She is silent after asking. Crash is also silent for a while. Then he touches his head, emitting a bit of killing intent, and says, am I that different from before? Bianca recognizes the killing intent. She nods and expresses, sorry, Lord Crash, it was me being too forward. Crash mutters to himself, damn it, that's not what I meant. He tries to recall memories, but his memory of this period is too hazy, so he can't even remember how he treated Bianca before. But the only thing he remembers clearly is that he looks at Bianca, this very expression of Bianca, remembering the moment she was about to leap before. She had the exact same look that day when she collapsed before the North Sea ice villa. Crash reluctantly puts it aside. Let's just dodge for now. He jokes, I can't blame you for being suspicious. Bianca, I recently signed a pact with a deity. She naively believes it and thinks, so that's why your personality changed? Bianca congratulates, congratulations, young Master Crash. He speaks up, then I have something I want to propose to you. She asks, propose? Bianca speculates, young Master Crash, someone willing to sign a pact with a deity, actually has a proposal for me? She wonders, is it an annulment? Crash quickly denies, why would you think that? He explains, I mean, if you don't want to marry someone like me, if you want to break the engagement, then please. Bianca ponders, he's putting himself down again, even though he has the Valheim bloodline, why is Lord Crash so insecure? She sighs, Bianca says firmly, I will be your fiancé, Lord Crash, that will not change. Crash blushes and asks himself, how long has it been since I heard such sincere words? He regains his composure and says, I see, well then let's get to the main point. With my newly awakened ability, Crash raises his hand and proposes, do you want to hand over the curse that even master exorcists can't handle to me? She is surprised and suspicious, did he say he wants me to hand over that unsolvable curse? Without hesitation, Bianca clarifies, do you mean you want to take on that curse? He immediately replies, yes, I need to use it. If you agree to hand it over, I will grant you one wish, even if it's destruction. She analyzes, this is a situation where the curse of emotionlessness actually becomes an advantage for me. I know Crash is considered a failure, so surely he must have conflicts with the main branch. Bianca imagines Crash becoming emotionless, perhaps because he is too tired, that's why he became like that. Tired to the point that he wants to completely erase his emotions? She doesn't answer immediately because she is busy speculating. Could this be a psychological illness? Bianca remembers a psychology mage who once told her that when people reach their mental limit, they collapse from heart disease. That person pointed to a book on mental illness and told her, once they get sick, they can end their own lives or suddenly become gentle as if they were a completely different person. Bianca thinks about the person's advice, that is an extremely dangerous moment. Those manifestations are signals forewarning the end. Bianca, if someone close to you is falling into that situation, she takes Crash's hand and follows the advice, you should stay by their side. Bianca comforts, it will be okay. I know you can overcome it. Crash, you can control your emotions without relying on the curse. He is embarrassed, huh? Bianca, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. She suddenly becomes unusually gentle, from now on, I will visit you often. If I ask my father, I can even move to live nearby to be closer to you. Crash feels something is wrong and panics, why are you saying that all of a sudden? Wait, don't you hate me? You don't really want this engagement, right? Bianca says, even if that were so, I cannot leave someone standing on the brink of difficulty alone. He wonders, she didn't deny it? Looking into her eyes, Crash thinks he understands that Bianca is the type of person who, once she makes a decision, will dive headfirst into it, but he feels like she has seriously misunderstood this. He calculates, if I can't get the curse, why don't I try activating the skill in secret? Crash immediately casts the Black Hat skill on Bianca. He channels energy, it grows larger in Crash's hands. He sees a lock creating conditions to unlock. The system board presents condition 1, become Bianca's friend. Crash thinks with interest, a double lock, huh? What a pain. Because this is a curse she has carried since birth, it is considered a part of her body and has already been valued. Although curses don't usually create locks, he looks at the cold expression on her face and sighs to himself. This is even harder than becoming her fiancé. Bianca has no emotions, so she rarely shows interest in anything. Crash calculates, even so, sending her back to Hardened Hearts will only make the moment she turns into a white demon come faster. I will keep Bianca by my side and wait for an opportunity to unlock it. If I can prevent her from turning into a white demon, and also take the snow doll, that would kill two birds with one stone. He takes Bianca's hand and pretends to say, "That makes me very happy. I am very grateful to be able to meet my fiancé often like that." She promises, "I will confirm with my father and come back." Bianca says goodbye, "See you again." Crash watches her leave and thinks, since it will be a month before she returns, I will take this chance to read as many magic books as possible. Things are about to get busy. The next morning, at Green Pine Villa, the familiar carriage arrives. Wooden crates are being unloaded. Suddenly a greeting rings out. "Hello, Lord Crash." She steps out with the words, "From today on, I will live at Green Pine Villa. I look forward to your kindness." He panics in his heart. Is she going to live here with me? Crash slowly opens his eyes, and hitting his eyes is Bianca's fair face soundly sleeping. He quickly sits up. Bianca, is she sleeping here again? He scratches his head, yawning loudly. If anyone else saw us like this, they would misunderstand. She is now awake, dreamily looking at him. "Good morning, Lord Crash." "But why are you here?" Crash hears her ask that and gets angry. I should be the one asking that question. After Bianca wakes up, Crash sits in meditation to enhance his strength. Sweat is already pouring all over his body. Crash thinks, now that I think about it, it's been several months since I started living with Bianca. He thinks back to when she stood in front of him and said she would live with him. At that time, Crash was extremely surprised, his eyes wide, showing clear astonishment on his face. "You're moving in here?" Bianca quickly replies, "Yes, there is no obstacle." My family agreed immediately. Crash is a bit worried. He thinks to himself, does that mean when you're away from home like this, are you okay? You're only 12 years old, right? Perhaps because Bianca has no emotions, her bond with her family is also loose, and she doesn't really understand those feelings either. Well, that might be good because I want to be friends with her. Crash sees Bianca following him like a mother hen and her chick. He is still sitting and training his strength, holding a long black sword. That happened in the summer. Now it's winter, and this year is coming to an end. This means the start date of the Laheln Academy is coming soon. Laheln Academy was established from the cooperation between the four major kingdoms and the Empire to train talents capable of resisting the world's erosion, only accepting students from 15 to 20 years old. Before I returned to the past, this place had trained countless members of the Azure generation. Many of them also possess high-level skills. The more Crash thinks, the angrier he gets. He grinds his teeth. Because of those bastards. He clenches his fist. I understand their weaknesses better than anyone else. I can easily steal their skills. Once I enroll in the academy, I will rob every single one of them, one by one. Next year he will be 14. So he has about a year to prepare. Crash needs to become stronger before that time, but his talent has begun to reach its limit. He bites his teeth. These magic books can only take me to the beginner level of a chi expert. To overcome this limit, I must obtain Bianca's snow doll curse as soon as possible and learn how to use extreme blood entry. Crash opens his room door. He sees her sitting in a chair reading a book. Bianca, are you waiting for me again today? Bianca holds her book and follows him. Yes, I cannot leave you alone. Crash. While walking, he thinks, from summer until now, Bianca has followed him like his shadow. Everywhere he goes, he sees her following. Is she intending to follow him into the bathroom too? Is there something wrong with her? Crash sighs, scratching his hair. How long will it take for Bianca to truly consider me a friend? Do you want to go out for a walk? Suddenly, Arius approaches. Young master, there is an invitation from the Star Temple. Crash hears this and is stunned. Star Temple. The Star Temple is a formal party held annually for the young nobility of the Starland Kingdom. Almost everyone attends. Except for special cases, this is an occasion for socializing and building relationships. He held the invitation in his hand. Oh, I remember now. Thanks for the reminder. Crash was lost in thought. Before returning to the past, he had shut himself away in the Blue Pine Pavilion, so his memories of this event were quite hazy. He looked away from the invitation. That guy will definitely be there, too. I should go to keep my promise to Ariad. That way, he won't have any excuse to pull the same stunt as last time. Crash handed the invitation to Arias. Tell them I'll be attending. Bianca slowly approached and whispered in his ear, I'm going, too. Crash understood immediately and passed the message to Ariad. Bianca said she would accompany him. He nodded and quickly left. Bianca looked at him. Crash, the people attending the Star Temple will definitely criticize you. He rested both hands on his hips. Yeah. But who knows what they'll say about you, too. Maybe it would be better if you didn't go. Bianca's expression was full of determination. She placed a hand on her chest. No, I will go with you. Crash said, well, protecting one's fiancé is a fiancé's responsibility, after all. He then gently placed his hand on Bianca's head, stroking her hair. I'm not asking as your fiancé, I just want to hear your honest opinion. Bianca stared at him and thought to herself, that look of pity again. Over the past few months, Crash had treated her with an inexplicable kindness. Crash asked with concern, what do you want to eat for breakfast? And there were times he would take her hand, let's go pick out the next book in the library together. When they were out in the garden, Crash would cover her with a blanket while she slept. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Keep sleeping. Bianca opened her eyes drowsily, so warm. No one in the Hardened Hearts family had ever been this gentle with her. At that moment, Bianca was sitting obediently under a tree, watching Crash practice swordsmanship. Crash was so kind that she had almost forgotten about their terrible first meeting, so she no longer hated him. Bianca maintained her resolute expression. I will go with you. Not as your fiancé, but as myself. That is my honest feeling. Seeing her like this, Crash was a bit surprised. His cheeks had flushed pink. Crash felt satisfied, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. I understand. They rode in a carriage through the warm, peaceful sunset. The sun shone softly, and the air was incredibly pleasant. Crash looked out the window. So this is Garu? It really is the most famous place in the region. They rented out the entire venue? How rich are these people, anyway? The reason nobility in this world was revered was that they fought against the world's erosion on behalf of the commoners. Yet those idiots didn't even bother to train. They only knew how to party all night long, and this was supposed to be the future of Starlon? Crash and Bianca stepped into the temple together. He looked around. He wondered how many decent people were left in that flashy temple. An announcement rang out. Lord Crash Valheim and Lady Bianca Hardenhearts have arrived. When everyone saw the two appear, whispers broke out. Is that Crash, the failed son of the Valheim family? And that girl cursed by the powerful northern clan is with him, too. What a match made in heaven. I heard they're engaged. Don't stare so hard. If you don't want to get cursed, don't get near her. Crash glanced at the crowd and thought to himself, always surrounded by fake nobles. Balak laughed. Valheim, looks like an interesting character has appeared. Crash looked toward the source of the voice, but true nobility still existed here. The people who would later join the Azure generation, Balak Hopma, the young Master Ho, Grizzer the Wicked Latin, Kasagi Amelia, and the wooden bow wielder Annex Grizzer. These three were later known as the Starlon Trio. To avoid more trouble, he quickly turned away. Those three were already watching him. Probably because of Charlotte. He thought about what she had said. Listen, Crash, that day I wore a dress like this. People kept running up to talk to me, but none of them could beat me in a duel. The Star Temple? I think it should be called the Trash Temple instead. Charlotte looked at Crash, who was huddled fearfully in his blanket. So boring. I swear I won't set foot in there ever again. Charlotte had boasted like that back then. Crash was a bit speechless. Just looking at the atmosphere here was enough to know. She must have caused quite a scene. Suddenly, Bianca tugged lightly on his sleeve. Lord Crash, don't pay attention to what others say. Crash froze. I was just thinking about Charlotte. He thought to himself, she was insulted like that, yet she didn't take it to heart? And here she was, worried about him. Crash stroked Bianca's head. I don't care at all. Crash turned his head and scanned the room. But when is he going to show up? Don't tell me he's not coming. Another announcement rang out. Lord Darling Danferlion has arrived. Crash marveled to himself. Speak of the devil and he appears. The most eccentric one among the nobles. Darling smiled and winked. Hello, everyone. The flamboyant alchemist, Darling Danferlion. A voice exclaimed, oh my, your whole body is covered in curses. What happened to make you look so wretched? Two small hands reached up, and the blonde kid patted Crash's face. With this type of corrosive curse, you could actually combine this and this. Looks feasible. He asked excitedly, hey, are you interested in being my test subject? I'll cure you. Not letting Crash say a word, he continued, hey, no energy left to answer? Well, his face full of amusement, then I'll just go ahead and start. Crash's eyes widened. Darling's small face was so close it made him panic. Stop, he scolded angrily, are you crazy? Get away from me. He was the lord of the alchemy castle, Darling Danferlion. That was the first time I met the man who would later be known as the Alchemy King, the best in the world. Currently, Darling was happily running around the party greeting everyone. People whispered noisily, Lord Darling is amazing again today. Is that weirdo Darling? Did he show up late on purpose just to get attention? Seeing this, Crash sighed helplessly, well, people who love attention will naturally show up where all the others their age are gathered. He turned to call Bianca, wait here for me. She obeyed obediently, yes. Then Crash walked over to Darling, making him wonder, who is that guy? I have a feeling I've met him somewhere before. Crash approached and introduced himself, Crash Valheim. Hearing that, Darling vaguely remembered, Valheim, he really is a lot like Charlotte. His eyes lit up. You're Charlotte's little brother, right? Do you have something you want to tell me? Or is my appearance that attractive to you? Crash lowered his voice. Lately, it seems you've been digging for information about the world's erosion, haven't you? That question made Darling stiffen. Crash's expression turned devious. I'm not sure if saying that makes you more interested in me or not. Darling laughed. You really are a provocative little brat. Since you've piqued my curiosity, prepare yourself. Then the two of them stepped in front of a door. Please, don't enter. Darling went inside and asked, so, Crash, how old are you now? His hands reached for two swords. Crash replied, 13. But does age really matter that much? Darling laughed sarcastically, 13, you look young, but your aura is completely different. Inside his head, Crash sighed, well, inside, I'm an adult who has already graduated from the academy. Out loud, he replied, I don't have much time, if possible, I'd like to get straight to the point. Darling agreed happily, go ahead. He tossed a sword to Crash, here, catch. Crash's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly parried the sword Darling was swinging at him. Crash asked, bewildered, what the hell are you doing? Darling laughed amusedly, it's my first time meeting Charlotte's brother, so I just wanted to check your skills first. Crash thought unpleasantly, what a troublesome guy. Darling struck forward, by the way, didn't you say you had something to discuss? I'm listening, go ahead. He parried the strike and replied, that thing? With that, Crash forcefully deflected his sword. Darling was slightly surprised, aren't you supposed to be a failure with no skills at all? Crash tried to fight back, even though it looks like that, I practice every day. This is hard. Should I use a secret technique to deal with an alchemist? Or should I just shock him a little bit? Thinking that, he said in a low voice, the research on neutralizing curses, I can help you with that. That statement left Darling stunned. What? He became angry. What do you know about alchemy that makes you dare to say you'll cooperate with me? Crash's eyes grew focused, and he pivoted his foot forward. On the other side, Darling had raised his sword with a look of contempt. Crash quickly fought back, explaining, the research on neutralizing curses, something that removal mages still haven't been able to break by using other curses. To become a first-rate alchemist, you have to prove that research, right? Darling let out a breath of relief. Crash promised, I will help you with your research. He held his hand out in front of him, with my curse-stealing skill. This left Darling speechless. Wasn't he supposed to be a talentless failure? The next second, he wore a satisfied smile. If what Crash said was true, this was truly a perfect opportunity to help with his curse neutralization research. Darling patted his chest. What should I do to repay you? He teased. Maybe be my boyfriend. Crash shouted helplessly. What the hell are you talking about? I'm going to be collecting a lot of curses in the future. I want you to make medicine to alleviate those curses. Darling laughed amusedly. Brewing medicine is my specialty. Crash thought to himself, if I only have the skill-stealing ability, it won't be enough. Even the generation of people who could use extraordinary skills couldn't stop the destruction. Crash felt insecure. A failure like me has to use every possible means, whether it's medicine or anything else. Seeing this expression, Darling was impressed. I heard he lost his motivation because he was constantly compared to Charlotte, but that doesn't seem to be the case. An overwhelming genius and a discarded loser. Both sisters of that house came to mind, and Darling couldn't help but shiver with excitement. He wondered, can I ask one thing? Crash continued. What is it? Darling asked. Do you plan to attend the upcoming Laheln Academy? Hearing that, Crash smirked. Of course I do. That reply made Darling even more interested. There are tons of skills for me to steal at the academy. He waved his hands and cheered. That's fine then. I'll do anything, brew medicine or whatever. If it involves curses, I'm always game. Obviously, the position for me is still open, right? Crash was speechless. This guy hasn't changed one bit. Before or after, the same. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, but besides that, I want to ask one more thing. Crash questioned, you know about the discoloration disease, right? Darling explained, it's a terminal illness that turns skin bluish-black and eventually leads to death. Crash ordered, make a cure for that disease. Making his face go stiff, Darling quickly justified, do you not know what terminal illness means? Even for me, that's impossible. Crash felt guilty. Even so, you'll eventually finish it, right? That was a story from the distant future. Crash sighed dejectedly. He held his hand out. Darling, you can do it. Darling laughed it off. Hearing you say that, it touches my pride. After that, they high-fived each other. Crash instructed, when the medicine is ready, remember to contact the Blue Pine Pavilion. Darling agreed. I'll bring it to you personally. Suddenly, Crash's expression darkened. Oh, and there's something I've been wondering about for a long time. He asked directly, you like my sister, don't you? Darling cheered happily, I love Charlotte very much. Seeing that, Crash was confused. Then why did you say your side was still empty earlier and mention something about a boyfriend? Darling feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Oh, Crash, you're still young, so maybe you don't understand. I like boys, too. I can love both men and women. That statement directly gave Crash goosebumps. He ran far away. Well, I don't. Darling spread his arms and called after him, wait, future lover. Crash returned to the main hall, still whispering to himself, he's that kind of person? Just then, there was a crowd in front making a commotion about something. Crash's face involuntarily darkened. On the other side, a man was grabbing Bianca's hand. Her arm was being gripped until it was red and raw. Bianca called out softly, Lord Crash. He appeared instantly, delivering a blow that sent the guy flying. As the man sat up, clutching his head, Crash was already in front of him. His voice was cold as he questioned, you intend to snatch my fiancée by force? What the hell do you think you're doing? The man who was hit clutched his face in terror. Forced? He furrowed his brows angrily. You're intentionally picking on a 12-year-old child. Veins bulged on his forehead as he stepped closer. Do you have that kind of twisted hobby? You trash. He said fearfully, it's not like that. He stammered, telling the truth, I was just following the second princess's orders. Crash was extremely shocked. The second princess's orders? He looked down and stated a name, Claudia Stakran. The guy heard the name and replied, that's right, the second princess ordered me to bring Lady Bianca to see her, but Lady Bianca refused. Even though I didn't want to drag her like that, it was a royal order, I had no choice. Crash glanced at Bianca, who was rubbing her wrist. Bianca, she was the youngest daughter of the Hardenhearts family, a northern princess. But because of that curse, Bianca's reputation among the nobility was very low. He couldn't help but be suspicious. Why would a princess, an admirable person, be so desperate to summon her? He placed his hand on his chin, thinking, something is not right. Crash thought to himself, could it be? He had a slight suspicion in his heart. Was there some other connection? Annix's image suddenly flashed in his mind. He clenched his fists in anger. Annix, he thought, my sister used to obsessively trail after her. Crash remembered, after Annix lost at the Star Temple, even though she hated Charlotte, she couldn't give up her admiration, and in the end, she became twisted. He quickly connected all the events that had occurred. When she couldn't defeat Charlotte with her own strength, she started targeting him, Charlotte's younger brother. Crash understood everything and let out a sigh, his whole body radiating killing intent, and now you're dragging Bianca into this? He compromised, fine, I'll go. The guy was extremely surprised to hear that. He continued, but instead of meeting the second princess, I'll be meeting Annix. The guy asked in surprise, Lord Annix? Why? Crash pulled Bianca along and replied coldly, even if you serve the princess, I don't know who ordered you, whether they're involved or not. Honestly, you've even picked up your master's bad habits. He took Bianca's hand, let's go, Bianca. She replied gently, yes, Lord Crash. The two of them walked hand in hand along the temple hallway. Crash looked at her with some curiosity. Oh, but Bianca, why did she refuse to go see her? He thought to himself, I can guess the culprit because I've been through this before, but I was extremely shocked that Bianca refused the princess's invitation. But at 12 years old, Bianca shouldn't have been able to grasp the situation, but why was she ignoring the princess's order now? Crash turned to call out, Bianca? She answered softly, yes. He questioned suspiciously, why didn't you follow the princess's order? Bianca lowered her face and replied, because Lord Crash told me to wait. Hearing these words, he was extremely surprised. Crash smiled gently, full of satisfaction. He reached out and stroked Bianca's head, praising her, well done. The two of them arrived at Annex's office. Black Hood saw him and let out an exclamation. He walked over and exclaimed, oh, you actually came. Crash replied coldly, I'm here to see Annex. He smiled and pointed into the room, that's right. Annex told me to let Lord Crash in as soon as he arrived. He furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, this is Black Hood. He questioned suspiciously, why did I think he was a skilled dual wielder at the time? Looking at where everything started to go wrong, Crash reached out to open the door, lucky that Annex gave the order to help. Black Hood stood behind him and said, so, but hey, he leaned his face close to his, suggesting, I'm curious about you, too, Crash. Let's have a duel. Crash sighed inwardly, it ended up like this after all. He refused, fighting is forbidden in the Star Temple. He lunged forward, replying, but you fought Charlotte already. Then it's fine with you, right? You're weaker than Charlotte. He glanced over, thinking, oh, come to think of it, I heard when he fought Charlotte, he lasted longer than Abaraz. Crash observed him, assessing, even though both were masters, Abaraz's level was slightly higher. But his combat instincts were so unpredictable that his opponent couldn't guess the next sword path. He frowned slightly. Before meeting Annex, I wanted to avoid fighting this guy. When he looked into Black Hood's eyes, he thought, but looking at his eyes, it seems he won't give up easily. Crash clenched his hand into a fist and replied, fine. After getting his agreement, he launched an attack toward him. The very next second, he countered, and he easily flipped out of the way to dodge the attack. Crash stepped back slightly, then immediately jumped straight at Black Hood. His eyes were icy cold as he launched an attack toward him. Crash then punched him hard in the stomach, the 1-inch punch. After the punch was delivered, he clutched his stomach in pain. The fight ended, and he let out a sigh. Black Hood clutched his stomach and complained, Crash, you're truly ruthless. Crash rubbed his neck and replied, you were the one who challenged me first. He held his hand out and said, yeah, but wait, can I go get my weapon first? He asked in surprise, weapon? Crash said coldly, more importantly, can you even stand up? Black Hood smiled, but blood was already flowing from his nose, and the next second, he fainted. Seeing he had collapsed, he was a bit surprised. Bianca asked curiously, Crash, what exactly did you do to him? Crash replied coldly, I used a secret technique from the Valheim family. He recalled, the 1-inch punch. Long ago, a failure of the Valheim family invented this technique. This is the master technique that maximizes damage over the shortest distance. He thought to himself, before returning to the past, this was the only move that saved me while the Blue Pine Pavilion was burning. Thanks to this 1-inch punch, I survived countless life or death situations. Back in reality, Crash looked at his hand and continued, I used my strongest move, so he surely won't be able to get up for a while. He looked at Black Hood unconscious on the floor, let's go inside. Bianca replied, yes, Lord Crash. The two of them pushed the door open. In front of them were Annex and a woman. When she saw Black Hood lying on the ground, she ran toward him. Annex spoke in a sarcastic tone, it's funny that you actually defeated Black Hood. Crash sighed and replied, you using the second princess was just to lure me here anyway. He pointed behind him, his voice cold, weren't you standing here waiting for that exact reason? Now that I'm here. He laughed, rubbing his chin, how did you figure that out? Strange. You're different from what I heard, perhaps the rumors were fake? Crash's voice was icy cold, you were the one spreading rumors that I was a failure, weren't you? He rubbed his shoulder, however, if you lose to me today, he smiled, then the rumors will change a bit from now on. Crash executed the technique, gritting his teeth, because I'm going to steal your skills. He crossed his arms, his voice full of sarcasm, if the rumors say I'm a failure, then that's the truth. But if you get defeated by me today, those rumors might change a little, right? Annex bowed his head and didn't say a word. Crash observed him. Annex Glazer, he remembered images from the future. You are an old friend of mine. He thought to himself, because we were together for so long, I understand you very well. He asked, running away without a plan? For example, the truth is that you were only friends with me because I was useful to you, Crash told himself. And that usefulness welled up a bitter sensation in his heart. Again, the worst reason why you betrayed me. At that time on the cliff, he clutched the edge of the stone, looked down, and swore, damn it, has everyone been taken down? He called out, Annex, are you there? Help me. Annex stood above and spoke, Crash? He asked in a cold voice. If they find out that falling into the trap was my fault, I'll surely lose my position in the Azure generation, right? He continued. But if I survive alone, no one will ever know about this. Crash yelled furiously. Hey, do you think it's that easy? Internal strife is already brutal enough. You'll definitely be expelled because of this incident. He then flashed a cunning smile. Immediately after, Annex laughed. It doesn't matter, I'll pin all the blame on you. He was incredibly smug. Because everyone around you hates you, they'll believe me. And just like that, the truth about this incident will be buried. He smiled. Thanks, Crash, for being my friend until the very end. Crash widened his eyes in astonishment. Friend? He questioned angrily. Don't joke around. Have you ever considered me a friend, even once? He looked at Annex with eyes full of rage. You were only by my side from the beginning because you were chasing after Charlotte. And today you've been absent-minded all day just because Charlotte is about to get married. Is that why we ended up in this situation? Annex's face darkened as he replied, that is exactly why I hate you. His face was filled with disgust. You have no talent, but your intuition is sharp, and you always try to sabotage me. That part right there is your fault. He turned his head and walked away. Since Charlotte is getting married, this relationship ends here, too. Annex reached up and rubbed his chin. Well, but perhaps this is for the best, isn't it? He laughed with amusement. Charlotte probably wouldn't want to hold a funeral at the same time as her wedding, right? Hearing these words, Crash cursed angrily. You trash. He couldn't hold on any longer and fell. About his own strength, he mocked himself. Is this really how I'm going to end? Just then, Arthur grabbed his hand tightly and asked, Are you okay? Crash thought to himself, and Arthur saved me that time with the excuse that we were on the same team, even though that was the beginning of a new tragedy. He looked at Annex and muttered to himself, after all, after Annex was expelled from the Azure generation due to Arthur's testimony, I was furious when he tried to marry the princess out of desperation. But what about now? Annex laughed mockingly. Crash, your face and the way you talk are so much like Charlotte. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. This guy still hasn't changed a bit. Crash clenched his fists, his voice full of anger. Hey, don't call her name so casually. You say I'm like her? He then unleashed his technique and lunged forward to attack. That's right, just like her. I'm the type of person who never backs down from a fight. Annex watched him calmly. He lunged forward to throw a punch, but it was blocked by a branch. Crash pressed his hand against the branch. Crash spun in midair, and immediately after, he stomped on the branch. Suddenly, another branch reached out and wrapped tightly around his leg. It pulled him into the air and quickly carried him back to Bianca's side. Crash landed on the ground. He thought to himself, as expected, this is really annoying. Annex looked at him and mocked, is that it? You'd better use a weapon. The Glazer family secret technique, Heaven and Earthwood Art, a special secret technique that uses aura to reinforce plants and control them at will. By using recovery skills to propagate plants, one can compensate for the limitations of this technique. Crash reached out to summon his weapon. You want me to use a weapon? He stood up and pointed his staff at Annex. Then I'll use your own wood to face you. Veins bulged on his forehead as he asked, really? He controlled the trees to rush toward Crash. Then try blocking this with that branch. He dodged Annex's attacks with lightning speed. Seeing that, he was extremely surprised. He dodged it? His eyes were full of killing intent as he looked at him, and he smiled. To you, I'm nothing more than a natural enemy. He thought to himself, because I saw through your abilities to the point of nausea before regressing. He lunged forward and shouted his name, Annex. Crash gritted his teeth and asked, Are you thinking about Charlotte again? Annex clicked his tongue, and he replied coldly, That's because I'm silently listening. He reached out to summon a plant monster, and he was pushed back by its pressure. He threatened through gritted teeth, Crash, you should watch your words. Heaven and Earthwood Art, fifth move. Annex raised his hand to unleash the technique, Heaven and Earthwood Giant. He smiled deviously, be careful from now on. Suddenly, Mary rushed in from outside the door, shouting, Lord Annex, you mustn't do that. His eyes became sharp and cold. If that blow hit Crash directly, the giant would attack him, and the consequences would be irreversible. Crash closed his eyes slightly. Among the books in the secret library of the Blue Pine Pavilion Manor, there was the thinnest scroll of secret techniques. Its author was an ancestor who had swung his sword continuously until the age of 80. He had no talent, just a person who repeated mediocre practice swings every day. The secret scroll written in his final years was very short, only recording his practice swings. However, because of the curse, I had also been backed into similar situations countless times. So he thought to himself, I have understood the ancestral secret technique. In his heart, he silently recited, the sword is me, and I become the sword. He raised his staff into the air, then immediately slashed hard at the giant, whispering to himself, as long as I treat this as a sword, that's a very simple truth. The giant was sliced in half by Crash's single blow. Mary looked at this scene in complete astonishment. Annex could not hide his terror either. From within the smoke, Crash spoke, "Hey!" He threw the staff to the ground. "Never act arrogant again." He gritted his teeth, "Understand?" Crash felt frustrated with himself. "Damn it, you messed up the predetermined plan. I intended to save just enough energy to easily steal the skill, but because I put everything into one blow, I can't even move now. That cost Crash a lot of energy. Damn it, I can't even speak." Bianca approached him and offered, "Crash, let me help you." Darling saw Bianca's way of helping and rescued him. "At this rate, Crash will die." "Leave it to me." Bianca handed Crash over to him. "I'll leave it to you." The people present whispered incessantly. "Noisy. What was that? That failure actually beat Annex, no way. That useless youngest son of the Valheim family?" Darling was impressed by their news-gathering speed. "Oh my, the rumors spread really fast." He looked at the scratched Crash and thought, "I didn't expect that to spread so quickly. When he wakes up, this kid will probably be a star." But Darling discovered something strange. "But hey," he was bothered by that face. "Annex's expression earlier made me feel uneasy." Darling muttered to himself, "I have a hunch that something bad is about to happen." Darling said to Crash, even though he was unconscious, "Hey kid, you aren't allowed to die until you collaborate on research with me. Understand?" Currently, Crash was training. A week had passed since returning from the Star Temple, and he could finally feel somewhat relieved. "I finally recovered after that match that day." Crash remembered the battle at that time. "If I had pushed him to the end at that time, I might have been worse off than Annex. I had collapsed on Bianca's lap. I had fainted in the carriage." Crash felt a bit of regret. "If I hadn't fainted back then, at least I would have been prepared to steal his skill." Crash sank into his own thoughts. "I have two ways to steal skills. One is the normal method of opening the Black Hood, and the second is causing the opponent to underestimate their own skills. With Annex, I intended to use the second way. This method is easy to execute if you completely overwhelm the opponent." Because the wood giant was defeated with a single blow, Annex's doubts about that skill will certainly spread. Crash's skill has many conditions for use. If defeated by a failure he looks down upon, he will start to doubt the value of his own skills. Crash confidently asserted, "Although it takes some time, Annex's recovery skill will eventually belong to me." He made a plan for himself, so in the remaining year before entering the academy, I want to spend every day training to surpass the geniuses. But then, Arius entered respectfully. "Young Master Crash," he announced to Crash, "Lord Bellokin has arrived at the Blue Pine Pavilion." Crash laughed and replied, "Bellokin must be out of patience, right?" Arius added, "I've rejected his messages 22 times already, it can't be delayed any longer." Crash accepted huffily, "Invite him in." He obeyed promptly. Obedient. Bianca walked over holding a glass of water. "Crash, please drink some water." He accepted the glass. "Oh, thanks." Seeing her slightly avoid him, Crash asked, "What's the matter?" Bianca honestly said about his whole body, "You're already sweating." Crash hadn't noticed, so he didn't realize. "Huh? Really?" He hurriedly pulled his shirt up to smell. It must be the waste expelled when using aura. But he couldn't feel it. Crash wondered, or is my nose numb from being used to the smell of erosion? Bianca suddenly asked back, "Didn't you bathe before meeting Lord Bellokin?" Crash refused. "Forget it, I'll probably have to exercise again anyway." Hearing that, Bianca moved away from him. "Then don't come near me." Crash was surprised by her words. Daring to order your own fiancé around," he said slightly huffily. "Bianca, you've grown up, huh?" Crash pretended to threaten Bianca. "Where are you going to run to?" Seeing her run away in fear, Crash laughed happily. Deep down, Crash always valued her. Bianca was like a younger sister, so he couldn't help but tease her. He suddenly thought about something else. "The people I knew before returning to the past," Crash firmly asserted, "they are probably looking at me with cold eyes." In his head, Arthur's voice rang out, "Crash, have you gone soft because of this peaceful life? And you think you can stop the world from perishing?" Hearing that, Crash froze. "Arthur." Crash sank deep into thought. "I hate to admit it. But except for the final moment, he was always a pioneering hero, never letting his guard down." Crash also wondered about him. "Oh, but where is Arthur now and what is he doing?" Bellokin interrupted, flirting with your fiancé, is that it? His face flushed with angry veins. Seems fun, doesn't it? Belokin Valheim, the third son of the Valheim family. Crash didn't lose and replied, everyone needs to relax. In Belokin's mind, he had a different view of Crash, the one who used to be so afraid of him that he didn't dare look him in the eye, now dared to stare at him like that. He speculated, is the rumor about him defeating Anix true? Crash stepped closer to inquire, oh, but you're so busy, yet you still have free time to come to the Blue Pine Pavilion? He repeated, confused, busy? He recounted what he knew. I heard the Laheln Academy recruits through exams regardless of status. Crash smiled brightly and reminded him, then you should prepare, too. Older brother Belokin felt an uncomfortable sensation run through his body. Is this guy provoking me? In his thoughts, he wasn't inferior to anyone. Even the most powerful empire respected the Valheim family and didn't dare attack the kingdom of Starlon. The Valheim family stood on a completely different level compared to other families, and I, a member of the Valheim family, am a direct descendant. Belokin felt directly insulted. And he dared to tell me to prepare for the academy entrance exam. Don't put on airs just because you defeated the likes of Anix. He tried to maintain his smile. You're joking. Belokin replied subtly, well, it's understandable. For losers like you, worrying about passing or failing the academy is natural. But you don't care. Must be like that, right? Seeing that made Belokin even angrier. What kind of attitude was that? He calmed himself down. Actually, I came here today to announce an order. Crash was surprised. An order? Belokin continued. We will stop the world erosion occurring on Golek Mountain. Crash didn't believe it. What? The family mission doesn't require those under 15 to participate, Belokin assured him, but his eyes were not friendly at all. Don't worry, I'll go along as your guardian. My younger brother, the one who is said to have defeated Anix, probably won't tremble at a small matter like this, right? He was just testing his strength and restraining himself. Crash didn't hesitate to agree. Fine, if we go, we go. Deep down, Crash didn't waver, and he even calmly thought, I'm even more accustomed to world erosion than a peaceful life like this. Whether this is Belokin's trap or not, I already have a plan to deal with it. Bianca approached and asked, Crash, where are you going? Crash said concisely, I'll be away from home for a while to deal with the erosion. Don't follow me. She wanted to go along. Crash, am I not allowed to go with you? Bianca bluntly exposed it. A 13-year-old child who has to go stop world erosion. It sounds ridiculous. Belokin was angry at being countered by Bianca, this cursed princess. Crash shielded her, she is my fiancé. Surely a chivalrous brother like you doesn't take the words of a 12-year-old child seriously, right? Seeing Belokin clutch his stomach and leave in anger, Crash stroked Bianca's head and praised her. Well done, Bianca. She replied shyly, I didn't do anything. He still acknowledged Bianca was just unaware. She seriously instructed Crash, please don't collapse again. Crash turned his back and left triumphantly. I'll be back. The changes in the world are more or less related to world erosion. World erosion? A phenomenon when our world is encroached upon by another world. Sometimes erosion creatures appear or the environment changes abnormally. And if the erosion progresses further, that area will completely become another world. Belokin and Crash were present at that place. So a swamp area had formed on Golek Mountain. He asked for information. It's ranked as a 3-star erosion? Did the purification team say anything? The person next to him replied, they said they'll start working as soon as the master is destroyed. Hearing that, Crash evaluated this mission, 3-star? Ah, this is a level that a mid-level professional night team can handle easily. He also had to acknowledge Belokin. Moreover, Belokin looks like that, but he is a high-level professional. He will certainly defeat the master of this erosion area. Belokin approached him. Crash quickly replied, yeah. He spoke with a superior tone, as if granting a blessing. I brought you here to let you, a beginner-level professional, gain experience. Crash played along with Belokin's intentions. Okay, brother. But deep down, he had long since despised him. Experience? Who do you think you're talking to? I came here with my own purpose. The only reason I followed you, the person who only wants to impose yourself on me, is for one single thing. Crash had wanted to do it for a long time, test a temporary method for his mania. The people on the team were panting with fatigue. Damn it, at this rate, we'll never get rid of them all. Hey, look, Crash kindly reminded them, this monster has no head but is full of teeth. If bitten by it, the wound will swell up. So remember to wrap your whole body in aura. They complied immediately. Yes, sir. Someone in the group admiringly expressed, Lord Crash, have you experienced the world erosion phenomenon before? Crash waved his hand in denial. I'm only 13, if I had the opportunity to approach an erosion area, wouldn't that be too strange? That person nodded. That's true. Bellowkin was annoyed to see Crash so calm. But why is a loser like him so calm in the erosion area when it's his first time here? He remembered his own past. The first time I came here was at 15, and the result was that my pride was crushed to pieces. Bellowkin was jealous of Crash when he was surrounded by everyone. And yet, how could he calmly give advice to the knights? Completely different from my first time. Crash looked up with a provocative gaze. Bellowkin gritted his teeth in jealousy of him, then turned and left. Bellowkin speculated many things. This is just a hypothesis. He felt afraid. If Crash grows up like Charlotte and surpasses me, Bellowkin panicked at that future. Will I become the failure of Valheim? Crash approached him. Brother, he kindly reminded, we are almost at the place where the master resides. Bellowkin calmed himself down, and he denied his ability. You're lucky, this time seems easier than my first time. It seems there are no other erosion creatures besides the master here. Crash replied seriously. That is all the more reason to be highly vigilant. He emphasized the level of danger. It means that this 3-star master is strong enough to maintain the erosion area alone. Bellowkin shouted at the others, hey, don't be swayed, it's just the words of a child. He said loudly to reassure, this place is only a 3-star level. Finish it quickly and go home. Everyone complied, yes, sir. Crash sighed at the situation, they'll realize it themselves. He ignored it and focused on his own work. I should focus on what I need to do. Crash keenly realized, I can feel it now. The world erosion energy deep within him evaluated, even clearer than before regressing. That was thanks to the mastery poison that had soaked into his blood. He took out an item, now I just need to swallow it. Crash immediately felt his heart beating quite fast when the time came to do it. Struggling, his eyes widened in shock. The next second, Crash vomited blood. Seeing him spit blood, everyone worriedly ran over. Lord Crash, are you okay? Crash hurriedly reassured, yeah, I just tripped. Seeing that, Bellowkin suggested, it's your first time, so don't overdo it. I'll carry you. Crash refused, no need. Crash was a bit exhausted. Coughing up blood? He quickly understood, erosion energy is like a type of extreme poison, so it's understandable to be like this. He determined to do it, but I have no choice but to endure it. Isn't this the reason I trained with extreme poison so it would soak into my blood? He focused his spirit. First, according to the secret technique of extreme poison soaking in the blood, try mixing aura with erosion energy. The aura will circulate without rest. Crash pondered, if the aura stream is like a large river absorbing erosion energy, it will eventually merge into that river, creating a new color that cannot be covered up. This is the consequence of the mania. He quickly realized, usually, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Crash grasped the opportunity. The time has come to use that secret technique. Old stories surfaced. After Damaris Valheim disappeared, the Blue Pine Pavilion was closed and seemed to sink into oblivion. Unclear images appeared, but one day, a blind ancestor discovered the secret archive. Unfortunately, being blind, he couldn't read the secret technique. The vortexes of the story continued. Since then, he was forced to lock the archive door forever but so that no one would repeat the tragedy like him. That person wrote his memoirs. He decided to leave a secret technique and eventually created something that would last a lifetime. The name of that secret technique is, inside Crash's body changed, a superhuman sense capable of feeling every vibration through aura. The sixth sense. Crash could feel it very well. Currently, I can only expand the sensing range to about a finger's width. But just that is enough to know my position. He smiled confidently. The place where I am standing is not the world covered by mania. Crash panted with fatigue. The mania is thinning. I overcame it by following the sixth sense secret technique. Crash also quickly realized, of course, this is only a temporary solution. If absorbing world erosion energy, the mania could strike at any time. He calculated the future clearly. At that time, I will still need Bianca's Snowdoll curse. Crash was excited. But even though this is only a makeshift measure, it cannot be denied that I have controlled it thanks to it. He was happy because this is the first time he could advance to a new level. Suddenly he used himself in a way he couldn't. Just as Crash turned his head, a monster appeared. It was resting its eyes. The next second, the monster's fiery red eyes widened. and everyone was amazed at its physique. Everyone shouted, "It's the master monster." It opened its mouth in a disgusting way. Bellokin was shocked by this scene. Crash was no exception. Everyone recognized Sungani, the thousand-faced demon. Everyone raised their guard. Everyone prepared to fight. Bellokin tightened the sword hilt in his hand and spoke the command. The surrounding space seemed to be choked, and all sounds gradually subsided. The sword in his hand emitted a blue light, and suddenly from the sword's tail, a fierce red light source burst forth. The fire quickly covered the entire blade. Witnessing that scene, Crash couldn't help but be stunned. Lord Bellokin's Ignis fire always makes people amazed. A soldier couldn't hide his admiration. Not only that, its destructive power is also terrible. After all, that is a peak skill that can incinerate everything in front of it. He pursed his lips, and a single name rang out in his mind. Ignis. Old memories suddenly flooded back. It was the skill that burned my arm before. Have you seen the difference between us yet? I don't have time to waste on trash like you. From behind, he called out, Bellokin. His previous ferocious image appeared clearly in his mind. Before I regressed, you were completely insane. As for this moment, Bellokin's entire body was blazing with a blinding red light. But what happens now? A grotesque, grinning mouth appeared within Crash's palm. I hope you don't change a single bit. In the blink of an eye, the face of one of the soldiers was peeled right off. Annex, who was in the middle of a battle, couldn't help but be stunned. Is that the face-stealing curse? His gaze swept rapidly across the battlefield. Even the seniors were struggling against its 8 arms. How are us rookies supposed to avoid a curse like that? Annex gripped his trembling sword tight. If things have come to this, the only way out is to run. Bellokin's voice rang out like a thundering strike. His sword slash tore through the wind, hurtling straight toward the thousand-faced demon. At that very instant, the thousand-faced demon shrieked as if it wanted to tear space itself apart. Its entire body ignited violently. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Don't give up, I'll clear a path." The knights looked up at the scene, frozen in place, then shouted in unison, as expected of Lord Bellokin. Even the guards couldn't resist it. "Yet we will follow you." Lord Bellokin. Bellokin turned his head back. Crash, are you seeing this? But he couldn't find the person he was looking for. He wasn't here. Could he have died already? Hiding behind a rock, Crash thought in shock. Is he targeting the thousand-faced demon instead of me? His gaze was fixed intently on the thousand-faced demon, which was writhing in agony. Bellokin suddenly froze. A tear of blood? The overlapping faces on the thousand-faced demon's body were oozing streaks of dark red blood. He stared directly into its eyes, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Bellokin's eyes widened, thinking, if things keep going like this, it's going to be dangerous. Without hesitation, Bellokin launched himself into the air, quickly creating distance, teeth gritted, eyes locked on the scene below. What on earth is this terrifying pressure? Bellokin gripped his sword tight, forcing himself to focus. I must focus to destroy the thousand-faced demon right now, before more anomalies occur. He ordered clearly, all knights, take down the thousand-faced demon. Yet Bellokin quickly noticed something unusual. I imbued my attack with aura, and it's still ineffective against it? Listen up, knights, strike again before it transforms any further. Suddenly he froze, stopping all movement in his hands, his gaze sweeping over the ranks behind him as he roared angrily. How can the Valheim knights be trembling before something like this? But the only response was bodies standing as motionless as statues. What exactly are you? Bellokin's eyes showed clear shock. The thousand-faced demon's curse? But I haven't even touched it yet. Suddenly, a hand clamped onto his face. Don't tell me that strange feeling earlier meant he had already caught me? The thousand-faced demon leaned in close, staring intently at Bellokin. At that very moment, thunder roared, and rain poured down from the sky. He raised a hand to cover one side, his missing eye panicked, muttering, "This is bad, this isn't good." Bellokin's legs were stiff and unable to move. I'm about to be killed. The ground under his feet turned into a swamp, slowly swallowing his body. If this keeps up, I'm done for. It raised a thin, withered hand, thick purple energy radiating out, and as the swamp rose to his neck, Bellokin panicked. Why is this happening to me? Thunder tore through the sky, and a terrifying thought flashed through his mind, death? He couldn't believe it, muttering, me, the strongest in Valheim, I'm going to die? Because Charlotte appeared, leaning close to his ear, whispering, "You're such an idiot." Her expression was filled with disappointment, being surpassed by a younger sister 3 years his junior. After all your boasting, you lost your entire knight squad, and now you're running away to save your own life? What a fool. Charlotte left a final verdict. because you failed miserably, you are going to die. The thousand-faced demon immediately lunged to pursue Bellokin. He raised his hand, intending to block the attack, but only the sound of a wind-tearing scream remained. Just at that moment, Crash appeared, grabbing Bellokin's legs and pulling him away to safety. He opened his eyes, his voice trembling. "Who are you?" When he saw the face before him clearly, Bellokin couldn't help but be stunned. "Crash, why are you here?" He smiled with relief. "Brother, you're awake." Bellokin frowned, asking suspiciously, You're still alive?" Crash replied quickly, "Yeah, I've been watching everything from afar this whole time." He explained after seeing him swallowed by the swamp following the thousand-faced demon's attack. "I avoided its gaze and pulled you out of it right away." He struggled to sit up. "Then I'm fine, I can walk on my own." Bellokin looked at Crash with surprise, seeing a body that couldn't use aura. He crouched down, holding out the sword, and asked, "Are you sure you don't really need to rely on me?" He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, then decisively snatched the sword away. "I don't need help from a fool like you." Suddenly, a sound rang out. Bellokin was startled and panicked. He hurriedly asked, "Is the thousand-faced demon still nearby?" "Hey, how far are we from the scene now?" He shook his head and stood up. "Who knows?" Thinking for a moment, Crash continued, "We've been walking for quite a while but still haven't gotten out. Maybe this world erosion is a closed space." Hearing these words, he couldn't help but shudder. "Does that mean we can't leave if we don't defeat the thousand-faced demon?" Bellokin bowed his head and cursed. "Damn it!" Crash called out, "Brother?" His voice was steady. "Actually, I have a secret technique. It's something Charlotte passed down to me." Crash raised his hand to explain seriously. "The reason I was able to stand up to Annex at the Holy Temple of Stars is because of this technique." He looked up at him. "Charlotte's secret technique?" Bellokin pondered deeply. Even someone like Charlotte had special feelings for her younger brother? Does it really have emotions? He spoke, unable to hide his hesitation. "Do you think we can defeat the thousand-faced demon with that technique?" He answered decisively, "We can." Recalling the scene that just happened, Crash said, "Instead of hiding from the thousand-faced demon and dying in the erosion zone, I think this is worth a try." He held out his hand in front of Bellokin. "I understand you don't trust me." Crash tried hard to persuade, "But brother, surely you trust her skills?" He plunged his sword into the ground and replied softly, "Yeah, after all, Charlotte is a genius." Suddenly Bellokin shouted, "But if we fail, we're both done for, kid." Crash answered from behind him, the corner of his mouth curling up, "Rest assured, brother, I absolutely will not fail." In the forest, rain poured down heavily, trees swaying in the high wind. Crash looked up at Bellokin and lowered his voice. "The thousand-faced demon is approaching." He asked curiously, "Lord Bellokin, are you ready to cast Ignis?" Flames flared up on his hands, and he replied, "Yeah, I am." Hearing that, Crash continued, "Then let's begin." His footsteps stopped, both hands gripping the sword held across his chest, his entire body emitting a blue light. Crash closed his eyes tight. Bellokin watched the scene, his expression unable to hide his amazement. Streams of light were continuously absorbed by the sword. "What? That is truly an incredible level of focus." Bellokin's gaze flickered, and so did the aura surrounding it. He stared fixedly at the sword, stunned to realize he had never seen such clear and pure aura before. Then he lowered his head and thought, "When he told me to combine the Ignis flame with Charlotte's secret scroll, I didn't believe him. But now I have seen it clearly with my own eyes. An aura I haven't been able to master despite years of hard training. How can he use it so easily?" Crash's voice broke the silence. "Lord Bellokin, please use Ignis." Bellokin ignited flames on his palms and replied, "All right." The flames slowly transferred into his sword. In that moment, Crash's entire body burst into a brilliant red fire. He looked at the flaming sword as if discovering something. Crash called out, "Brother." He asked, confused, "Is there a problem?" He shook his head slightly. "No, don't worry, it looks like I'll make it in time. I don't need your support anymore." Bellokin fell to one knee, exclaiming, "What?" His eyes widened. Crash's flames were even more intense than his own. The sword in Crash's hand burned brighter and brighter. Bellokin thought, "That sword will truly be able to kill the thousand-faced demon." Now he pondered deeply. "In the blink of an eye, I lost all my subordinates. I was lucky enough to survive that battle and fled in disgrace after all the knights were killed." A thought suddenly occurred to Bellokin. If Crash really can take down the demon, then watching Crash charge up to fight it alone, am I even worse than a failure? With a single strike, he sliced the thousand-faced demon's body in two. Bellokin stood frozen in place, his face stiff. The thousand-faced demon burned up in a sea of flames, the sky gradually cleared, and the rain stopped. Crash called out, "Brother." He turned to look at him, his voice confident. "I've handled it." Bellokin gritted his teeth in anger. "That easily?" He picked up the sword in his hand, his face twisted with resentment. "Then you die." The sword strike came, but Crash blocked it nonchalantly. Bellokin was stunned, unable to believe what his eyes had just seen. His sword-wielding hand trembled. "Why can't I use Ignis?" He smiled as if he had achieved his goal. "Thanks, Bellokin." Crash's face revealed a terrifying expression. "Because you haven't changed a bit." Crash recalled the memories of the past. Bellokin's unlocked condition was very simple. First, voluntarily give a portion of Ignis to the opponent. Second, believe that the opponent can master Ignis better than yourself. When he saw Bellokin's terrified expression and finally, the collapse of his pride, Crash swung his sword at him. "The moment I swung my sword, Ignis already belonged to me." The charred remains of the thousand-faced demon appeared in the murky smoke. He stuck the tip of his sword into the flesh on the ground and called out, "Bellokin," then held it up before his face and continued, "I also once wanted to get along with you and everyone else." Crash recounted things from when he was young, but he would often say, "Don't interfere in matters that don't concern you." The image of him grimacing and scolding, "You can't do anything." But he wanted to say thanks. Your intense hostility blocked every opportunity one had. Crash shoved the still-hot piece of meat into Bellokin's mouth. "Even so, I still thought just this once, you would be able to accept me as a real younger brother." He showed no emotion. "After all, I still held on to a faint hope that because we are brothers, this time they would acknowledge me. But it turns out you never had that thought." His breath was shallow, Crash's tone cold. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Every word he recounted sounded like he was reminding him of the past. "When you burned my arm and face all those years ago, I also writhed on the ground just like you are now." Bellokin's legs kicked violently, but after a moment, they stopped moving. Crash looked up at the blue sky and sighed, his voice dropping with a hint of irony. "How ironic, the day is so beautiful today." Inside the castle, a voice rang out. Lord Bellokin's entire team was wiped out? At the Valheim main estate, a man spoke. "The erosion has been reclassified to 5 stars? They said a high-ranking expert is needed to suppress it." Another added, "If Lord Bellokin hadn't sacrificed himself, Lord Crash wouldn't have survived." The servant couldn't hold back tears as he questioned, "What does that mean? Only that failure survived?" The butler immediately warned, "Watch your mouth, servant." The butler glanced over, his voice steady. "Lord Bellokin died to protect his younger brother. Let us honor that noble sacrifice." The head butler of Valheim patted the servant's shoulder, his voice softening. "Don't waste Lord Bellokin's noble death." Crash heard every word, thinking to himself, "They believe the statement, so I don't have to worry about being suspected." He put his hands in his pockets and walked away quietly. Thanks to Bellokin, this mission yielded great results. Painful memories appeared one after another. "I have completely adapted to the extreme blood-infused poison and confirmed that the sixth sense can partly control the frenzy. And through Ignis." Crash held his hand up, a purple flame erupting. "I have obtained the black flame. Ignis can incinerate everything." He clenched his fist, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, so when touching the essence of world erosion, this was the result. "The black flame is stronger than expected, perfect as a trump card. The color looks malicious, but since others can't see it, it doesn't matter. Now the only problem left at the main estate is..." Crash stopped before a door and raised his hand to knock. "Besides, the issue to be resolved in the main family is that I have to go through an investigation into the anomalous phenomena in the eroded land." A voice came from inside, "Come in." He was still lost in thought. To this day, the cause still hasn't been clarified. Crash thought, no, in reality, it's the handiwork of world invaders. Its true body is sleeping in an eternal dream and can only observe reality through its minions. An immortal. He opened the door and entered. The fact that they have started operating means I could encounter the minion of that immortal at any time. Hearing the noise, Sapphira spoke up. "Lord Crash has arrived." She spoke in a steady voice. "We've been waiting for you." Sapphira, a 4th-rank investigator, Erosion Survey Bureau. His gaze rested on Sapphira's neck. In that moment, Crash wavered slightly. The black star on her was... He reached up to scratch his head, laughing. "I didn't expect us to meet again this soon." She asked, confused, "Huh?" Crash suddenly dropped his voice to a serious tone. "Hey, Immortal, I want to make a deal with you." He pointed his finger directly at Sapphira. "I will strip away your immortality." For a brief second, the corner of her mouth lifted, tell me, you're a regressor, aren't you? Sapphira's eyes suddenly flared with a sinister red light. I was looking for a different destination, but it seems fate has sent me to the wrong place. Where a body is locked away, the Garden of Immortality, although the body is intact, there are no signs of consciousness. Before reversing time, under Arthur's orders, I tried to steal his immortality, but that attempt failed miserably. Arthur hugged his arm. Now, with this, the immortal only has enough strength to maintain its recovery ability. He has no power left to control his minions. Mary's eyes held a touch of sadness, so the reason he ordered so many minions to come is because his real body has been cursed and can't move. Sounds pitiful, doesn't it? Sigrun didn't think so. Pitiful? Have you forgotten that he was the one who caused the erosion zones to level up and rained hell upon us? She stepped forward and pointed directly at Mary. Stop pretending to be noble. Lady Sigrun, I didn't mean that. Lilith folded her hands. Regardless, the problem with the immortal has ended. There won't be any more meaningless battles. His eyes contained another small figure, but it's a pity, the attention was directed elsewhere. So you still couldn't steal the immortality, huh? Crash replied shyly, that's right. His gaze avoided her. Even with reincarnation, that is still impossible. Those chains are not easy to deal with, because the conditions to unlock them are completely impossible for me to achieve. Back to reality, Crimson's cold voice came through. Tell me, you are a regressor. Right? She was like the embodiment of a demon. I am looking for a different destination. And yet, Crash looked at Crimson seriously, a regressor. What makes you think I'm a regressor? She smiled coldly. The moment a child dared to propose a deal with someone like me, you revealed yourself. Only a regressor would dare do that. The claws on her hand became sharp. You have been trapped in your own endless loop. And yet you dare declare you will kill me. A being beyond time? Don't make me laugh with such blatant lies. He certainly didn't let himself show weakness. This isn't a lie. He directly reached out to confront her because my skill. The mouth from Crash's palm lunged out at her call, circling around Crimson, can even steal your immortality. Black Hat. Crimson's clenched hand trembled. As far as you're concerned, I've upgraded every erosion zone for centuries, just to find someone strong enough to kill me. And now, you have the ability to steal the immortality curse and are finally standing before me. Only then did she speak. What are your conditions? Crash was straightforward. Help me become stronger. My skill only activates when I'm stronger than you. Crimson maintained her sinister smile. Then I'll take you on as my apprentice. If that helps me escape this immortality, then I'm ready to sell my soul to you. Her eyes flashed when she received the answer. Fine. Immediately, Crimson displayed her power. Crimson Garden August, will make you the strongest. The heavy wind forced Crash to shield himself with his hands. Just the aura, even as a projection, was overwhelming enough. Crimson Garden once possessed power equal to Arthur's and commanded countless minions. Thanks to him, I can become even stronger. His hands trembled. Even if I have to borrow the power of an Earth invader, I will protect this world from erosion and from the brink of destruction. From what Crash knew, his skill is a unique power in the world. According to the laws, Arthur's regression skill has returned to his hands in this life. That means I can no longer reverse time at will. If this world perishes again in this era, I will also vanish along with it. He tried to reach out his hand before her, happy to have you as a companion. Crimson's pupils trembled. Crimson still wore that ghostly smile. Crash reached out and directly patted his head. Call me master. Having settled this, Crash didn't intend to stay any longer. Alright, now I can leave this place. Crimson was surprised. You don't live here? Crash answered calmly. I haven't stepped foot here in years. Then he explained further. I've almost forgotten the faces of my own parents. Elsewhere, Valheim Manor, Adult Wing, Valheim Curie Hall, Lord Crash, Mother requests your presence. He was puzzled. Mother wants to see me? She didn't bother showing up when I was still at Blue Pine Pavilion. Perhaps she heard the rumors that I've changed and is curious. The person who came said, that's right. And furthermore, announcing another piece of shocking news to him, the clan leader said that after returning from the Forbidden Zone, he wants to see you privately. Crash was truly frightened. Father, wants to see me? The man in his knowledge had by then reached the realm of a demigod. Perhaps he sensed something from me through the stars. It didn't stop there. Lady Arya requests that you stay at the main manor until then. However, Crash was not a man of leisure, but Bianca was waiting for him, and he had a mountain of work to do. He didn't have time to waste in this place. He asked back, so this isn't a direct order from father, right? Not waiting for the other person to answer, then I'll be heading back first. This attitude left the girl unable to react in time. What? Crash simply walked past. I'll return when father summons me. Behind the window was a woman who had always been observing, or perhaps as the carriage left the manor, he himself would come looking for me. The city was relatively empty and quiet, the carriage moving toward a deserted hill. Crash stretched, finally escaped that place. I don't plan on coming back here for a while. Suddenly a bird's beak tapped on the window glass. Have some manners. Impolite apprentice. He opened the window. He started loudly, Crimson, don't you think crimson is too flashy? Hearing that, she immediately changed to black. Don't worry, I can change color anytime. See? Now I look just like a crow, see that? Crimson seized the opportunity to mock. Now I'm as pitch black as your soul. Crash determined in his heart, I have to get your curse soon. Even so, he asked curiously, what about your true skills? She, in the form of a jet black bird, preened leisurely, you know I can't move my true body, and yet you still touch upon my pain. Truly a narrow-minded regressor. Hearing this, another figure appeared in Crash's mind. In reality, Arthur is the one who truly reversed time. I'm just borrowing his skills, a pale copy at best, but there's no need to explain these things to Crimson. As sunset fell, the carriage came to a stop. Before entering the house, he didn't forget to remind, oh, and this, there's a white-haired girl at Blue Pine Pavilion. Treat her kindly, understand? A cute duck-shaped hat appeared. Bianca, clutching her books, came to greet him. Welcome back, Crash hurriedly said. See? I told you I'd come back. Arius hurried over. Lord Crash. Seeing this, Crash asked, Arius, did anything happen while I was away? He immediately reported, Sir, there is a letter from Mr. Darling. In the letter, I have completed the cure for the discoloration you requested. It almost automatically formed in my head when I thought of you. I'll have it delivered soon. The kiss printed on the paper truly left one speechless. They say geniuses are often eccentric. He handed the letter back to Arius when Darling arrived. Treat him with the utmost care. He will be your benefactor. He took it, understood, sir. Then he leaned close to Crash's ear. By the way, Lady Bianca was very worried about you. He was surprised. Bianca? Arius recounted, yes. When she heard you were drawn into an erosion zone, she immediately prepared a carriage, intending to go to the main manor herself to see you. Then she even planned to walk the rest of the way to the main manor herself. Crash's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a hand was cast immediately after. It's been a while since I checked the seal on Bianca. Could it be that along with the contact from your energy, the information board appeared? First unlock condition. Become friends with Bianca. To Crash's utter astonishment, the first condition was met. The first lock on Bianca has been released. Crash stood hidden, watching Bianca right in front of him. This left her puzzled and wondering, is there something on my face? Hearing that, Crash replied awkwardly, no, I just wanted to introduce a new friend to you. His name is Krim. Immediately, Krim, who was spreading his wings, was snatched up by Bianca. She instantly hugged the raven close to her chest and said, Krim? He's as soft as whipped cream. This reaction from her surprised Crash a little. So you like animals too, Bianca? In that moment, he muttered to himself, while I'm at it, how do I unlock the second condition? Just then, the notification board appeared again. Second unlock condition, become friends with Bianca. It was actually quite unexpected that both unlock conditions were exactly the same. Crash pondered, usually, when people talk about important people, they think of parents, children, friends, or lovers. At this point, Crash stroked his chin and thought, officially I'm her fiancé, so a lover is probably the most plausible option. Meanwhile, after a while of hugging Krim until his feathers were all ruffled, Bianca finally let him go. Her eyes followed the small, jet-black bird intently, but her face didn't betray a single emotion. Crash's thoughts continued to surge, but becoming the lover of an emotionless Bianca? Before the regression, the conditions weren't like this. Besides, I have an adult inside me. Flirting with a 12-year-old is a bit problematic. At this moment, Krim whispered into his ear, it seems that Pale Girl has her eyes on you. She's clinging to you and won't let go. Crash retorted immediately, she's looking at you, actually. The sunset grew deeper. Krim spoke up again, anyway, Crash, what's the matter? Krim tossed his head back and declared, I want to test your strength. Playtime is over, get to the training ground now. This statement left Crash a bit stunned, but he still agreed, fine. Before long, Crash was sprawled out on the ground, panting incessantly. Krim looked down, wearing a look of contempt, pathetic. I didn't expect a regressor to have such trashy talent. Crash, lying on the ground, admitted, I already told you, I'm a total loser. Unexpectedly, Krim interrupted, you've only managed to crawl this far thanks to your past life's experience and your secret techniques, but that effort will be surpassed by a real genius in less than 5 years. However, that's only true if we're talking about pure innate talent, otherwise, in front of me, talent means nothing. Krim continued to explain, because you already have your own skills, right? If you lack talent, just steal it from everyone else. You, someone who has never escaped the bottom of the assembly line, I will be the one to pull you up. You will seize everything from a place higher than the clouds, and eventually, even steal my immortality. After hearing these words from Krim, Crash's hand instinctively clenched as he looked out the window. He quietly replied, that goes without saying. A few days later, Darling had finally made his way to Crash's mansion. He ran over happily and called out, hey, did I keep you waiting long, babe? Crash didn't pay any attention to his arrival and continued practicing his swordsmanship, replying, since when did I become your babe? Hearing that, Darling felt incredibly excited and exclaimed, ooh, so cold. Before he could say anything more, Crash glanced at him and asked, by the way, did you bring what I asked for? Darling reached into his pocket to search for something, then took out a small glass vial. Inside contained something like a plum pit, and he said, I'm done, what do you think? I really am a genius, aren't I? Staring intently at the vial, Crash replied, do you even have to ask? That's obvious, you've always been a genius. Darling's face instantly flushed with shyness. He lunged over and hugged Crash, whispering, oh my, you're just too lovely. This action made Crash jump and shout, hey, let go, we are not fencing. So, while the two of them were struggling, a conversation ensued. Darling spoke up, oh, right, I want to tell you something. I heard Annex has changed. Crash was confused and asked back, Annex? Darling replied, he stopped training after losing to Charlotte. But I heard he started again after the incident at the Star Temple. Hearing this, Crash felt helpless and thought, that traitor, is he really using me as motivation? Then he said to Darling, damn it, forget about that Annex guy. Once you're done, get out of here, why are you still hanging around? Just then, Krim spoke up from a nearby tree branch, but Starlon has other plans besides Valheim. It doesn't matter, though, I was planning on using Alicia to strengthen your weak body anyway. Get that guy to brew you a few vials, it's a special medicine, and taking it will boost your physical stats and vigor. To talk about Alicia, it's an incredibly expensive medicine, and sometimes the secret brewing techniques are only passed down through family bloodlines. Crash thought to himself, Alicia is meant for only a chosen few. Back then, this was out of my reach. Seeing Darling leaning in to kiss and nuzzle him, he roared in annoyance, hey, what the hell are you doing? I said we aren't fencing. Krim also added, I know the recipe, just tell him what to do. Then Crash said to Darling, there's one more thing I want to ask. Hearing that, he asked, confused, you were chasing me out so quickly earlier. And then Crash leaned in close and whispered, I want you to make a vial of Alicia. Hearing that, Darling was incredibly surprised and blurted out, huh? Why all of a sudden? Did the news about Annex fire you up? But can you afford the ingredients? Valheim won't back you up. Right? Crash immediately replied, don't worry, I'll handle it myself. He thought to himself, I can still do it if I use the knowledge from before the regression. Just then, Krim interrupted, just repeat after me. Crash went along with it and repeated, the ingredients to brew Alicia are, and then he just casually told Darling everything. His expression went from attentive listening to extreme surprise, and finally to panic, to the point where he had to take out pen and paper to record it. So doing this with that will result in this? Amidst Krim's arrogance, Darling exclaimed with feeling, wow, where on earth did you get this kind of information? Crash replied vaguely, that's a secret recipe of the Valheim family. Darling marveled in amazement, as expected of the Valheim family. But then he wondered, I really want to try it, but the problem is how to get the ingredients. I can't even get my hands on Heatyang snow mushrooms or golden dragon grass. First, Heatyang snow mushrooms only grow on the Black Had, but the mountains are steep and heavily eroded, almost impossible to find. Regarding this, Crash had already considered it. He replied, let me ask my fiancée, after all, that's her family. Next, Darling pointed out, then that only leaves the golden dragon grass. Hearing that it's an illusory spirit herb, only growing near the nest of a golden dragon in remote regions of the Empire, sometimes available on the black market. But if the Empire catches wind of it, there'll be big trouble. Crash pondered for a moment and replied, if there's no other way, I'll have to track down a black market dealer. At this, Darling suggested, let me show you a better way. Crash was surprised. Another way? Darling explained, in the Athenia Empire, there's a martial arts tournament for teenagers under 15. If you just win first place there, the prize is golden dragon grass. How about it? That's a good idea, right? Once Crash heard that, he immediately clutched his head and replied, did you forget? I'm from the Valheim family, aren't I? The Empire is likely using the tournament to gain political leverage against the Academy. If someone from the Valheim family participates, things will get messy. As for this, Darling had certainly calculated it. He took out a very suspicious-looking potion and said, of course I have a plan, babe, just leave it to this genius. He. Holding the potion in his hand, Crash was a bit skeptical. What is this? Why is it so transparent? Do I have to drink it? And then, just as Crash finished drinking, his body started to react violently, and finally, tada, Crash had officially become a crossdresser. He couldn't believe his eyes and blurted out, what the hell is this? Darling explained, anyone can join the tournament, as long as your identity isn't revealed, right? You just need to join as a girl, right Crash? However, there was no way he could agree to this. Crash yelled, stop it. Turn me back to normal right now. This scene left Krim, who was nearby, speechless. Not being able to be patient anymore, Crash immediately flared with murderous intent, unleashed his own power, and threatened, hey, are you messing with me? Darling, facing this pressure, could only tear up and stammer, I'm sorry. A few days later, Crash, gripping his sword tightly, stood full of murderous intent, facing Krim alone. Crash closed his eyes to focus out of habit. Krim stared at him with his blood-red eyes, then closed them slightly, flapped his jet-black wings, turned around, and unleashed a strike with his wing. Waves of magical power were released, rushing rapidly toward Crash. Sensing the aura around him changing, Crash snapped his eyes open. He immediately raised his sword to block that wave of magical power. Wherever the wave of magic swirled, Crash was able to block it all quickly. Once done, he collapsed, exhausted. Krim said that was enough for now. Then he began to seriously explain to him, the first sword technique that I've taught you this time is a style that can read the enemy's attacks, don't flinch. It's an advanced technique that helps to instantly grasp the opponent's movements, but combined with your innate intuition and sixth sense, you have reached a realm close to clairvoyance. Crash listened, but couldn't say anything, still busy panting. Krim paused for a moment, then continued to admonish, if you use the spirit medicine to strengthen your body, your movements will eventually keep up with your thoughts, and you will become even stronger. Having said that, he flew to Crash's side, announcing in a flat voice, it's also time for us to leave this place. Crash sat up sluggishly and gave a soft grunt. Leaving the training room, he walked while searching through his clothes, muttering, well then, let's go. You didn't forget to bring it, did you? After finishing, he looked at the medicine bottle and remembered the past. A few days before that, holding this bottle in his hand, he was still half doubtful, asking himself, this kind of spirit medicine definitely won't be discovered, right? Darling kept assuring him, right? Even magic can't detect it. If you use it to disguise yourself as a commoner of the kingdom, you can join the tournament. Crash, hearing that, turned to him and scolded loudly, you should have given me this medicine from the start. You turned me into a girl. Darling turned away in a huff, sulkily muttering, it's just a joke, you don't need to be so uptight. However, when Crash pressed him on how long it would last, he happily replied right away, about a day. Crash heard this, feeling deflated and tired, so I have to wear this face until tomorrow? Back to the present. Looking at the bottle in his hand for a while, he couldn't help but sigh and moan, Darling is reliable, but it's so tiring. Arriving where he needed to be, the moment he saw him, Arid hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, I have been waiting for you for a long time, young Master Crash. Beside him were Bianca and Flower. Arid pointed to Flower and introduced, I have asked Flower, who comes from the lawless zone and is a merchant, to support your illegal entry. However, he didn't forget to remind him, please stay hidden throughout the duration of our journey. Crash took a few steps closer to Arid, not stopping his praise, a smuggler of the eroded kind. With this status, I should be able to cross the border smoothly. Arid as expected. Thanks to you, I can rest assured leaving the Green Pine Mansion for you to look after while I'm away. Arid, given this heavy responsibility, said seriously, yes, please leave everything to me. Then he promised with full determination, I absolutely will not let anyone inside, even if the person coming is the family head. Following the cool breeze blowing past, Crash said nothing, just smiled lightly, remembering a memory. The next day, after Darling brought the color-changing medicine, Crash had given it to Arid. Holding the medical paper in his hand, Arid shook all over and knelt down, his voice choked with small sobs, thanking him profusely. "Thank you for curing my daughter. Now even if I die, I have no regrets." Crash, taking advantage of his vulnerability, made a request. "If you are truly grateful, then keep living. Because I saved your daughter's life, you are not allowed to die until I say so. Just keep serving me. This is just a small price compared to her life, right?" Although his words sounded like a question, they seemed more like an order. Arid's old, tear-streaked face froze. It took a few seconds for him to find his voice, and he firmly shouted his commitment. "I will survive at all costs." Seeing everything go according to his desires, Crash curled his thin lips into a slight smile, thinking to himself, "It seems I can finally stop worrying about Arid betraying me." Furthermore, returning to reality, Crash slowly stepped forward a few paces to stand before Bianca, and said politely, "Bianca, thank you for agreeing to my request." Then he gave a few caring reminders. "You haven't been home for a long time, go back and get some proper rest." But Bianca flatly refused. "As soon as I get the Heatyang snow mushroom, I will return immediately. I will wait for your return at the Green Pine Mansion." Crash heard these words, and his hand, which was reaching out to take the basket, froze. Quickly regaining his composure, he took the basket she offered and smiled, promising, "I will try to return as soon as possible." Looking at the delicious, neatly arranged sandwiches inside the basket, Crash, in a cheerful mood, said, "So that's the reason for all the noise yesterday, huh? Thank you, I'll eat them later." She said nothing, just gave a single nod. Thinking for a moment, she added, "Then travel safely." Crash opened the door to get into the carriage. Hearing that, he turned back to say goodbye and cautioned, "You take care too, Bianca." The carriage began to roll, and sitting inside, Crash thought with full hope, "Let's go to the Empire." Crash seriously put all his strength into training. Wherever his divine fire sword swung, fire blazed brilliantly. Looking down at his hand absorbing the magical aura, Crash clenched his fist again, closing his eyes to focus. Krim flew over to ask, "How is the erosion power?" Crash replied vaguely, "Stable, thanks to my sixth sense." However, he admitted honestly, the past 5 days have been really peaceful. That merchant is following a route that avoids the eroded area. It's a pity that on the way here, I couldn't absorb any unrefined erosion energy. Krim cawed, commenting, "Just that is enough to see how good your butler is." Just then, Flower was leaning against the carriage, leisurely eating an apple and reading a book, when she suddenly heard a strange noise. The apple in her hand suddenly fell to the ground. Krim slightly raised his head to listen and sense, then immediately said seriously to Crash, "It seems the carriage has run into trouble." On Flower's side, she was being controlled by 2 loggers. The masked thug said, "I'll go first." 2 henchmen also laughed lewdly and teased, "You're really impatient, boss." Seeing the boss's hand about to touch her, Flower couldn't help but burst into tears, thinking pessimistically, "Damn it, I couldn't sense the bandits at all. Am I really going to die like this?" Just then, hearing a noise, the boss stopped his hand, looked over, unable to believe his eyes. His 2 henchmen were both decapitated by a sword flying at them, blood splashing everywhere. The boss was shocked and stunned, turned around to see Crash, full of murderous intent, looking at him, and he yelled angrily, "What the hell is this kid?" He drew his weapon, pushed Flower aside, and shouted orders to the others, "Catch him." Receiving the order, his henchmen rushed toward him. One even had the nerve to mockingly ask, "Kid, what now? Can't rely on your weapon anymore, right?" Crash calmly drew another sword, and coldly asked back, "Weapon, you mean these things?" The other guy was silenced immediately. Crash didn't waste much time, then charged in to take care of the bunch of loggers. Seeing his henchmen all finished, the boss was terrified and instinctively cried out, "You!" Crash then cast his eyes toward him and walked slowly up to his face. The boss was terrified and then heroically challenged him, "You're no ordinary kid, I'll kill you with 1 strike." Saying that, he swung his axe toward Crash. Crash quickly raised his sword horizontally to block the tip of his axe. The boss was a bit stunned, but quickly changed to another strike, all of which were blocked by Crash. He shouted in disbelief, "My strike was red?" But his habit of running his mouth didn't change. He roared aggressively, "You think I'm cheap enough that works on me?" Crash, unfazed, said nonchalantly, "Is that so? I actually thought I could handle it without even using my sixth sense." The boss, irritated by him, confidently declared, "Since it's come to this, I'll use my secret technique. I'll crush your head along with that sword." As he spoke, he brought the axe down. Seeing Crash raise his sword to block, he squinted and bragged, "Caught in the trap." With the Shadow War axe technique, he was smugly thinking Crash couldn't defend against it. But the truth left him completely bewildered. When he saw his technique, Crash suddenly froze. The forest space suddenly became eerily quiet, and a flame ignited, surrounding Crash's sword. The boss instinctively shouted, "What is this technique?" He was both scared and worried, his face stiffened. Crash raised his flaming sword, his cold eyes staring intently at the boss, and asked in a low voice, "The secret technique just now, are you a disciple of the butcher dog, right?" Crash looked at him and questioned, "Hey, are you one of the butcher dog's men, right?" He began to fall into thought. Butcher Dog, Berkman, a serial killer, later became a subordinate of the World Invader, serving alongside Bianca the White Ghost. Crash remembered the original story when Charlotte attacked Butcher. He was destined to infiltrate Staran to survey the people, only to be stopped by Charlotte. He swung his sword to cut off his arm while wondering, so what exactly is happening here? He suddenly remembered a newspaper. That case made Charlotte famous across the empire. Imperial Daily. 16-year-old girl of the Valheim family has directly defeated an agent of the World Invader. His infiltration of Staran shouldn't have happened yet. Butcher panicked and ran away while being chased by the flames. Meanwhile, Crash was still calculating, so why are his subordinates already present in the lawless zone? He swung his sword, and Butcher's body burned to ashes. Crash muttered, "Isn't it too early?" He frowned and said quietly, "I have a bad feeling." Crash raised his hand to let Krim land on it, then ordered, "Quickly get the golden dragon grass and let's get out of here fast." In the city of Manhwa, the capital of the Scylan Empire, a sign with an arrow pointed one way, martial arts tournament registration. On the railing, a girl looked at the people below and exclaimed, "So many people." The little girl happily shouted, "A bunch of opponents, how fun." The little girl is Sisley Aphania, the fourth princess of the Aphania Empire, 14 years old. Sisley said excitedly, "My precious little diamonds, I will bring each one of you to Lahelian Academy." The red-haired girl standing next to her, named Sarah, frowned in opposition. "You acting like that really doesn't suit your status. Princess, if His Majesty sees you, he will faint on the spot." Sisley quickly yelled, "Don't mention father anymore, I'm hearing hallucinations again." "Is Sisley a child again?" Sarah worriedly called out to Princess Sisley. The little girl didn't answer right away but quickly covered both ears. Sisley Aphania, the youngest daughter of the emperor. As a child, Sisley held a piece of chalk to write on the blackboard and already possessed an exceptional mind that could solve advanced math problems. Praising sounds kept falling into her ears. "Her Highness Sisley could rewrite the history of the empire. We should report her talent to His Imperial Majesty." Sisley frowned and thought, a candidate for the throne. The little girl clenched the stack of papers in her hand. "If someone as weak as me gets involved in royal succession, I will be killed immediately." The little girl jumped high and threw all the papers into the sky. "I have to make everyone give up on the idea of me, otherwise I won't be able to survive." Sisley began acting out. From then on, Sisley used her genius brain to behave like a wild, uncontrollable troublemaker. The scholars frowned, and in the end, even those who used to praise her intellect began to think, surely we misjudged her. Sarah looked at Sisley, then thought and gave up on viewing her as a succession candidate. "I've observed Her Highness Sisley for so long, I know these actions are just acting." But she sighed, "Lately, she's doing it a bit too much." Sisley stretched over the balcony and yelled, "Sarah, look." Sisley stretched over the balcony and yelled, "Sarah, look." The little girl looked toward Crad with that gloomy aura, eyes narrowed. "That too." Sisley looked at Krim, and that raven perched on his shoulder too. The little girl exclaimed, "He looks just like a real villain. What if he's from Valheim, the sworn enemy of the Empire?" Sarah remarked, "He looks suspicious indeed, but I don't think the Valheim family would come here." Sisley put one foot on the railing. "Don't underestimate my intuition." The little girl leapt down. "I'll go probe him." Sarah screamed in panic, "Her Highness Sisley." The little girl landed safely and ran straight toward Crash, time to expose his true identity. She hadn't run far when Sisley tripped. The little girl opened her eyes wide in panic, thinking she was about to fall. Before she hit the ground, Crash stepped forward, quickly catching the little girl by the waist. He looked coldly at Sisley. "Hey, troublemaker, before you walk away, watch where you're going." Sisley looked toward him as he walked away, thinking to herself, that calm voice and that attitude as well. The little girl realized he knew who she was. Krim perched on Crash's shoulder and sighed, "Unlucky, bumped into the fourth princess again." He agreed, "Luck, where? If possible, I should avoid her even more." He remembered the registration form. "So I've registered for the tournament." Registration form, tournament, age 11, from Staran Kingdom, named Crad Owen. Now just need to find an inn. He went to the first inn. A piece of paper had the words full on it. The second inn was the same, full. Crash stood in front of the inn with a sign, full. He sighed, everywhere is packed. Crash pondered, looks like I'll have to sleep on the street tonight. A person suddenly called out to him, hey kid. A short old woman smiled and asked, are you planning to join the tournament? If you need a place to stay overnight, just come to my place. The old woman smiled innocently. Krim whispered, she looks shady as hell, but Crash quickly stood in front of her and said, really? Then I'll take that offer. Krim screamed, hey, didn't anyone teach you not to follow strangers? Crash heard this and replied, in my past life, I had to sleep on the street all the time, I'm sick of that. It shook its head in utter despair, then flew up into the air, following Crash while thinking, these regressors are really something. A moment later, the old woman led Crash in front of a house. We're here. The old woman said, you can use the room at the end of the second floor hallway, I'll prepare dinner soon, come down when you're done. Crash walked up the stairs and replied, thank you very much. Krim had now returned and perched on his head. Crash walked along the hallway, sighing in relief, lucky, at least tonight I have a bed to sleep in. Sisley suddenly appeared in front of him. Krim became despondent. Crash also clutched his face and sighed silently, her again? It silently screamed, it's a trap, for sure. I told you not to follow strangers. Crash walked past Sisley and opened his room door, can't let her recognize me. Just ignore her and go to my room. Sisley finally spoke, how strange. Sisley grabbed his hand and asked, I'm this cute and even initiated the conversation, yet you ignore me? Or do you like boys? Crash angrily narrowed his eyes. He walked into the room and, as he placed his coat on the table, replied, not interested, you're not my type. There are many people in this world much prettier than you. Is that so? Sisley questioned, for example, who? He quickly walked away, I'm not obligated to answer. The little girl continued to follow him, so mysterious. Crash was annoyed that the little girl kept following him. Crash turned around and said, stop following me. Sisley acted coy, let's eat together, I want to know more about you. He waved his hand in protest, too troublesome, forget it. Sisley suddenly asked, are you serious? The young girl scowled and questioned, knowing that I am a princess, you still behave like this? She smiled and asked, is Sir Crad from Star on? Crash was cautious and thought, this girl only said a few words, and she already guessed where I'm from? Crash pondered that if he said anything more, his identity as a Valheim native would be exposed. He walked down the stairs and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Kids should just eat quickly and get ready for bed. Sisley shouted angrily, who are you calling a kid? You're a kid yourself. Zira walked up to the young girl and asked, fourth princess, is that boy really from Star on? The young girl remarked, even though they share the same language as the Talon Empire, they still have their own distinct accent and pronunciation. Meanwhile, Crash and Krim were having a delicious dinner. Sisley continued, his voice sounds quite like the imperial dialect, but the core cannot be changed. Zira praised, only a princess could notice such a tiny difference. The young girl replied pensively, I suppose so. Sisley gave a faint smile, a mind that can analyze every piece of information that ordinary people would overlook. The young girl opened her golden eyes wide and observed, based on that reaction, it seems like he knows me very well, but I don't have a single memory of him in my head. That ability is very close to the heart's eye. Zira drew her sword and wondered, should we capture him and interrogate him? Sisley loudly objected, no, things are finally starting to get interesting. Don't do anything unnecessary. The young girl asked, more importantly, have you found out anything about her? Zira replied, yes, just as you guessed, Your Highness, she. The third princess has become a completely different person compared to a year ago. The young girl remembered Sigrin's unpleasant face. Sisley realized, she is no longer the sister she used to be. The young girl thought with fear, this is dangerous. Sisley gripped the staircase railing, that sense of unease was correct after all. At this rate, the first princess and second princess will also be in danger. Sisley whispered, a rain of blood will fall upon the royal palace. The next day, Crash swung his hand and knocked his opponent away. The muscular guy flew straight into the wall of the arena. The announcement rang out immediately, the qualifiers are over. For winners, please leave the stage. Crash put on his cloak with Krim perched on his shoulder, and whispers immediately broke out, who is that squinty-eyed guy? Is he an assassin? That raven is also strange, even though he moves like that, it never leaves his shoulder. Krim suddenly wondered, is that look on your face because that girl has been pestering you since yesterday? Crash recalled Sisley's questions. Why are you participating in this tournament? Do you have any siblings? He sighed and said, just from a short conversation, she managed to pry out all sorts of information that drives a person crazy. Crash glanced over. Even so, he turned and left the people lying on the arena floor. At least it didn't affect the qualifiers. Crash thought as he walked inside, the qualifiers are 100-person team battles, and only the top 4 surviving teams make it to the finals. With these small fries having such a power gap, winning was a matter of course. A man leaning against the wall suddenly spoke, just like the rumors, the suspicious raven on your shoulder. Crash frowned and thought, what now? The man covered in bandages questioned him, you're one of the Night Crows, right? Crash asked back, Night Crows? Hearing that, he explained, the Night Crow assassin family, they are an assassin organization that doesn't belong to the Empire, yet they are feared as the most dangerous power in the Empire's underworld. Ultimately, they even became one of the causes of the Empire's collapse. Crash frowned and thought, I don't know the whole story because I'm not from the Empire, but I've never heard of any Night Crows at the Academy. He then said, you're mistaken, I'm not one of the Night Crows. Fearing he might have misunderstood, the bandaged man quickly said, wait, stay calm, I don't know who is backing you, I just want to be friends with you, since we're both assassins. Waving his hand as he left, he called out, that's it then, very nice to meet you. Night Crows? Crash wondered, the person backing me? Krim asked him, what's with that face? Is something wrong? It spread its wings and flew toward the bandaged man, saying, I'll give you a hand. Upon seeing Krim, the bandaged man suddenly froze in place. Then he took slow steps toward Crash. He watched it fly toward him and chatted, what did you do? It's just simple brainwashing magic. You're pretty versatile, too. Krim said quickly, just this once. Crash called out to the bandaged man, hey, you. He questioned, what happened to the Night Crows? The bandaged man replied, the Night Crows fell into an existential crisis not long ago. Crash questioned, existential crisis? But the Night Crows are participating in the martial arts tournament, right? The bandaged man replied mechanically, it's by order of the new master, the one who pushed us to the brink of annihilation. He questioned, who is the new master? He hesitated, that is, the bandaged man replied, the second prince of the Athenia Empire. Thinking of the fat man's face, Crash pondered, Sigrun and Sisley's brother? Crash muttered. Krim on the side wondered, is there a problem with the second prince? He immediately explained, the Night Crows are a trap set by the Empire for the nobility. They used the Night Crows to monitor and adjust the movements of the nobles. Crash continued pensively, the royal family were the masters from the very beginning. So calling him the new master is very strange. The fact that the Night Crows and the royal family are linked should have been hidden from the public until the empire collapsed. Thinking of the second prince's face again, he said, however, the fact that even a loser like him knows the second prince is the master means someone is using the second prince and deliberately spreading rumors. Crash paused, then speculated, wait. Initially, the second prince's role was to consolidate the first prince's power. They intended to eliminate the second prince first to weaken the first prince's authority. If so, then the one who benefits from this conflict is. Thinking of her sinister face, Crash realized, Sigrun Athenia. He recalled everything and wondered, are you kidding? Did Arthur's memory inheritance really succeed? He frowned and muttered, if so, the one Sigrun will target. Now that she has future memories, he frowned and muttered, if so, the one Sigrun will target. Now that she has future memories, it's him, imagining Sisley lying in a pool of blood, the one who committed suicide after hiding the symbol of the White Dragon Pearl Emperor and the one who reduced Arthur to just an emperor in name only. Fourth Princess Sisley Athenia. Crash continued pensively, to ensure she can reclaim the throne she took for Arthur, she tried to eliminate Sisley, the troublesome one, first. He speculated, if Sigrun ascends the throne, the empire will certainly perish, and the empire's collapse will lead to an invasion of the world. Crash raised his hand, and a black aura immediately appeared. To prevent the apocalypse, I must interfere with her plans. For the world, I will take Sigrun's skill. He spoke up, Krim, help me. It flew high and remarked, a regressor will usually only act based on information. He smiled, lifting his hand so Krim could land on it while saying, but I'm the one who decides. I'll lend you my strength, I'll help you just this once. It looked toward the bandaged man and asked, by the way, what about this guy? Hearing that, he replied, forget him, he's outlived his usefulness. Krim threw one of its feathers toward him. Then for now, let him be my henchman. The bandaged man suddenly moved, and it ordered, go back to where you belong. Watching the bandaged man turn and stagger away, Krim asked, so what do we do next? Crash put his hand on his face and replied, it's time to use my appearance. In this form, find the real night crows hiding in the finals. In a slum, like a homeless person groping in the dark for food, a man suddenly shouted, scaring those around him, Crad? Did he say his name is Crad? That person took a bite of a potato and left. Then she tilted her head and smiled dangerously, daring to impersonate me, a member of the Night Crows. I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. At the top 32 main match of the martial arts tournament, Crash easily put his opponent in a chokehold and took him down. He jumped off him and raised his hand for Krim to land on. The referee shouted, the winner of match 32 is Crad. The audience immediately cheered, amazing, unbelievable, no way. One guy yelled, I was starting to get bored having to sit and watch these kids fight, but you made it interesting. Crash thought as he adjusted his cloak, everyone thinks I'm a night crow. He speculated that the real one must be appearing soon. Sounds from the stand still echoed, Night Crow. Night Crow. Crash looked up and saw Sisley, that girl. He silently sighed, I warned her, yet she still came to watch. Sisley waved at him happily. The Night Crow qualifiers have ended. Crash was annoyed to see Sisley, while the young girl happily asked, Crad, heard you passed the qualifiers? The young girl turned to look at Crash, you really aren't just an ordinary kid. He pursed his lips in silence. Sisley immediately questioned, what's with that look? Crash suddenly said, making the girl freeze, nothing, it's just that you've lived quite a complicated life. Sisley wondered, did something happen? He walked past her and said, I'm just saying, watch your back. The young girl cupped her chin and sighed as she heard him continue, tomorrow is the main match, so I'm going to sleep. The young girl looked toward Crash's room door and pondered, something definitely happened when I wasn't looking. Where did he get that information? Sisley asked Zira, can we really trust the Imperial spies we hired? She frowned and replied, I'll double-check to be sure. The young girl said, I'll leave it to you. Back in the present, Crash looked at Sisley and pondered, if Sisley is still here even though I warned her, she must have realized Sigrin's plan. The young girl smiled teasingly at this moment, Night Crow sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Crash said as he walked away, let's go, Krim. He speculated, now I just need to wait for the real one to show up. Does she already know I'm pretending to be a Night Crow? Inside the preparation area, a person leaning against a wooden pillar spoke up. Hey, she stuck her tongue out and questioned, is pretending to be a Night Crow fun? He remembered the bandaged man and thought to himself, this feeling is familiar, isn't it? Krim, Crash immediately smiled, don't tell me you didn't expect them to show up this early. She immediately drew two short daggers, then her whole body suddenly disappeared. She quickly approached Crash. He looked at the two short daggers and muttered, dual blades. He dodged lightly, leaving her only able to cut his outer cloak. She swung her hands repeatedly at Crash's face, then he raised both hands. Crash caught her two hands while smiling coldly, then he raised both hands. Crash caught her two hands while smiling coldly, as long as I catch you, you're nothing. She suddenly laughed wildly, and a sharp bone suddenly protruded from her arm. A series of bones appeared like spider legs. She laughed arrogantly, this is the end, kid. Crash immediately lifted his leg high. He jumped up and raised his leg past her head, leaving her astonished. What? Crash kicked her straight in the face. Krim landed on his head. Crash smiled and said, useless. Magic fused with the world's erosion won't work on me. He suddenly called out, Evilesque. She was secretly panicked. How does he know my identity? Crash walked up to her and said, Sigrun is holding your heart, right? Where is she now? I need to talk to you. Evilesque immediately played dumb. What? What the hell are you talking about? He pointed at her chest and proposed, let's make a deal, I'll use my skills to get your heart back for you. He continued, in exchange, you have to tell me everything about Sigrin's plan. Crash exposed Evilesque's identity, making her gasp in fear. World Invader, codename Night Crow. Necromancer Evilesque Benapochi. Crash recalled Evilesque's words, Necromancer Evilesque Benapochi. A world invader imprisoned by the Empire for 1,000 years after her heart was stolen. Is your fate even more cursed than mine? He mopped the floor and thought depressingly, one day Arthur said he had found a way to use her and brought her along. She was always hiding in her tent. Yet she always acted like she was something special. I only knew she was the only necromancer in the world. He stood before a room door and sighed silently. I completely didn't expect her to actually be a night crow. Now that he thought about it, he thought about the signs he had overlooked. Corpses cannot reveal information. Even if the assassination fails and a necromancer controls the dead. Ravens gathered around the corpses, an assassin family, all signs pointed to Evilesk. Crash kicked the door hard and pondered. The night crows were wiped out since I was at the academy, so I never knew their real identity. She disappeared because she was captured by Arthur. Krim remarked, "You're unusually heavy-handed today, Crash." He walked in and saw Evilesk shivering under a blanket, so he said, "I have to be serious about this. Look at this room." He yanked the blanket off, making her terrified. "If I don't play hardball, she'll just get pushy." Crash put his hand on her chin and ordered, "Look up." Evilesk cried and shouted, "What are you doing? You said you would find my heart for me." He replied, "That's right, I intend to show you my skills first." Crash raised his hand, and black currents immediately appeared. The target is bound by so many conditions that the usual way won't work. He searched for the locks and thought, "Black cloak skill." Crash looked at the number of locks, then remarked, "Bound by these conditions, the usual way won't work." Evilesk looked at him in fear. Crash offered, "Evilesk, if you allow me to take control of your heart, I can take it right here. Right now." A tear fell down her cheek. Evilesk shouted, "Allow, you say? I allow you. I already agreed." Hearing that, Crash said, "Not just empty words, you must be sincere." She yelled, "Then what should I do?" "I'm serious." Krim, standing on Crash's shoulder, sighed. He said, "Listen carefully, imagine this." Crash asked Evilesk, "You're tired of your current life, aren't you?" He described each scene to her. "Once you get your heart back, you can lie around in this room all day, leaving the work to your zombies. In a comfortable environment, eating what you want and playing around." He smiled coldly and continued, "But if you can't get your heart back, you will have to obey the royal family and work for them for the rest of your life. Day after day, endless forced labor." The zombies, sensing danger, immediately appeared around Evilesk. She said fearfully, "I don't want to work anymore." A surge of power struck, leaving Crash astonished. "So this is the power of a necromancer?" Evilesk cried and begged, "I've been working for 1,000 years. Save me, Crad." He stood in front of her and said, "Then you have no choice but to give me your heart, right? So that you never have to work again." Both of them constantly exchanged, "I don't need my heart, furthermore, I will give you my heart, just release me." "Not enough." "Why?" "I'm telling the truth." Crash frowned and ordered, "Offer your heart in exchange for your deepest, truest wish." He placed his hand on her head and said, "Trust me." Evilesk sobbed, "Please." Amidst Evilesk's pleading, the chains gradually broke. "I want to live a leisurely life, carefree, playing every day. Please, take my heart." Crash smiled and praised, "Well done, Evilesk. Now you are finally free." Evilesk cried out, "Then hurry up, take my heart back." He immediately stopped her. "Wait, keep your part of the bargain first. This is a trade," he said, "I will return your heart when everything is over." She continued to cry, "I don't want to work." Crash said angrily, "Shut up." She sat on the floor. Crash looked at her and wondered, "Evilesk, what is Sigrun planning?" Evilesk replied tremblingly, "Do you know the fourth princess's guard swordsmen, Sarah and Vetera?" She continued, "I was ordered to eliminate her and use her body to kill Princess Sisley." "No way." A spear pierced through Sarah's body, and she screamed in pain, "You're stronger than me?" Sarah looked at the woman in front of her and yelled, "Marry Diana." A raven perched high above observing, and she said arrogantly, "You should be proud to die for the Empire." Mary once again stabbed the spear hard. Then she pulled the spear out and smiled coldly, "Crazy swordsman Sarah Vetera, huh?" Mary announced, "Evilesk, orders from Miss Sigrun." She said as she left, "Use Sarah's corpse to assassinate 4th Princess Sisley." Mary looked up at the moon and recalled, "It's been a year since I returned to the past." She said tremblingly, "Sir Arthur, can you see me? Miss Sigrun and I are doing this for Sir Arthur. I miss you so much." At a small house right before the apocalypse, someone said, "The first Saturday after the regression, at 1 p.m. Arthur put on his coat and continued, "Meet in front of the peace statue." Mary and Pyrie stood before the statue. Mary recalled, "I was so happy when I heard Sir Arthur's words, and I carried a heart full of excitement to our meeting point, but Sir Arthur didn't show up." she whispered tremblingly. Why? She bowed her head and said softly, I don't see Abella nor Sir Arthur anywhere. She walked and wondered, where is he? It's been a full year since the day I started waiting for him. Mary gripped her spear tightly, just as Miss Sigrun said, I must believe in Sir Arthur. And before he returns, I will reclaim my strength of old and make him proud as his strongest spear. She turned to look at the big guy. I must try harder, no matter what, I must complete this mission. Mary called, Hey, Evilesque. She questioned, the Raven kid in that tournament is one of your corpses, right? Evilesque hesitated, that's true, but... She sneered, knowing how to show off, too. Attaching a raven to attract attention. Furthermore, Mary ordered sternly, while Miss Sigrun is away, don't you dare do anything foolish. Do you know who is holding your heart? Evilesque replied tremblingly, of course. She said, then allow me to take my leave. Mary watched the big guy carry Sarah's corpse away and pondered, Evilesque, you usually collect ugly corpses? She licked her lips and smiled coldly, yet you secretly hid such a cute corpse as Crad. Anyway, he's just a corpse. On the arena floor, Crash drew his sword dejectedly. He looked at the person in front of him and sighed, didn't expect to have to face him in the finals. 14-year-old commoner, Pyrii, Crash thought as he drew his sword, a pure-hearted teenager dreaming of world peace. A boy from the countryside who looked normal, at least on the outside. Pyrii drew his sword. Crash thought to himself, actually, Pyrii is one of the mighty warriors of the Lamb generation. The audience screamed, the Night Crow is drawing his sword for the first time. Is that kid really that strong? And Pyrii suddenly spoke, Crad, you don't actually like assassinating, do you? Ravens circled in the air. Pyrii continued, I heard the Laheeline Academy is neutral, no country is allowed to interfere. Since both of us reached the finals, we will definitely be accepted. You can stop being a Night Crow and live like a normal person, he said, Crad, you. Crash sighed silently, still hasn't changed at all. Pyrii proposed, give up the assassin job. Crash pursed his lips, thinking, he's also a kind friend. The referee raised his hand high. Crash spoke, Pyrii, let me give you some advice. He said coldly, if you cling to hope too tightly, you will never be able to endure true despair. Pyrii said softly, refused. The referee lowered his hand, signaling the match to begin. Pyrii quickly moved around using his 10 shadows step. He closed in on Crash and mocked, disappointing, Crad. Crash frowned, recognizing that move. Pyrii continuously swung his sword to attack him, but Crash blocked them all. He frowned in silence. Pyrii calculated as he moved, he read my feint? It's like he knows my swordsmanship inside and out. He blocks every strike. He thought, he looks at me like he's seeing a ghost, but I am like a ghost. Crash thought silently, someone who has died once. He remembered Crash's appearance in the past. You grew up in the snowy land, your footsteps sliding like water, the 10,000-mile 10-step move, he was the one who created it. He trained harder than anyone, his strength even rivaled Eris. From the feints, every habit, to his finisher. Crash smiled coldly, I watched everything from behind, perhaps I understand you better than you know yourself. Krim, flying high, muttered, why? Pyrii pondered, my attacks aren't reaching him. He thought, Crad, you've done it. He parried Crash's attacks and thought, attacking after the enemy but hitting the target first with just a dull sword. You've awakened its true potential. The sword stabbed into the air next to Pyrii's head. Crash said, Pyrii, become even stronger. He kicked Pyrii hard in the stomach. So that even if your hope is shattered. He raised his sword high, the referee immediately announced, and the winner is Crad. Pyrii said weakly, I see. I wonder if we'll meet again one day. He said, Crad, thank you. Pyrii affirmed, I will try harder than ever. More than the curse he took from me, I will definitely protect this world. Crash in the past muttered, I see. At this moment, Crash turned and thought, that was the first time I heard someone say thank you. He spoke up, then see you at the academy. Lying on the arena floor, Pyrii agreed softly. He said, we'll meet again at Laheeline. In the stands, the fat man yelled at Evilesque, are you well prepared? Truly a Night Crow, never disappoints me. He was Shifaniphania, the second prince. He deluded himself, if I use the Night Crows to lure more nobles, the throne will naturally belong to me. Evilesque rubbed her hands together obsequiously, it is an honor for me, your highness. Shifan smirked, that's the right attitude. Remember this well, your heart is in my hands, so behave like a loyal dog. She replied tremblingly, "Yes, your highness." The servants behind him noticed something, and a crowd of people approached from nowhere. The butler shouted, "Who are you people? How dare you? Do you know that the second prince is here? Get out of the way." Emergency response team. Shifen looked at the armored figures in front of him with fear. The Black Dragon Knights, the execution squad, why are they here? One person stepped forward and spoke. Second Prince Shifen Ephania. Mary coldly declared, "You are under arrest for the attempted murder of the fourth princess, Sisley Ephania." He yelled, "What? Sisley? Why would I kill that silly girl?" Mary said coldly, "At the Night Crow lair, we found an order with your signature, commanding the assassination of the princess." Shifen shouted loudly, "Nonsense! I never wrote such a thing. Evilesque, eliminate all these traitors who dare to slander me." Evilesque was too scared to respond, then a voice rang out, "Who exactly was supposedly killed?" Mary thought in astonishment, "That voice." Sisley asked happily, "Hey, Sarah, when exactly was I killed this time?" Sarah smiled faintly, "We haven't even seen an assassin, let alone an attack." Mary wondered to herself in surprise, "Sisley Ephania and Sarah are both alive." Sisley exclaimed, "How strange." To Mary's horror, the young girl continued, "He seems to genuinely believe I was killed, doesn't he?" Mary gasped, thinking to herself, "What on earth is going on?" Scene shift to the night Sarah was assassinated by Mary Diana. She was running for her life, thinking to herself, "Princess Sisley's premonition has come true." Recalling what Sisley had once said, "Sarah, can we really trust the imperial spies I hired?" She had replied in confusion at the time, "I will double-check to be sure." She continued to think, "When Sisley said that, I thought the chance was very low. But every spy we planted in the palace has betrayed us." She withdrew from the struggle for the throne long ago. So who exactly is targeting Princess Sisley? I have a bad feeling, I must get to her quickly. While she was moving, Krim flew from nowhere and perched on top of her head, speaking, "Sarah Vatera, I will share my immortal power with you temporarily. In exchange, I take your vitality. So, fake your death." Looking at the raven in front of her, she thought to herself, "Krad's raven. Is it speaking directly into my mind?" But without needing her permission, it transferred the immortal power through her eyes. In just a fleeting moment, golden stars appeared in her pupils. As soon as it was done, Krim immediately left. She sat there holding her head, crying out in great pain, "Ugh, ugh, what have you done to me? And what do you mean by faking my death?" At that moment, a figure exuding golden energy stepped out from behind. She was still telling herself, "Is someone targeting me?" The moment those questions flashed through her mind, Mary Diana pierced straight through her body. If Krad's raven hadn't lent me its immortal power back then, Princess Sisley and I couldn't be standing here like this. Back to the present, Sisley spoke, "Former deputy captain of the Gold Dragon Knights, and also my knight, Sarah, arrest the deputy captain of the Black Dragon Knights on charges of espionage." This made the old man gasp. "What? Espionage?" Mary Diana's expression darkened as her plan was ruined. Sisley continued, "The person who came here with the Black Dragon Knights. Did you think we were dead? Is that right?" Her voice became amused. "Sarah, do it." As soon as she received the order, Sarah drew her sword and lunged forward, with a single blow sending his entire body flying dozens of meters away. Witnessing the scene, Mary Diana gripped her weapon tightly, thinking to herself, "How did it end up like this?" She thought, "I ordered Evilesque to kill Sarah and use her corpse to assassinate Sisley. Yet the two of them are walking around comfortably in the sunlight as if nothing happened. And the spies Sigrin and I planted in the Black Dragons have been wiped out. That cunning fourth princess saw through everything and tore my plan apart. That is why Miss Sigrin intended to eliminate her. If she is left alive, she will become an even greater obstacle. I must kill her right here, right now." Once the thought was complete, she used her mind to control things, each hand reaching out to clutch someone's heart. Her eyes narrowed as she commanded, "Evilesque, kill the fourth princess immediately." An immense pressure was weighing on Evilesque's mind. What should I do? Krad hasn't actually taken my heart yet. But I cannot disobey the command carved into my heart. Instinctively, she screamed, terrifying everyone around, "Evilesque, what the hell are you doing? Monster! Hurry up and protect the prince and princess." At the same time, she groaned in pain, "Krad, save me." A stream of dark energy rushed toward Mary Diana's arm. In an instant, that energy took the heart from her hand. Seeing her hand suddenly empty, she looked down in panic. Where did my heart go? Everything was going wrong. she couldn't assassinate the fourth princess, she couldn't take down the second prince, and she even lost Evilesk's heart. I have failed completely. Her expression turned grim as she thought to herself, then I will kill the fourth princess myself. Now is the only chance while everyone's attention is on the patient. She slowly gathered her strength and approached from behind. Once at the appropriate distance, she lunged with great force, vanishing from her spot and charging straight at Sisley. World's fastest speed, maximum acceleration. Die, Sisley Aphania. Just as the spear was about to strike, Crash suddenly appeared from behind to block the attack. Mary Diana was furious. What the hell are you doing? Mary Diana was furious. What the hell are you doing? Sarah turned around in surprise and called his name. Crash. Mary Diana exclaimed in anger. How can an empty shell block my acceleration? That person is called the Saintly Spear. He was borrowing Krim's power, his voice changing. That simple-minded way of thinking of yours really never changes. This startled Mary Diana. You know me? The second prince thought in fear. I don't quite understand, but this is my chance. He ordered, what are you doing? Capture him immediately. Immediately, an arm reached out and grabbed Mary Diana's weapon. She yelled in anger, let go. My spear, he continued, attempted murderer of the royal family, Mary Diana, you are under arrest. She gritted her teeth and cursed to herself, I've ruined everything. Even if the plan was exposed, I shouldn't have gotten involved. Save me, Miss Sigrid, Sir Arthur. After Mary Diana was taken away, Sarah turned to him with concern, Crash, are you okay? He exhaled tiredly, no? I can't say I'm okay. Looking at his trembling hands, he thought to himself, even with the black flame, I barely blocked it. I'm still far from reaching the master level. She continued, because you dared to stand up against the saintly spear. I have an imperial protective necklace. Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted, you were well prepared. As long as you are safe, that's all that matters. This made Sisley's face flush with shyness. In another corner, Sigrid pointed and ordered, search to see if there are any other accomplices. While things were chaotic, he turned to Evillesk and whispered, let's escape while it's chaotic. Evillesk, get ready. Then he looked at Sisley and warned, Sarah, watch your back. Especially around your siblings. Watching their figures disappear, Sisley shouted, wait, at least let me treat your wounds first. He smiled, don't worry, I'm used to pain. Evillesk also waved goodbye happily. His words made Sarah frown in confusion. What kind of stupid thing to say? Realizing the situation, she sighed and said, then, take care, he's gone already. He didn't even give me a chance to thank him. Crash said he would go to the academy. I will chase after him and pay this debt. Scene changed to a carriage in the suburbs. Crash and Evillesk had been transported there. Thanks to this teleportation ability, Crash exclaimed, having teleportation is really convenient. If it weren't restricted, it would be incredibly useful. Evillesk replied, I can only teleport living people over short distances. It's a shame. She held out a sprig and said, hey, take the gold dragon herb you asked for. You can't imagine how much I suffered to find it. He replied with great satisfaction, all right, everything is done. Here, your heart, as promised. Seeing her heart, she was overjoyed. Can I really have it? She was startled. I thought for sure you would keep using me. But you seem different from the other world invaders? He frowned and asked, world invaders? Is that me? She explained, when you blocked Mary Diana's attack just now. You used erosion power, didn't you? Recalling that scene, he thought to himself, the black flame is just burning the power I absorbed from extreme physical training. But in the eyes of other invaders, you would look like you're of the same species as them. Thinking that, he spoke, is that why Evillesk trusted my story? Do you think I'm the same kind as you? He was human, but thought to himself, perhaps I will continue to be mistaken for an invader in the future. Looking at him, she said, hey, sorry for interrupting your thoughts, but I just received news from my servant. It seems your fiancé is in trouble. Your fiancé is in trouble, so stop just sitting there and chilling. The ominous announcement from the Raven, Crimson, left Cash stunned. He could only manage a panicked, what? Crimson continued in a serious tone, revealing that he had just received news from the servants at Hardenheart. A dangerous man known as the Butcher Dog had snuck into the Hardenheart mountain range, and the worst part was that Cash's fiancé, who was there, had vanished without a trace. Rage and anxiety flared up, Cash gritted his teeth, remembering the bad premonition he had when he encountered Butcher Dog's disciple earlier. So, it was because of this. He roared in order to Evilesk, my fiancé is in danger. Head to Hardenheart immediately. Immediately, the carriage changed course, tearing through the wind at a terrifying speed. Evilesk was shocked by his urgency, stammering, "Huh? Your wife?" Yes. Sitting in the carriage, Evilesk was still in shock. She couldn't stop wondering, wait, you're an invader, yet you have a fiancé? That means Cash's girlfriend lives in Hardenheart. She muttered about the scary rumors that the Valheim family's fiancé also lived there, and she never expected any family would be brave enough to marry their daughter off to such a terrifying clan. Evilesk's face turned pale with fear, but Cash just replied coldly, "That's not it." He stood up, his aura completely shifted, and stated firmly, "I am not an invader. Crash is just a nickname." A mysterious purple energy began to envelop his body, gradually stripping away the disguise he had worn for so long. Amidst a brilliant magical vortex, he officially revealed his true identity. "My real name is Cash Valheim, the youngest son of the Valheim family." The family's reputation made his opponent tremble. Witnessing the transformation of the young master, Evilesk was completely dumbfounded, her eyes wide with such horror that she dropped the heart she was holding in her hands. She trembled and stammered in extreme panic, "What? Valheim? So you really are from the Valheim family?" Her scream echoed through the sky as the carriage still raced madly through the deep forest. Cash snapped to cut off her panic. Now is not the time to talk about that. The scene shifted to the cold, white, snow-covered mountains. In the Hardenheart territory in the Roken Range, the search team's tents had been set up in a gloomy atmosphere. A sob of regret echoed in the middle of the night. "It's all my fault. We locked the barn after the horse was stolen, guys. If only I had been honest with her back then and told her I had the frost fire fungus, Bianca wouldn't have had to risk going up the mountain like that." Jenica Hardenheart, the second daughter of the Hardenheart family, sobbed in late regret. When asked why she followed Bianca up the mountain, Jenica choked up, explaining that since that type of mushroom isn't sold on the market, the foolish Bianca went to pick it herself with just a guidebook. She had to rush to assemble a search team to go after her immediately. Looking back a few days, in the middle of the snowy mountains of the Roken Range, Jenica led the search team with the intention of snatching what the Valheim loser wanted, so she could bring Bianca home soon. Seeing Bianca walking silently in front, she called out, "Little sister." But in Bianca's heart, she always held a fierce belief, "My husband is the best, and nobody is allowed to talk bad about him." She turned to look at her sister with deep blue, determined eyes amidst the falling snow. Jenica snapped and asked why her sister was following the search team, while Bianca just stubbornly replied, "That's none of your business. I'll go if I want to." Tension escalated when Jenica made a bitter remark, telling Bianca to take the mushroom and go straight back to Valheim because she didn't even want to see her sister's face anymore. Bianca quietly endured the pain. She knew clearly that Jenica had always blamed her for their mother's death and had hated her ever since. In her heart, she silently apologized and promised herself she would return as soon as she found the frost fire fungus. Back in reality, Jenica clenched her fists in self-torment because if she hadn't said those hurtful things, this wouldn't have happened. Suddenly, a blood-red aura burst forth. A bizarre, masked figure appeared out of nowhere with terrifying pressure. He nonchalantly teased, "Can we join you girls?" Blood began to drip onto the white snow. The scene turned tragic as he spoke coldly, "Hello, beautiful ladies." Jenica was shocked and asked for the stranger's identity, while the loyal guard, despite being injured, shouted, urging the two ladies to run and save their lives. The killer roughly grabbed the soldier's head, clicking his tongue in annoyance. "How troublesome, but today is truly my lucky day." The masked killer licked his lips, his red eyes showing visible excitement as he looked at the prey in front of him. Bianca was suppressing her pain, supporting and urging Jenica, who was seriously injured, "Hurry up." In the desolate snowy wilderness, the butcher calmly watched the two young girls struggling to run away. He smugly told himself that meeting such perfect hostages in a place like this was a great deal, grinning from ear to ear. He wasn't in a hurry to finish them off but just strolled along. His raspy voice echoed threateningly, "Where are the two ladies hiding?" Hiding behind a large rock, Bianca and Jenica trembled in fear. Bianca gritted her teeth, realizing the bitter truth, "That guy, he's just enjoying playing with us." Even though she was in a life-or-death situation, Bianca gripped the blade of grass in her hand, her eyes full of determination. "Little sister, I promised Cash, I will definitely bring the frostfire fungus back to him." Witnessing her sister's stubbornness, Jenica screamed in desperation, "Stop talking about your fiancé, I don't want to die here either." Suddenly, she paused when she saw an escape route. Wait, Jenica had a bold idea. She whispered to Bianca, "Bianca, I have an idea." She explained that by being equipped with ancient treasures, they could move safely on the snow more easily than the killer. Jenica pointed toward the dangerous glacier ice cliffs and suggested that if they could reach the crevasse, it might slow him down. But all the girls' plans were seen through by the butcher. He stood right above the cliff, looking down with a grotesque smile. "Clever. Keep running, ladies." Had ha. Approaching the edge of the ice crevasse, Jenica collapsed from exhaustion. She sobbed, "My legs are giving out, just leave me here to wait for death." Standing before the deep, bottomless abyss, Bianca looked at her sister and asked, "Are you ready?" Jenica was dazed, not understanding what was happening. Bianca ordered coldly, "We're going to jump across." Jenica panicked and protested because if they failed, they would definitely lose their lives. But Bianca just replied calmly, "We're going to die anyway." Just then, the killer caught up. He swung his giant axe and mocked, "Hey ladies, standing there is dangerous. Come here to me." The moment he reached out, Bianca shouted, "Now!" Bianca suddenly pushed Jenica hard into the abyss, to the complete shock of the killer. He could only manage, "What on earth?" Seeing the two girls falling freely into the deep darkness of the ice crevasse, the butcher frantically reached out to save them, but it was too late. Jenica's scream echoed through the dark space. The killer stood on the cliff and roared in surprise and anger, "Are you trying to commit suicide?" He looked down into the crevasse, smirking when he discovered the two girls holding on desperately. Oh, so there's a place to hold on down there?" Seeing that the enemy had discovered their hiding spot, Jenica was in extreme panic. "We've been found. What do we do?" Not letting his prey react, the butcher leaped straight down with a crazy smile. "Looks fun, let me join in." Trying to be a hero is a good way to die. Faced with the dangerous situation, Bianca remained remarkably calm. She looked at her sister with determined eyes and reassured her, "It's okay, Jenica." Just when Jenica was still dazed, it turned out she had lunged out to embrace the killer herself to protect her sister. Jenica stood on the ledge, only able to scream in helplessness. That was the last image she saw before her sister disappeared into the white snow. Fortunately, the search team reported that there was very thick accumulated snow where Bianca fell, so there was a possibility she was still alive. Back in reality, Jenica bowed her head and sobbed in front of Cash. She tormented herself with late regret, "But if only I hadn't suggested going to the crevasse area, Bianca wouldn't have had to jump." Regret was useless now that she had already jumped. She blamed herself for not giving her sister what was already in the mansion from the start, so both of them wouldn't have had to clash with that cold-blooded killer. Hearing this, Cash's eyes narrowed. He pondered, "So that's how it was." Jenica still didn't stop screaming in pain, "Don't say such irresponsible things. It's already been a full week since that day." She feared that even if Bianca had escaped the butcher, someone who only knew how to read books like her would find it hard to survive deep in these harsh mountains. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy forest, Bianca lay curled up, her breath weak against the base of a withered tree. In her delirium, she still whispered the name of the only person she had been waiting for, "Cash, save me, it's so cold here." Opening her eyes, Bianca mumbled softly before realizing she had fallen asleep again. Over the past few days, she had only been able to maintain her life thanks to seeds and the warmth from the heat-young snow mushrooms, pushing her body to its limit. Checking her leg injury, Bianca told herself, "My leg seems fine now." After falling off the ice cliff with the killer, she had been wandering aimlessly toward higher ground to find a way to call for help. And luckily, she found a place with many heat-yang snow mushrooms emitting warm light. Heat-yang snow mushrooms are exactly as their name implies, they naturally radiate heat. Bianca thought to herself and decided to rely on this warmth to endure the bone-chilling cold. She used them to keep warm, found a small cave to hide in, then took out a survival book as a reference to manage her injuries and food. However, the cold, the unhealed wounds, and the severe malnutrition had drained all her strength. Bianca felt like she kept slipping away. She feared that she couldn't survive like this. The recent avalanche made her hope even slimmer, as she knew for sure the rescue team would be delayed. Even so, in her heart, she still held a solemn vow, "I haven't given my gift to my husband yet, so I'm not signing off from this world yet." Suddenly, the killer butcher appeared threateningly. "Damn it, I finally found you," he smirked, declaring cruelly, "This chase ends here, little lady. Meanwhile, Bianca was still struggling to walk through the white snow. She muttered, "I need to eat something." Suddenly, she stopped when she saw something under the snow and exclaimed, "Is this oak seeds hidden by a squirrel?" "Sorry, Mr. Squirrel, let me borrow some," Bianca muttered as she found a little bit of food under the thick snow. Suddenly, a black shadow swooped in and slammed down right next to where she was. Bianca looked up in shock, her breath catching at the sudden appearance of the enemy. A violent snow explosion erupted, knocking Bianca away, causing her to fall and roll on the cold ground. She only had time to gasp, "Huh," in horror. From the mist of snow, the black shadow of the butcher killer marched forward. He mocked her for being a freak because her face didn't change at all. He squinted at her maliciously and said, "Getting money from the Valheim family is really tough." Butcher roughly grabbed Bianca's neck, lifting her into the air. He growled threateningly, "If you had just been a good hostage like a normal kid, you might have been able to go home safely." His eyes landed on her sparkling snowflake hairpin, nonchalantly calculating selling it to make a fortune. Between life and death, Bianca painfully gasped, "Ah." Weakly in her mind, the desire to go home suddenly flared up. The memories of happy days at the manor appeared when she quietly sat reading books next to Cash with the butler Ariat present. The memory of Cash's warm smile soothed her current pain. Bianca realized that every day spent with him had left something like feelings in her. Even someone who was originally as emotionless as her knew that those days were truly very happy. A tear rolled down Bianca's pale face as she silently thought, "If I had feelings, I would have known to love you sooner." About to die, she felt regretful. The last thoughts flashed through Bianca's mind as she was being strangled. In desperation, she whispered the name of the person she missed so much, "I want to see you." Cash. Immediately, a mysterious black shadow appeared like a ghost right behind the killer. With an extremely powerful blow, Cash delivered a thunderous punch that sent the butcher flying. Taken by surprise, he roared in pain, "Cough. Who the hell are you?" Ignoring the enemy's scream, Cash gently cradled Bianca's weak body in his arms. Looking at her pale face, he comforted her gently, "You did well, Bianca. Leave the rest to me." Bianca only had time to whisper his name in surprise and relief. Cash smiled faintly, then turned to order the Black Raven, "Grim, I'm counting on you. Take care of Bianca." Crimson repeated his earlier warning that both he and Evilesk could not directly engage in combat to avoid breaking the invaders' rules. Moreover, his minions were completely useless in real combat, and Evilesk was trembling because she was too afraid of the Bloodhound's master. Cash understood that moving Bianca away from here was the safest option. However, Crimson remained concerned. He looked at Cash with glowing red eyes and warned, "The Bloodhound is much stronger than you. Last time it was just a lucky gap, but this time, can you really win?" Cash's eyes burned with determination. "No matter how strong the Bloodhound is, I will be the winner." The killer screamed furiously, "Who are you? How dare you interfere in my business?" Cash demanded coldly, "Give it back." Faced with his opponent's confusion, he growled firmly, "Give the grass back to my wife, or I'll roast you right now." "Oh, so you're a Valheim." Bloodhound Butcher smirked when he recognized his opponent's identity. The burning red axe strikes rained down consecutively, forcing Cash to strain himself to defend. He was shocked to realize the man's speed was too fast, even his sixth sense almost couldn't keep up. The pressure from this butcher was terrifying. It seemed he had reached the realm of a peak master. He screamed crazily about how the ransom would increase tenfold if he caught both Cash and Bianca. Cash gritted his teeth. He knew clearly that he had only just reached the mid-level master rank, but he still amazed the enemy with the resilient defense of such a small kid. Butcher laughed gleefully, continuously launching storm-like attacks. "Haha, let's see how long you can keep blocking." A fatal opening appeared. He seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow that sent Cash's sword flying and embedding into the ground. Standing before the unarmed boy, the killer smugly declared, "All right, this was fun. Now let's finish this." Bragging early usually leads to a bitter outcome, but just as the axe blade was about to descend, Cash suddenly vanished like a ghost, leaving Butcher stunned. "Huh?" He disappeared. He sniffed crazily, roaring to search for the boy's whereabouts amidst the white snow. Unexpectedly, Cash emerged from the snow right behind him, concentrating all his strength into a close-range blow, aiming straight at his opponent's side, sending him flying in pain. Cash muttered to himself, "Even with a dull sword, I can't deploy a domain to counter his raw power." The flame fire skill was officially activated. Butcher's eyes widened in horror seeing his opponent's determination to defeat him at any cost. "Take it easy, kid, don't get so hot-headed." He launched the shadow binding skill, and Cash immediately froze, unable to move. The invisible feeling of oppression was like falling into another dimension. The killer was slowly approaching. "Kid, you can't handle this. The rescue team is probably arriving soon, but let me send you to the afterlife first." Cash realized his senses were being cruelly distorted. This was a type of secret technique using sound to scatter aura and paralyze the opponent's nervous system. If it were the old Cash, he definitely would have died before even understanding what was happening. But now, he was no longer that weak person, because he had survived things even worse than this. Cash gritted his teeth, deciding to push his aura to the absolute limit to activate his sixth sense of super perception. Faced with the boy's resistance, Butcher mocked, "What's the matter? How much longer can you last?" Cash reminded himself not to be careless because Butcher was on a completely different level. He decided not to reveal all his cards yet, letting the enemy be complacent and believe he had won until the very moment of the final strike. Sensing the search team was surely arriving, Butcher growled, "The search team is coming, you better disappear." However, all those threats were actually just psychological tactics to scare his opponent. He tried to unleash all his shadow fighting power. Countless red-hot axe blades swung toward him while Cash was still under the influence of shadow binding, struggling to move. He used his super senses to block those attacks, but his body was still under great strain. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Evilest trembled in fear. "My God, at this rate he will die. Is this really the end for him?" She stood outside, sweating profusely. She struggled internally, wondering if she should jump in to help, but the fear of the mad dog, Butcher's master, surrounded her mind. Evilesque knew clearly that if she acted and killed Butcher, that monster would hunt both her and Cash to the ends of the earth. No. Evilesque gritted her teeth, making up her mind. She told herself she might be lonely, but she wasn't a coward who forgot her debts. She couldn't watch her savior die such a bitter death. Just as she was about to jump out to help, the Raven Crimson flew in to block her and ordered coldly, "Wait, don't interfere." That was almost a damsel in distress moment. Crimson explained that Cash had chosen to fight this battle himself and asked Evilest to place her trust in the person who had regained her heart. He affirmed that Cash had enough courage to see it through to the end, while also letting out a very pragmatic remark, "Besides, if he really dies, I just need to find a way to make that corpse come back to life." At this point, Cash was completely exhausted. He collapsed to his knees, bracing his sword against the ground to keep his balance while blood continuously seeped from the corner of his mouth. He whispered in broken breaths, "I've reached my limit." I used my sixth sense to follow Butcher's movements. Cash gritted his teeth, realizing his own limits. He had burned too much aura to the point of barely being able to open his eyes, and from this point on, he had to bet his life on his own intuition. Suddenly, an axe shadow swept across, making Cash jump in fear. What a strike! Before he could recover, the Butcher roared madly, "Take this axe and rest in the afterlife, boy." An axe strike carrying destructive power descended straight toward Cash's head in a life or death situation. In that moment of life and death, a bitter memory returned. I had realized long ago that I had no talent. I was always weak. Cash told himself he wasn't like those geniuses out there, those who could openly overwhelm their opponents with a fair and glorious strike. So I hid my claws until this very moment. Cash's eyes suddenly burned with a deadly red color. He officially activated his limit-breaking state, Fire Burst Gate. By using Ignis Fire, Cash recklessly converted all the world-eroding energy stored in his body into earth power, forcing himself to overcome every physical limit. However, the price to pay was huge, as he could only maintain this bizarre state for 3 short seconds. Cash roared in extreme pain, "I'm ending this right now." The power explosion made Butcher scream in horror. What? He couldn't keep up with Cash's speed with his naked eye anymore. Thinking that if he didn't dodge, he would definitely lose his life, Cash launched his ultimate technique, Phantom Shadow. A fiery slash tore through the space and aimed straight at the Butcher's body. But Cash clicked his tongue in regret, realizing the result of the strike missed by a few millimeters. Must be the signature slash. That sound distorted my vision at the last second. Cash realized the danger from Butcher's sound right before a powerful collision sent him flying. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. His sixth sense screamed in alarm as the erosion effect faded, signaling there was only 1 second left before the Butcher's claws tore his head apart. Cash roared in extreme anger, "Go to hell, I'll buy it for you, not for me." Then he launched a powerful stream of dark energy to counterattack immediately. In this life or death moment, Cash's focus reached its most absolute state. A blue eye burned with power, his whole body covered in a brilliant deep blue aura. The one-shot strike was launched to finish off the enemy. Boom, a thud, the battle was over. But the price he had to pay was still very painful. He had lost an arm and his body was covered in wounds. The strong can defeat enemies without breaking a sweat. But for someone considered weak to win, they are forced to trade with their own bones, blood, and personal sacrifice. Crimson flew closer and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Cash could only laugh faintly in broken breaths. "Haven't settled the score with that family yet. But fine, I'll sleep for a bit." Then he completely collapsed, face down on the cold ground. Crimson ordered, "Let's go." A glowing teleportation circle opened to bring the group back to the Tantung Kak Hall. Evilesque's giant carefully carried both Cash and Bianca in his arms, silently stepping into the portal to leave the harsh snowy mountains, remembering the memory of his past life when he met Bianca at the mansion. If one could express those feelings externally, then at least in my eyes, this world wouldn't be painted in shades of gray. Those were the secret thoughts of Bianca as she sat opposite Cash in a quiet space. Cash watched her silently, a feeling of deep worry swelling within him. Between having feelings and being completely emotionless, which one would cause more suffering? He wondered if, at this moment, the soul's tremors suddenly flared up in her body, would she lose her life from the shock? Bianca looked up, speaking bitterly, "We are strangers now, I'm sure you wouldn't care if something happened to me." Cash gritted his teeth tensely. He knew clearly that this distance stemmed from the cold, unilateral decisions made by the family. The horrifying memory of the day Dawkins Hardenhalls, the head of the Hardenhalls clan, suddenly went mad, flooded back. He had personally murdered his entire family before ending his own life, creating a tragic scene. Bianca was the only one who survived the tragedy thanks to the sacrifice of her second sister, Janiska. Immediately after, the One family decided that marrying into the Hardenhalls clan had no more value, and they arbitrarily cancelled the engagement between Cash and Bianca. "Therefore, this place was prepared for us to say our final farewells," Cash said in a low voice. Bianca also sadly admitted that perhaps that was true and they would have no more chances to meet again. But immediately, a powerful purple-black energy burst from Cash. His eyes became cold and sharp. He roared, "I already warned you, if you still want to seek death, I can't help you." The black hat skill was activated. A giant demonic mouth appeared and devoured the snowman entity that was controlling Bianca. Because it had absorbed too much miasma from the curse, the snowman entity dissipated instantly under Cash's hands, which were covered in magical seals. He looked at her and asked softly, "How are you feeling right now?" It was the first day in Bianca's life that she had escaped the control of the snowman curse. She uttered bitterly, "This life is truly too cruel, Lord Cash." However, at the very moment her lost emotions returned, she also officially transformed into a monster amidst the chains of fate. 3 years later, in the cold land of Hardenhalls, the conflict continued without end. Two soldiers looked at each other wearily. One muttered, "Fighting for 3 years, the pay is low, but the risk of dying is high." The other replied bitterly that if not for the intervention of the Afani Empire, their Stallone kingdom would have enjoyed peace long ago. He was holding secrets that could shake the foundations of the entire empire, forcing the North to send an envoy to prevent the information from leaking. It was that very envoy who caused the Lord of Hardenhalls to go insane, leading to the tragic massacre of the family and the raging fire of war that exists today. People whispered that after that incident, the White Beast himself had hunted down the envoy, who was one of the top 10 experts, to take revenge, then retreated into seclusion at the Northern Ice Palace. Amidst the fierce battlefield, a earth-shattering explosion erupted right at the food storage. The Stallone soldiers guarding the place couldn't help but panic. What the hell are those Stallone soldiers doing? Cash was now grown, with gray hair and strange tattoos on his neck, nonchalantly observing the enemy's carelessness. He dashed like a ghost through the snow, causing the guards to scream in panic, "Over there! That's the guy from the demon faction, don't be careless." Cash gritted his teeth, his body gradually reaching its limit. "Damn it, I've abused the power of the curse too much. Even a saintess couldn't heal this now. If you're stupid enough to play with fire, don't blame anyone else." Standing before the solid city gate, Cash told himself he definitely had to seek Bianca's help. He pounded on the wooden door, shouting, "Wife! Open the door, your husband is about to be wiped out." Immediately, a deep blue energy burst from inside. Sharp ice spikes suddenly pierced up from the ground, finishing off the entire squad of soldiers chasing Cash in a flash. Looking at the corpses pinned to the ice pillars, Cash turned his head slightly. A silhouette with long white hair gradually appeared amidst the ruins. He whispered, "It's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it?" But the scene before his eyes left Cash completely shocked. Bianca stood there, but a sword had pierced through her chest, blood staining her pristine white clothes red. She called out weakly, "Lord Cash." Cash rushed forward in a panic to catch her collapsing body. "Bianca!" He was horrified to realize that this fatal sword strike had been caused by the daughter of the envoy from all those years ago. In broken breaths, Bianca repeated the question she had asked him before the tragedy occurred, between possessing emotions and living without them. "Have you ever wondered which state is more painful?" The memory of that tragic day flooded back when her sister, Janiska, had hugged her tightly and confessed that she didn't actually hate her from the bottom of her heart. "I don't hate you, I just hate my own personality." The dying words of her sister Janiska echoed in Bianca's mind. When she was in a soulless state, she hadn't been able to understand what those words meant, because it was a type of emotion that was too complex and full of contradictions. So when the Hardenhals clan, the place that once caused her so much suffering, was destroyed, at that moment, she didn't feel the slightest ripple. It wasn't until she knew what emotions were that Bianca finally understood what her sister had said in the past, that she truly loved her very much. Bianca clutched her head and sobbed in late regret. If only she had been able to develop feelings a little earlier, everyone in the family could have shared the sorrow. And perhaps they could have sat down and talked to each other. The ending perhaps wouldn't have been as tragic as it is now. Additionally, as for Lord Cash, who knows, they might have been able to be together more completely. Bianca faded away with a blood-stained face and late tears. In her delirium, a call for Bianca broke the night. Cash started awake on his hospital bed. His entire body was wrapped in bandages after the terrifying battle with the butcher. A small hand gently touched his hand. Bianca sat beside him, saying gently, "I have always been here, Lord Cash." "You have finally regained consciousness." Cash looked around the luxurious room and wondered, "Is this the Hardenhals mansion?" Bianca asked worriedly if his arm still hurt a lot, but Cash scolded her sternly, "Climbing a mountain alone to play superhero? Do you want to give me a heart attack?" Bianca lowered her head and explained softly, "I just wanted to find the Verindua snow mushroom for you." Cash was stunned by the small girl's sincerity. He whispered, then suddenly remembered something. He reached out with his hand, which was still wrapped in thick bandages, and handed her the sparkling, snowflake-shaped snow mushroom branch. Bianca looked down at the bandaged hand and said softly, "I'm sorry for making everything turn out this bad." Even though his body was covered in injuries, Cash still gave a radiant, reassuring smile, "Thank you. Thanks to this, I can finally start concocting the elixir." Bianca called his name quietly, "Lord Cash." She bowed her head and confessed a heartbreaking truth, "Right now, I am still someone without emotions. Even though you risked your life to save me, which is why you are in this state, I cannot feel happy, angry, or sad with you." Bianca tightened her grip on her clothes, her heart heavy. "Right now, I feel so restless that I can't stand it anymore. I don't want to show a soulless face at times like these. Operating system is lagging, needs a restart." Deep down, she longed to smile, to share with Cash her sorrows and her moments of anger. However, she feared, "I don't want you to lose your soul and emotions like me. If you can't smile, I don't want to smile alone." Looking at Bianca's sadness, Cash reassured her gently, "Don't worry too much about that. The impact of the curse will be reduced by half for those who are not the main target." Bianca looked up at him with deep blue eyes, pleading, "Lord Cash, please help me find the lost emotions." A mysterious purple energy burst around Cash. He smiled confidently and replied, "Yeah, even if you didn't ask, I intended to do that anyway." Immediately, the magic lock of the black hat skill appeared brilliantly with the words "Second seal unlocking condition. Become the most important person in Bianca's heart." The purple chains wrapped tightly around the frozen heart began to crumble under the overwhelming power. Bianca was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise as she felt the tremors from deep within. Cash silently affirmed, "I intended to do that from the very beginning." Cash smiled gently at the small girl. Bianca couldn't control her heart. She leaned her head against his chest and sobbed. Hot tears streamed down, breaking the long-standing ice layer. After crying, she felt like life was blooming. An image of the future appeared where Cash painfully clutched Bianca in a tragic scene. Bianca sobbed, her eyes blurred with the emotions she had just reclaimed after so many years of being emotionless. Sitting next to her on the bed, Cash asked gently, "Are you feeling any better?" Bianca wiped her tears and answered softly, "Yes, thank you very much." However, just moments later, her face quickly returned to its usual cold expression. Cash observed silently and thought to himself, "Crying like a storm just a moment ago, now a block of ice again." The emotional update is so slow. A knock-knock sound at the door broke the quiet atmosphere. From outside, the voice of Jenica Hardenhall spoke. Cash, it's Jenica Hardenhalls. May I come in? Cash frowned guardedly. Jenica? Come in. As soon as Jenica stepped into the room, she was slightly stunned to see Bianca there as well. Cash noticed Bianca was constantly rubbing her eyes, so he asked worriedly, Bianca, what's wrong with your eyes? Turning to Jenica, Cash went straight to the point. What did you come here for? Jenica hesitated and explained, just come to eat, little sister, don't look at me, you're making me ticklish. She added that since Cash couldn't walk around yet, she would have someone bring food to his room later. Cash squinted suspiciously. Is there something that needs to be discussed privately between family members? Jenica avoided his gaze, just bowing her head and replying, that is how it is. Cash silently determined, she doesn't even dare to look me in the eye, does she? He remembered that in his previous life, Jenica had also shown the exact same behavior before apologizing to Bianca. Perhaps this time she would also apologize soon. Cash called out softly, Bianca. Looking straight into his fiancée's eyes, Cash instructed thoroughly, if she apologizes, ignore her. If you want, forgive her, if not, then don't. He took her hand, promising, when that moment comes, let's go back to the Valheim house together. Bianca was stunned, a strange feeling suddenly rising, making her gasp in surprise. Petals seemed to fall around the space. Bianca reached out to touch her face. A radiant smile suddenly bloomed on her lips. She used 2 fingers to pull the corners of her mouth and felt joy for the first time. Deep down, Bianca happily realized that at this moment, her heart felt incredibly happy. Then I will take my leave now. Bianca said goodbye to have a meal with her family. Cash waved with a smile, yeah, travel safely and be well. But as soon as her figure disappeared behind the door, Cash's face immediately turned cold. He shouted, Ablers, lend me your ear for a moment. Get over here fast. A stream of red energy appeared. Cash ordered the magic rats, secretly follow them and listen to what they say to Bianca. Human camera, no wait, rat camera. The rat nodded to receive the order, then vanished into the shadows. Cash clenched his fist, roaring threateningly, if those people dare to utter a single word of insult toward Bianca, I will definitely make them pay dearly. Witnessing that protection, the Raven Crimson couldn't help but mock, you don't even have an arm left, yet you still have the mind to worry about your fiancé? With that broken body, do you think you're strong enough to steal immortality from me? Crimson looked at Cash mockingly, not forgetting to add that reincarnators are truly not easy to deal with. Cash waved his hand nonchalantly to reassure him, stop being pointlessly angry, this injury just needs a saintess to heal, and it will be fine. In the Holy Freeman Kingdom, one of the 4 great powers, there was a saintess presiding with supreme divine power granted by God. It was the supreme power that could resurrect the dead. The Valheim family certainly won't spend a huge amount of money just to invite a saintess to heal a piece of trash like you. Crimson continued to pour cold water on Cash's hope. Responding to that contempt, Cash just smiled, lose this arm, I'll just replace it with a better one, why worry? Crimson was shocked realizing his true intention, replace the arm? Could it be you are planning to? That's exactly why you pulled that girl into your group, right? Cash confirmed that recruiting Ablers was to serve this very purpose, because to someone who controls corpses like her, stitching an arm back on is just a small matter. Even though Ablers complained about the sudden order, she confidently affirmed that to her, this task was as easy as pie. Crimson shuddered at his calculation, are you planning to utilize her until her very last bit of labor? You time travelers are all truly scary, two-faced people. Cash replied nonchalantly that this was also just an unexpected coincidence when he had to sacrifice an arm. When Crimson pressed about the identity of the person whose arm would be taken, Cash declared coldly, the sword demon's arm is the best, I'll borrow it for a bit. Crimson was stunned and roared because he never expected Cash had known the sword demon was his subordinate for a long time. He was a legendary expert who once made the world shake with a lightning-fast sword drawing technique that could take down an opponent in a blink. The most important thing was that the sword demon was the subordinate that Crimson Garden cherished and loved the most, the person he had poured so much effort into training all this time. Didn't you always want me to become stronger? So, take care of me as carefully as you did with the sword demon. Cash smiled provocatively, causing Crimson to fly into a rage. yelling at him to shut up because he had already taught him the secret rotom sword technique. Cash silently determined he understood very well the affection Crimson had for the sword demon as well as his other subordinates. He realized the weakness of Crimson Garden was that finding the true body was actually very simple, because he observed the world through the eyes of his subordinates. Cash knew that Crimson had unintentionally created an emotional bond with them that he himself didn't even realize. Currently, we have help from the Saintess. Cash pondered, repeating Arthur's warning about extreme cruelty, using healing magic to prolong the torture, forcing the subordinate to reveal their hiding place. He realized this was the weakness to persuade Crimson. Even though the sword demon had passed away from old age, the essence of his sword technique was still there, and Crimson certainly still remembered every detail of it. Cash went straight to the point. If you graft the sword demon's arm onto my body, his sword drawing technique will be reenacted once more. Doesn't the sword demon himself desire such a successor? Faced with Cash's glib tongue, Crimson could only click his tongue. It's a waste that he's not selling insurance with a mouth like that. After some consideration, the Black Raven requested 2 days to prepare and calm down. Cash smiled satisfied. Thank you, Crimson Garden. Looking at the bandaged arm, Cash breathed a sigh of relief because this problem was temporarily settled. However, he started worrying about the one family's reaction, and the safety of the butler, Ariad, when his movements at Hardenhalls would eventually be exposed sooner or later. He told himself, if the situation got too tense, just tell Ariad to ignore it, because they had never really paid attention to him anyway. But lying in bed, an uneasy premonition kept rising in Cash's heart. That premonition became reality right at the Hardenhalls family dining table. His sixth sense is lighter than Wi-Fi. Miriocan, the eldest son of the family, was slamming the table and shouting at Bianca, forcing her to yield her fiancé position to her younger sister, Jenny. He greedily realized Cash was no longer a piece of trash after taking down the expert Birdman and wanted to turn him into the strongest trump card for his family. With his selfish nature, Mirio declared, whatever I want, I must obtain at any cost. Therefore, regarding this fiancé position, I absolutely cannot yield. Bianca stood before Mirio, her eyes more determined than ever. She clearly declared, the only thing I want to protect to the end is the position of Lord Cash's fiancé. Mirio flew into a rage, slamming the table. He scolded her for being cursed, bound to be abandoned sooner or later, and incapable of carrying the burden. Jenica couldn't stand her brother's cruelty, so she jumped up to intervene. But Mirio coldly brushed her off. He forced Jenica to take on the engagement herself if she felt guilty toward Bianca, demanding she know how to think about the family's benefits. Bianca looked at the two of them, her heart cold. This family is too rotten, I'll go follow my husband. She realized bitterly that in Hardenhalls, there was no place left for her anyway, as both her father and brother had never really cared. For Bianca, her determination would never waver. Even if she were exiled or no longer a fiancé, she would still vow to follow and stay by Lord Cash's side to the end. Mirio roared her name in anger, but a sudden knock at the door interrupted the tense atmosphere. I'm busy right now, leave whatever you have for later. Mirio shouted, but the door still opened. Cash walked in nonchalantly, apologizing for barging in like this. He admitted to having accidentally overheard a few things ringing all the way out in the hallway. Accidentally in a very intentional way. Mirio was shocked and called out Cash one's name, advising him to rest because his wounds hadn't healed. Cash smirked, presenting two conflicting rumors that were spreading. One was that Cash bravely saved his fiancée and destroyed the butcher, even though he lost an arm. 2. The Hardenhalls family's defense was so loose that they couldn't prevent an assassin from infiltrating, putting the Valheim family member in mortal danger. Cash asked Mirio, which rumor is more beneficial when the head of the family is absent? Mirio broke out in a cold sweat, trembling and asking, what on earth do you want? Cash went straight to the point, very simple, please let Bianca be free to do whatever she wants. He requested that Bianca herself decide whether to continue or cancel the engagement. Mirio stood stunned by the suggestion. Cash added a firm affirmation that he would never abandon Bianca and didn't care at all about the vicious curse. Bianca looked at Cash with deeply moved eyes. Meanwhile, Mirio couldn't help but be amazed by the deep bond between the two. Fine, I give up. Take her away quickly, I beg you. Mirio finally had to yield and sighed in acceptance. Cash didn't stop there, he put forward a final request. Oh, one last thing, regarding my arm. Let's just assume that it was the priest invited by the Hardenhalls family who successfully healed it. Is that okay? He even mocked that this helped the family save on the cost of hiring a priest, a good thing for Hardenhalls. Mirio, even though suspicious that Cash was plotting something, had to agree and asked him to report when there were results. Cash thanked him and then withdrew with Bianca. Watching the two figures leave, Jenica told her brother that Bianca had truly changed a lot. Mirio pondered, even thinking about letting the two get married just to finish the matter. In another development, in the darkness of the Valheim mansion, a powerful man was holding a report about Cash in his hands. He quietly called his youngest son's name with a mysterious attitude. 2 days later, in a large courtyard belonging to the Hardenhalls mansion, Cash diligently dove into training even though his body was still carrying heavy injuries. He realized reality was much harder than he had imagined. To combine the ultimate sword drawing technique with the sword demon's peak sword drawing technique, he was forced to converge both aura and the invading poisonous blood into a single point. Looking at his arm, which was radiating blue-purple lightning, Cash told himself, "For now, I can only move one side, so I will try to test it at any cost." Sweat drenched his face. Cash clicked his tongue. "It seems my brain is still slow." However, the only bright spot right now is that the snow doll is still operating very stably. Thanks to its presence, the outburst of the invading poisonous blood has been completely suppressed. Not only that, but it also helped him realize the fatal weaknesses of the fire-burning skill, the most high-end piece of protective gear. By nature, this fire-burning move uses the Aslanigrit flame to burn up the energy absorbed from the poisonous blood, helping the body break through and overcome ordinary limits. Even though it can create extreme destructive power thanks to using the invading energy as fuel for the fire, the price to pay is extremely tragic. Cash collapsed to the ground, his breath ragged when he realized that as soon as the fire-burning effect ended, his entire body would fall into a state of complete immobilization. Using this move and then my internal organs turn into a barbecue dish. Cash thought worriedly. His internal organs were at risk of being burned if used for a long time. Looking up at the high sky, he yearned to have the ability to control heat so he could maintain his strength longer. Suddenly, a cold stream carrying the negative power of the moon returned to his mind. Amidst the raging fire, the image of someone wrapped in bandages with bright red hair and cold, sharp eyes appeared mysteriously. Cash wore a sinister smile when pitch-black feathers fell all around. "So, I have identified the next target. That is the ancient moon shadow secret technique of the Fire Emperor Aslanigrit." His eyes burned with determination. "Just wait until the arm is fully healed. I will definitely go and take his curse." Cash stood before a huge, ancient tree with a strange shape. He whispered, "Is this Abelask's house?" The Raven Crimson immediately confirmed, "That's right." Immediately after, a girl in a maid outfit with long rabbit ears appeared, bowing respectfully. "It is an honor to welcome you. Lord Cash, the master is waiting for you inside." Looking at the funny rabbit ears of the maid, Undead Legion member number 8, Cash couldn't help but be surprised. She has rabbit ears? Boss Abelask's aesthetic sense is a bit strange. He stepped inside and realized the space was still exactly the same as his previous visit. It seemed Abelask had used her power to connect dimensions together. Seeing him, Abelask shouted excitedly, "Cash, you're here? Everything for the transplant is all ready." Cash's eyes focused on a withered, pitch-black arm lying on the table. "This is the sword demon's arm, right?" Looking at the precious item in front of him, Cash asked straight away if they could proceed with the connection right now. Abelask warned sternly, "You can do it, but you will certainly have to suffer terrible pain. If you feel scared, then stop." Seeing maid number 8 carrying a giant hammer in her hand, Cash couldn't help but be startled. "Are you planning to use that hammer to bash me to death?" However, he quickly regained his calm. "I'm already too accustomed to the feeling of pain." Abelask smiled defiantly. "Crying is useless, honey. Once on the operating table, there's no turning back." She ordered number 8 to tie Cash up tightly, and brought the arm out to start the ritual. "All right, let's start," Abelask shouted. A burst of intense red energy erupted, covering Cash and the demon arm. The bone-chilling pain hit, forcing Cash to bite down hard on a cloth to prevent screaming, sweat pouring like a waterfall. The process of recovering and fusing the sword demon arm was full of tension until it was completed. Abelask focused intensely on the final step, only one last stage remaining: connecting the nerves. Streams of blue-white electricity jolted repeatedly through Cash's body as the nerves began to be reconnected, causing his eyes to widen in extreme shock. After the ritual ended, Abelask breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Cash admiringly. "You're very good. You endured it without fainting, even though it was painful enough to make you sweat." Cash still grumpily urged, "Stop staring, quickly untie me. Hurry." Maid number 8 awkwardly apologized, then hurriedly untied the ropes binding him tightly. Cash silently told himself that his attempt to stay awake all had a reason. He stared at his newly attached arm, a dark, veiny arm radiating a grotesque aura. New item in, let me start the engine and see how the power is. Immediately, a stream of purple-black energy swirled, covering the grotesque arm, causing Abelask to gasp in horror. Oh, what the hell is that? It looks truly disgusting. The muscles on the new arm twitched repeatedly, radiating terrifying pressure. Cash focused intensely. He knew that if he were in an unconscious state, the arm, after absorbing the poisonous blood, could very likely lose control and riot. That was why he needed to personally regulate the amount of aura, forcing it to adapt bit by bit to the new body. After some struggle, the energy flow gradually stabilized. Cash clenched his fist, satisfied. Right at that moment, the Raven Crimson flew over and asked, "Is everything done?" Cash felt the perfect connection and replied, "Yeah, it feels like my real arm now." Crimson excitedly suggested, "Since you're learning the sword drawing technique, why don't you try testing it out a bit?" Cash turned to Abelask to ask to borrow the practice ground, but she immediately flew into a rage. "I'm not your servant." However, as soon as Crimson mentioned looking for an ancient book about dueling skills, Abelask's attitude turned 180 degrees. With star-shaped sparkling eyes, she rushed to flatter. "Oh, Lord Grimm, Lord Grimm?" Abelask gleefully ordered number 8 to lead him there immediately. On the way to the practice ground, Crimson asked sternly, "How much of your understanding of the Sword Demon's ultimate sword drawing technique do you have?" Cash replied nonchalantly, "Well, I only know it's extremely powerful. Being reincarnated but studying is so boring." This naive answer made Crimson furious. He screamed, "What? You call yourself a reincarnator, but you only have that much knowledge and dare to ask me to give you the Sword Demon's arm? Oh my god." Crimson began explaining the core difference. While ordinary sword drawing techniques simply accumulate aura and then release it very quickly, the Sword Demon's technique is on a completely different level. It splits the accumulated aura inside into countless tiny parts to create an explosion that brings the highest destructive efficiency. Those dust-like aura particles will accelerate the speed of the explosion when the internal pressure within the sword sheath reaches its peak, so strong that the sword itself can be shattered. "What I just explained, did you grasp it?" Crimson asked after a long theoretical lecture. Responding to the expectation, Cash just admitted nonchalantly, "Honestly, no." He realized that listening alone wouldn't help, so he decided, "The theory is giving me a headache, let me swing a few times to see if I can hit the jackpot." Crimson flapped his wings and encouraged, "Yeah, just trust and entrust it to that arm. The sword paths that the Sword Demon swung thousands of times are certainly still kept within that body." Cash focused intensely, his eyes shining with determination, having a good mentor guiding him along with the Sword Demon's arm. He knew that everything was now ready, and the rest depended solely on his own will. Cash told himself, he was determined to practice hard until he completely mastered the Sword Demon's legendary sword drawing technique. Even if he had to swing his sword thousands of times, even if his body were to be exhausted, he would still willingly trade it to touch the supreme power. Many days passed, and the training grounds were constantly shaking. The tremors were caused by fierce outbursts of deep blue aura. Cash was diligently swinging his sword, unleashing slashes at an incredible speed. However, number 8, who was observing from the sidelines, poured cold water on his efforts with a remark, "I can still see your sword path with the naked eye, sir." Her words made Cash freeze, sweat pouring down his weary face as he realized he was still a long way from reaching the realm of the invisible. He understood that the Sword Demon's drawing technique had to reach a speed that the average human eye simply couldn't track. To stand alongside the legend, Cash had to make his blade invisible to his opponents. His speed came from his aura, not his hands. He gazed contemplatively at his hand, which was emitting a blue glow. Cash planned to return to the Blue Pine Pavilion to train in other skills, aiming to strengthen his power as comprehensively as possible. He turned to thank number 8 for spending the past few days training with him. In response, she advised him to have confidence in himself. Furthermore, since someone with a single-digit code like her was already a true master-level swordsman, even so, the enemies we have to face later are those who far surpass the master level. Cash mused, then quietly thanked number 8. Abelask suddenly poked her head out to ask, "Hey, why are you being so quiet? Are you done with your work?" He replied calmly, "Yes, I was actually just about to go looking for you." "Listen, Abelask, I'm heading back to the One family today." This news startled Abelask, who anxiously asked what would happen to her. Cash explained, Why would you follow me and blow our cover? Stay home and guard the place. Abel Ask bowed her head, sadly accepting the reality. Because, besides the one house, the outside world was full of terrifying people. Cash continued to warn her about the 5 elders. Those who had highly likely realized something was unusual and might even capture her to turn her into a slave. Therefore, can you help me? I have a task I need your assistance with. Standing before Abel Ask in number 8, Cash spoke with a serious tone. Help me monitor the one known as the Poison King, and don't let him get near the building. His name is Wang Yi. Just protecting the safety of the Dagrikan clan leader is enough. Abel Ask was so shocked her eyes widened. You're expecting me to deal with the Poison King, one of the top 10 experts? This is a bit too much for a doctor, guys. Look, I know that won't be easy at all. Abel Ask hesitated, but then she made up her mind. But if it's just to protect the clan leader, I think I can handle it. Cash smiled brightly, thanks. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Watching Cash's back, Abel Ask blushed, feeling shy, silently thinking that this guy had already made a promise without even knowing what she might ask for in return. Number 8 asked her master worriedly if that would be okay. Abel Ask fell into deep thought. She admitted that if it were before, she definitely would have clung to Cash, but if she stayed by his side any longer, she was afraid she would mistake him for her old comrades. Moreover, following Cash meant facing extremely dangerous invaders. So this choice was for the best. Abel Ask smiled to herself, telling herself she preferred to stay home anyway. Yet, she silently made a resolution. However, if one day Cash finds himself in a desperate situation, I will definitely repay this debt of gratitude to the end. The magnificent white carriage began to roll, taking Cash away from that place to return to his family through the expanse of pure white snow. Welcome back safely, young Master Cash. Ariad bowed respectfully as he saw Cash carrying Bianca, who was fast asleep in his arms. Cash gently asked if anything special had happened while he was away. Ariad reported that the main family had inquired about his whereabouts, but he had smartly reported that Cash was with Lady Bianca. Because the people in the main family always looked down on Cash as incompetent and useless, the messenger only sent perfunctory information their way. He even laughed and scorned everything belonging to this place. Because of that complacency, the head of the house did not suspect or blame them, and the negligent messenger had been fired immediately afterward. Cash did not spare his praise. You did well, truly worthy of being my shield. Ariad humbly declined, but he immediately delivered shocking news. The head butler is coming here personally to re-evaluate your abilities, sir. This was the person who commanded the entire staff of the Valheim house and held the authority to evaluate direct bloodline members before reporting directly to the head of the family. Facing a head butler at the ambassador level, Cash thought to himself that this was indeed quite troublesome. Yet, to claim the power of the Fire Emperor Aslan, he understood that he must borrow the strength of the family. If you want the high-end stuff, you have to know how to act. It was time for Cash to prove his true strength. Anything else? Cash asked while still holding Bianca. Ariad informed him, there is a message from Darling Dunferian. He is urging Cash to bring the ingredients over immediately. Looking at the image of Darling waiting excitedly, Cash could only sigh, that guy is always so impatient. He sent his thanks to Ariad, but the old butler still had one final important matter to report. Lady Charlotte has come to visit, sir. To be more precise, she is currently resting right in your room. Immediately, a brilliant blue-violet aura erupted on the balcony. Charlotte, the genius of the family, suddenly jumped down from a high floor with tremendous pressure. She landed arrogantly, the greatsword behind her back radiating an overwhelming aura. The ground literally shook. Charlotte smiled at her younger brother and spoke, "Long time no see, Cash." Cash froze, cold sweat running down his face because his bad premonition had become reality. He only managed to stutter, "Yes, sister. To keep this older sister waiting so long, I'm just about bored to death." Charlotte Valheim, the fourth daughter of the Valheim family, smiled meaningfully as she saw Cash return. Cash, who was still holding Bianca, could only scratch his head in confusion and reply, "I thought it would take a while before you came, sister." Charlotte narrowed her eyes teasingly, "Well, or perhaps you only returned home now because you knew I hadn't arrived yet." Cash broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly trying to clarify that he didn't mean that at all. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure radiated from Charlotte, making the space seem to thicken. Her eyes glowed threateningly as she asked sharply, "Is that true?" Cash was stunned, his heart pounding in the face of this overwhelming power. He wondered if Charlotte had truly crossed the threshold of a master. However, immediately after, she changed her tone to a cheerful one, reaching out to pinch Bianca's cheek and saying that she had heard the whole story about Cash fighting until his last breath to protect his fiancée. Charlotte continued to tease. "Don't worry, I won't steal your lover, but it's still really sad." Cash looked at his sister with a wary gaze, explaining that he was just surprised when she suddenly barged into his house. Cash's accidental words immediately made the smile on Charlotte's face vanish. She narrowed her eyes and asked dangerously, "Your house?" Immediately, she stomped hard, shattering the ground and creating a violent tremor right in front of Butler area. Charlotte coldly declared that this place was originally a mansion owned by the Valheim family, meaning it was their mutual home. She acted pouty, claiming that she was simply coming home, yet was met by her brother with such a heartless attitude. Cash was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, sister and mom are truly cut from the same cloth, they want to level everything at the slightest provocation. He timidly asked if she was angry with him. Charlotte suddenly returned to her playful self. She claimed that because she was his closest family member, she felt hurt when Cash kept many things from her. She got straight to the point, "Who are you hiding things from if not your sister? You just hacked your power to level up, right?" His sister's praise left Cash speechless. He suspected that Charlotte might have awakened her mind's eye, an ability to see through everything in the world. Charlotte mused that she could feel a very terrible and enormous energy present within Cash. Witnessing that terrifying keenness, Cash realized why the hound dogs could not defeat his sister. He was shocked to realize that what Charlotte had awakened was not a normal mind's eye, but a higher realm called the Star Eye, the ability to see through the world via the stars. Thanks to possessing the Star Eye, which sees through the gnawing of the world, all of the enemy's illusions were completely useless and were finished off by her in the blink of an eye. "Does that mean you're currently seeing through my true state too?" Cash thought to himself as he realized the power of Charlotte's Star Eye. He glanced at the dark purple flame flickering on his hand and asked Crimson, "Crimson, how do others see my black fire?" The Black Raven replied casually that most of them would only see it as a flame filled with ominous omens. Crimson explained that in this world, the number of people who could distinguish the power of the invaders could be counted on one hand, unless they were invaders themselves or were closely related to them. It used the way Cash saw the star imprints appearing on his subordinates' necks as an example to illustrate. Cash nodded contemplatively, "So that's how it is." Crimson continued to analyze the foundation of Cash's power, which was completely different from its own existence. While Crimson was the embodiment of the world's invasion, Cash was merely blending that invasion into his own aura. Because of this, most people would mistakenly think he was suffering from some kind of wicked curse. Cash smirked. He realized everything was still no different from before he had turned back time. Despite being reassured by Crimson, Cash didn't allow himself to be complacent while carrying Bianca. He clearly understood he had to act well, or if it was revealed, his sister would kick him out of the family register. Charlotte suddenly leaned her face close to Cash, her deep blue eyes boring into him with the remark, "You're carrying a lot of gear, aren't you?" Cash replied calmly that he was just intending to test everything within his capabilities. Charlotte laughed. She thought he was just as greedy as she was, and all in all, Cash was more like their mother. Charlotte ordered him to leave Bianca in the room and follow her to the training grounds. Looking at his sister, who was radiating a brilliant blue aura, Cash knew he couldn't hide. Charlotte stated decisively, "I definitely have to test your current level a little bit." Standing opposite each other in the middle of the magnificent training ground, Cash couldn't help but marvel because before the regression, he had never had the chance to spar directly with his sister due to the huge gap in their levels. Charlotte took a stance, confident that her younger brother had learned many new techniques over the past time. She said sternly, warning, "Fight with all your might, using forbidden items is fine too, I can handle it all." Cash gripped the training sword tightly, his eyes burning with determination. "I understand, sister." However, the two of them stood still without making a move. The older sister thought to herself, "It's been 3 minutes and the little brother still hasn't drawn his sword, and I don't even see his aura coating his body." She spoke, "Why don't you attack? Don't make your sister get impatient." Immediately, she stomped hard on the ground and lunged forward. The tip of the sword was right in front of his eyes, but his eyes were still tightly closed. He felt the intense heat boiling inside his body, burning the invasion power to break through his limits. His eyes turned bright red, and his hand began to draw the sword. This moment of breaking the limit was only for a second, and he had to take advantage of it. The sword emitted a terrifying black aura in an instant, making his sister stunned. Crash! A shockwave sounded as the two swords collided directly. Clearly, Cash had put all his power into the very first strike. The second strike was released. a powerful dark aura surged out. His sister's wooden sword could not withstand it and shattered. At this moment, the big sister had to use aura-based swordplay. She couldn't take her little brother lightly anymore. That was the symbol of a swordsman who had reached the master level. To deal with his sister, he had to release the black hooded sword skill. The sword launched from his palm and almost hit her. After all, in this match, he was still the weaker one and not in the same league. Charlotte was astonished to realize that although Cash couldn't completely break through her defensive shield, that attack truly managed to touch her body. She stepped back, looking at her younger brother who was gradually exhausted, with an astonished gaze. I really didn't expect this. Charlotte silently admitted that Cash was the first person who could sense and penetrate her flow of power. The defensive shield was special energy granted by the gods, a perfect barrier covering the body that those who were weaker, and even those at the same level, had never been able to reach. Yet, Cash did the unthinkable. Standing in the middle of the training ground, Charlotte withdrew her aura. She told herself that she had gone easy on him by only using energy to create sword chi at the last minute instead of true swordsmanship. However, a chill ran down the spine of the Valheim genius. She understood that if that desperate attack of Cash's had actually hit its mark, at that moment, she might have lost her life. Something that should have been impossible for a master like her. After the match, Charlotte sought out butler Ariad in the mansion's courtyard. She asked worriedly, "Ariad, is Cash's arm okay?" Ariad respectfully reassured her, "My master, what are these minor wounds compared to anything?" At this time, Cash had completely passed out on his hospital bed from exhaustion right after the intense confrontation with his sister. Charlotte mused, confirming the rumor, "By the way, I heard that Cash intends to enroll at the Rahan Academy, right?" Ariad confirmed for certain that it was true. Charlotte smirked with anticipation. She calculated silently, only 3 weeks until the enrollment day, right? That should be enough time. As an older sister, Charlotte decided to go to Rahan Academy first to wait for her younger brother's performance. Darling couldn't help but be amazed at Cash's speed of work. "I didn't expect someone could finish this in such a short time. The efficiency of a regressor is truly different." Standing on his shoulder, the Raven Grimm spoke up, "Cash, ask if there's a training ground here. This elixir is best taken in a spacious place." Hearing that, Cash turned to ask, "Darling, can I borrow the training ground for a moment?" Darling enthusiastically agreed immediately, believing it was the best choice for that type of medicine. Cash wondered about the true meaning of this phrase, but he prepared himself anyway. Stripping off his clothes, Cash sat cross-legged in the middle of the large training ground, whispering to himself, "It's great to be able to take a divine elixir, but what's with that look on Grimm's face?" Suspicion was evident on Cash's face when he asked back, "What on earth are you giving me to drink?" Grimm replied in surprise, "Oh, so you're drinking it without even knowing what it is? That divine elixir is called Nine Dragon Cry. According to the legend, anyone who drinks this medicine will turn into a dragon after 9 roars. It works on a cruel principle, destroying the body and aura at the same time to force the user to become stronger, just like how muscles have to be torn to grow." Grimm looked at Cash with a ghostly and provocative look. "Aren't you already used to pain? Just endure it 9 times, and you will undergo a transformation." Darling, standing nearby, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the insanity of this divine elixir. Meanwhile, Cash sat silently waiting for the storm that was about to come. The heat began to spread. Cash remarked softly, "It feels like a surge of heat is exploding inside me, but it's not unbearable yet. What to do if it's this hot?" This calm reaction made Grimm exclaim in astonishment, "What is this?" Cash explained that even though he felt like he was being burned by fire just a moment ago, now everything was just a bit of a burning sensation. He asked nonchalantly, "Maybe it's because I've been through something similar that I find it normal." Grimm was startled and couldn't believe his ears. "How on earth did you live your previous life to be this terrifying?" Cash smirked back mysteriously, "In my past life, I was the protagonist of an action movie, sis." Witnessing the scene of Cash mumbling to himself, Darling August questioned, "Is he talking to a crow, or am I hallucinating because of side effects?" Ignoring the whispering, Grimm urged Cash, "Whatever, just try to absorb as much as possible. The more focused you are, the faster the absorption rate." Cash immediately closed his eyes, pouring all his willpower into merging the medicinal power. A brilliant yellow flame suddenly erupted, covering his naked body. Crimson Garden August, in the form of a fiery soul, appeared behind the raven and silently assessed, "Such impressive concentration. Although this guy has endured the pain of his internal organs being burned and his nerves being reconnected, he's like iron, only a disaster could destroy you. He stared intensely at Cash, affirming that among those who had regressed that he had met, he was the one with the most iron-willed and insane determination. Crimson observed Cash writhing in the medicinal power and silently assessed, "Perhaps that's because you desire to reach your goal so much that you disregard such pain." He asserted that even if Cash collapsed, he would make him get back up no matter what, because that was the price of the pact between the two. In his mind, Cash felt a shocking change. The aura capacity, which was originally only as small as a puddle, had now expanded like a vast lake. Previously, he could only train the quality of his aura through the secret techniques of the Blue Pine Pavilion, but the innate aura capacity always had a certain limit. Yet, since drinking the Nine Dragon Cry, Cash had broken through from an intermediate expert to an advanced expert in the blink of an eye. He confidently affirmed, "That means I finally stand on equal footing with the geniuses." Watching Cash step out of the blazing fire with deep blue eyes full of power, Crimson couldn't help but marvel that he had such a massive and tenacious life force. He was astonished to see Cash use Ygritte's fire to burn away all the impurities the medicine purged from his body. Cash collapsed, gasping for air, sweat pouring down, but his eyes were still cold as he looked at the Black Raven. "If I weren't this stubborn, how could I fight against enemies stronger than me? And among them, that includes you too." Crimson could only let out a cry of helplessness at his audacity. When Cash stood up and composed himself, he was surprised to see everyone still waiting for him, so he asked, "Are you done waiting? Is everyone standing here waiting for me?" Waking up to see a whole team of fanboys. Darling explained that because Bianca said she didn't want to leave his side for even a step, he had to stay here to wait with her. Bianca blushed, feeling shy, and softly confirmed, "As a fiancé, we have to stay by each other's side. High-quality support that sticks like glue." Cash gently patted her head and told her to wait in a warm place next time, which made Bianca extremely happy. She realized that Cash seemed to have grown taller and his clothes were starting to get tighter than before because his body had developed remarkably. Witnessing this intimate scene, Darling suddenly had an insane thought of wanting to propose to Charlotte, which immediately made Cash radiate a dark, killing aura. "Do you want to log out early that you're asking to be my brother-in-law?" Despite that, Darling still made a devilish face and tried to seduce Cash into being his lover, making him want to send this alchemist to meet the Grim Reaper immediately. "Cash, you're enrolling at Rahan Academy next year, right?" Darling suddenly asked when he saw Cash resting after the absorption process. Cash replied naturally with a definitive yes. Immediately, Darling excitedly declared he would go to school one step ahead, just because he wanted to hear Cash call him senior with pride. Cash narrowed his eyes at the alchemist, thinking to himself that Darling wasn't in the same year as Charlotte, and Rahan Academy didn't even use a grade system like normal. He replied calmly, "Yes, I know that. If you don't pass the exams, you can't keep studying, right?" Darling was stunned, not expecting Cash to have prepared so thoroughly for his enrollment. He laughed brightly, believing this was a golden opportunity to be by both his and Charlotte's side. Cash couldn't help but wonder, she's going to school too? Isn't she supposed to travel the world to stop the erosion? Darling just winked, suggesting it was his intuition that Charlotte would enroll this year. He hugged Cash tightly from behind, whispering coquettishly, "So I'll wait for you to enter the school next year, okay? I'm lonely, so hurry up and get in to catch up with me." Cash just grimaced in annoyance at his friend's excessive enthusiasm, while Bianca still stood silently observing from behind. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoed throughout the manor's garden when someone was trying to escape. Shiny black leather shoes stepped out under the light. The head butler had finally arrived for the evaluation. Inside the Blue Pine Hall, Catherine Valheim was informed that Cash had returned and was ready for the test. Her reflection shimmered on the blade as she set the evaluation date for exactly 1 week later. A soft laugh echoed through the training room. The heavy doors closed behind her with a final bang. Catherine radiated a faint blue aura, the anticipation in her heart rising as she prepared to see how much the boy had improved. When the two finally met, Catherine immediately noticed the marked change in his appearance. She wore a polite smile she had practiced, but the smile didn't reach her cold eyes. Cash greeted her with a polite social formality, but he couldn't help but remain vigilant. Catherine Valheim was not just a head butler. She was also his aunt, a combat master who demanded absolute perfection. She explained that because he had defeated a top-tier expert like Slaughterdog, the family needed to re-verify his true strength. When he tried to say it was just luck, she just smiled softly and replied that luck was also a part of strength. Cash realized that there was no way to hide the true level of his progress from a master like her. Her face turned cold when she stated the stakes. If he couldn't keep up with Charlotte, he had no qualifications to aim for the position of head of the family. The bluntness of the declaration startled him for a moment. She spoke of a future where lineage would no longer matter, when the destruction of the world would only push the strongest to the top. Cash couldn't help but let out a cold laugh at the irony in her warning. Catherine paused, frowning, wondering what could be so funny in such a grim scenario. He laughed louder, feeling that the idea of the Valheim family head position being difficult to attain was extremely ridiculous after everything he had been through. His reaction clearly annoyed her, as she wasn't used to being mocked by a descendant in the family. Shaking her head to dismiss his attitude, she decided it was time to start the test to see what he was truly capable of. At close range, she could see the change in his eyes. He didn't look at all like the boy from a year ago. She drew her training sword from her hip, her movements fluid and precise. Taking his stance, she gave him a single goal: if he could make her take even one step back, he would pass. She was ready to strike. Her presence was enough to fill the entire training room as she waited for him to make the first move. Cash prepared his move, acknowledging that even though his opponent was a combat master, he still had to continue. Catherine watched him closely, her sharp eyes narrowing as she analyzed the special stance he had chosen. Cash shifted his weight, his hand hovering over the hilt in a specialized sword-drawing technique that looked extremely familiar to his opponent. Catherine's hand subconsciously moved to her neck as an old scar throbbed. His stance evoked memories of a battle she barely survived. Her eyes widened in genuine shock as she realized the full extent of what she was witnessing. A deep blue aura began to vibrate violently in Cash's scabbard. The pressure increased to its limit. The Haya mask symbol glowed purple on his hand, marking the true nature of the technique he was about to unleash. The ghostly image of the sword demon appeared behind him. His aura blended with Cash's as he prepared for a fatal blow. Crash gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming power of the energy surging into him. A trickle of pale green mist escaped the corner of his mouth. Swirling clouds of deep purple and pitch black surrounded the sword hilt as he finally drew his blade with an explosive motion. He unleashed a slash that created a massive wave of dark energy, tearing through the space of the training hall. Catherine raised her sword to meet the blow, her green aura exploding as she struggled to contain the power of the purple shockwave. She held her ground, acknowledging the power behind the strike with a grave yet impressed look. A green light flashed across her face as she admitted that, although she didn't know where he had learned it, this technique was certainly top tier. The two forces collided in a blinding flash. The entire training hall shook under the pressure of the two clashing auras. Catherine stood in the center of the dissipating energy. Her expression was clear proof that she no longer saw him as the boy from a year ago. Dust began to settle around them, leaving the two warriors standing in the middle of an arena full of cracks and scars. Catherine looked down at her hand and realized the terrifying power of Crash's strike had snapped her training sword in two. She stared at the shattered hilt, pieces of the broken blade scattered beneath her feet. A rare look of satisfaction appeared on her face as she admitted that, even for an old training sword, she hadn't expected it to be smashed like that. Delivering her verdict, she officially declared that Crash had passed the test with excellence. She turned to leave, congratulating him on a job well done, just as Crash buckled, the exhaustion finally catching up to him. He called her back with a sudden request, surprising her as he expressed his desire to join the Blue Sea Knights instead of the high-ranking Knight Orders. Catherine paused, frowning in confusion, asking why he would choose a mid-tier knight organization instead of something more prestigious. Crash looked her straight in the eyes, his gaze steady and unwavering as he confirmed his choice. She observed his expression for a long moment, wondering what scheme he was harboring behind those calm eyes. She agreed to forward his request to the Knight Commander. The heavy doors of the hall appeared behind them as the test concluded. When left alone, Crash finally allowed himself to collapse onto the stone floor, gasping as the adrenaline faded. In the shadows of his mind, he compared his performance to the reports he had heard of Charlotte's nearly superhuman achievements. An authoritative voice suddenly shattered the silence, making Crash's eyes widen in terror. Standing before him was Valpan Basilag Valheim, the head of the family, his presence radiating a frightening, silent weight. Crash could barely breathe as he looked up at his father, the man's overwhelming aura pinning him to the floor. His father remarked that he had grown up and told him to take the afternoon off to recover from the evaluation. Without another word, the family had turned to leave with his entourage, leaving Crash wondering why he had even appeared. 3 weeks passed, and Crash found himself in the bustling magic city of Haram, the sacred seat of the Red Magic Tower. He strolled through the crowded streets with a companion while they moved through the territory of the magic supremacists. They passed shops filled with strange elixirs and ancient scrolls. The city's air was heavy with the scent of alchemy. Crash explained the city's history with a knowing smile. Memories from the future gave him an advantage in this unfamiliar land. His thoughts turned to the other regressors, especially the one who had reached the pinnacle the fastest in the previous timeline. That person was Lilina, the red sorceress, a powerful mage who had retained her memories and vast magical knowledge through the regression. Crash knew that with her power, it was only a matter of time before she returned to the status of a legendary archmage. He rested his chin on his hand, realizing that the most dangerous thing would be if she discovered he had also regressed. Crash Valheim stood before a quiet tavern at sunset, determined to finish his task and leave as quickly as possible. Beside him, Bianca appeared in front of the building, curious, asking if he was familiar with the tavern's reputation. Upon entering, Crash explained that although it looked ordinary, this was a famous spot known only to gourmets. He pointed to Lilina, a maid of the Aigret family, who was engrossed in stuffing food into her mouth at a nearby table. Lilina finally finished eating and skipped away with a cheerful goodbye, confirming Crash's belief that her personality hadn't changed at all. As she vanished into the twilight, Krim's raven observed from the rooftop, red eyes staring fixedly at the bright-haired maid, the target he had been assigned to track. Crash remained at the table, trusting that sending Krim to tail her would soon bring back the necessary clues. He smiled and suggested to Bianca that they should enjoy a good meal while waiting for the feathered spy to return. By the time they walked outside in the late night, Bianca rubbed her eyes. The long wait had clearly made her sleepy. Crash encouraged her to keep going a little further. His mind was focused on the report he expected Krim to bring back at any moment. With a thick, black flap of wings, Krim swooped down from the night sky, squawking loudly for having been left behind without dinner. Bianca gently stroked the raven's head to soothe it while Crash leaned in close, eager to hear what it had discovered while tailing the maid. The story shifted to the Aigret mansion later that night, where a heavy, ominous silence shrouded the entire villa. Aslan Aigret, the grandson of the Fire King, appeared with empty, soulless eyes, hinting at a tragic and final decision. A scene of absolute chaos erupted when the household staff discovered the young heir. Horrifying news spread that Aslan had attempted suicide. A young man with messy red hair and hollow, dark-rimmed eyes stared blankly, his mind clearly in a dark place. This was Aslan, and he looked like he had reached the final breaking point. The entire staff in the mansion was in total panic, screaming for someone to cut the rope and save their master. It was a scene of pure chaos and despair. Lilina, the ash-blonde maid, witnessed the sight with a heartbroken expression, feeling completely helpless seeing the state of the master she served. Aslan was dragged away by the staff, tears streaming down his face as he begged them to let him die. He was now just an empty shell of his former self, broken by the loss of a girl named Dorothy. Back in the present, Lilina sighed heavily while feeding a piece of meat to the chubby raven. She was stuck at Halgram Market Square, her mind still haunted by her master's torment. The raven Krim happily tore into the meat while Lilina recounted Aslan's recent suicide attempts. Between drinking poison and hanging himself, she feared that next time he might actually succeed. She recalled the time when Aslan wasn't so weak. She wished more than anything that someone would find a way to make him happy again. Suddenly, a voice from behind offered help, making Lilina jump and clutch her body in surprise. She spun around and saw the raven flying back to its master. Realizing she wasn't as alone as she thought, a young man with spiked black hair and a confident smile stepped out, introducing himself as Crash Valheim, the youngest son of the famous martial arts family. Lilina's eyes widened when she heard the House Valheim name. Knowing their reputation as the strongest martial family in the kingdom, she quickly snapped out of her shock, then scowled at him for eavesdropping on a private moment like a pervert. Crash didn't mind her attitude, saying he had just accidentally overheard and genuinely wanted to help. He dropped a bombshell by mentioning Dorothy, the missing student, the reason Aslan had fallen into a vortex of despair. Lilina was stunned, wondering how an outsider could know a secret limited to only a few people within House Aigret. The scene shifted to Grand Aigret Manor as Crash pointed out the strange thing about the family hiding the truth about a student simply vanishing. He began to explain the phenomenon of world erosion and how the monsters within were becoming increasingly intelligent and dangerous. Because of this evolution, restricted areas like the Spirit Forest were expanding incessantly. Lilina confusingly asked why he was suddenly talking about that dangerous forest. In the middle of the conversation about her master, Crash explained that the forest's evolution had birthed a spirit almost indistinguishable from a normal human. He revealed the truth, that Spirit was Dorothy's true identity, and an image appeared of the girl surrounded by a magical blue butterfly aura. Lilina finally understood why the Vice family head had hidden her existence. A spirit disguised as a human would be considered a major threat. She was still suspicious, asking why he would share such sensitive information with an ordinary maid. Crash pointed out her extreme loyalty, nodding as he saw her come to the distant dining hall every day just to get food for a master who didn't even eat. He believed that someone with a heart like hers was the one who could save Aslan from the darkness imprisoning him. Then he shared his personal reason: Aslan had once saved his life, even though he probably didn't remember. A flash of memory appeared from Crash's previous life. He witnessed Aslan's back covered in flames, shielding him from something invisible. Crash wanted to repay this debt of gratitude right now. He looked determined, wanting to bring back the person Aslan had lost. He asked Lolina to arrange a meeting in the next few days so he could speak directly to Aslan and offer him a path out. He was determined to storm the spirit forest to find Dorothy, no matter how dangerous the mission was. The narrative described the massive defensive walls built by the Egret family to prevent the forest from expanding. Crash stood next to Safina, a woman wearing a glass bubble visor to filter out toxins from the forest. Safina was a fourth-rank investigator of the World Erosion Investigation Team, who looked quite capable. Crash had joined her team under a fake identity to be able to enter the forest under the guise of an official investigation. Safina gave him the official badge, her expression slightly annoyed by this added trouble. Crash was surprised to learn she had been promoted to third rank, joking if she intended to become the commander herself. She waved it off, saying she had no interest in command and that her subordinates were simply too good at their jobs. They arrived at the gate, where guards announced that personnel were not allowed to enter the restricted area. Safina introduced them as an investigation team from Sephiara. As the guards checked their papers, the massive gates opened, revealing the tall ancient trees of the spirit forest and thick spirit dust swirling in the air. As they went deeper into the forest, Safina suddenly stopped. A worried expression was clear. She admitted Crash had been acting strangely since yesterday, and it bothered her enough to want to turn back. Long ago, a retainer of House Egret made the fateful decision to take a spirit out of the forbidden spirit forest. That action changed his family's destiny forever. Crash Valheim listened to the story, the protective bubble around his head shimmering as he heard about the first spirit master. He knew this legend had much more depth than most realized. The spirit they were facing, a giant, crying chaotic spirit, emitted a raspy roar that made the surrounding trees shake. Its presence was overwhelming, filling the air with heavy terror. Its empty eyes leaked ink-black liquid while it muttered a name that sounded like agony. Its body constantly shifted in the mist. It seemed trapped in an eternal loop of sorrow. The narrative continued to explain that when the first spirit master died, the spirit couldn't accept the concept of death and felt completely abandoned. That misunderstanding turned a loyal friend into a monster. Swallowed by bottomless loneliness, the spirit lost control and wiped out an entire city in one night of madness. The fires of its trauma left behind nothing but ash. Because of that tragedy, House Egret declared spirit pacts taboo, and spirits were officially considered erosion entities that needed to be destroyed. That was the birth of a long-standing tradition of fear. An image appeared of a young spirit girl shackled in heavy iron, her eyes devoid of hope as she was treated like a common monster. She was once loved, but now she was just a threat that needed to be contained. In a memory, a retainer and a horned red-haired man watched the spirit they once loved gradually lose her sanity. They could only watch helplessly as the creature they loved became unrecognizable. The chaotic spirit had become a purely insane beast, lashing out with vine-like tentacles at anything that came near. It had completely lost its former self. Safina prepared a magic circle, deciding to end the spirit's suffering because it didn't possess actual combat skills. She thought it was time to run, but Crash had other plans. Crash stepped forward, saying there was no need to retreat because he was prepared to unleash power from his past life. He was the one who had defeated this spirit once before, and he was ready to do it again. He thanked Safina for bringing him to the edge of the forest while the chaotic spirit let out an ear-splitting scream of pain from his initial strike. The battle officially began. Using his sixth sense, Crash weaved through the spirit's attacks with superhuman grace. His movements were a blur of speed and precision. He read every move before it happened. He remembered how much he had struggled when facing these entities before the regression. But now, he possessed skills of unparalleled destructive power. A lifetime of experience finally paid off. With the Ignis spirit by his side, he could incinerate anything in his path. Flames danced around him, ready to be released on command. He knew he had to act now, while the world was still being swallowed by erosion and the chaotic spirit hadn't reached its maximum terrifying power. This was his chance to end it quickly. He unleashed a devastating blow that sent shockwaves through the spirit's giant, slimy body. The monster recoiled, its body becoming unstable from the impact. The spirit roared a final scream as if it wanted to end the world when Crash lunged to finish it off. The terrifying volume was enough to tear through the air around them. His eyes glowed with intense light as he remembered how terrifying this thing had been in his past life. This time, he didn't want to take any risks. He shouted one strike, channeling all his energy into a single critical point of damage. That was a technique designed to end the fight in an instant. A massive column of dark energy erupted, tearing the spirit apart and ending the battle in just a few seconds. It was an easy victory for the regressor. Safina stood back, jaw agape, witnessing Crash handle a top-tier spirit so easily. She couldn't believe it was much weaker than she had expected. The spirit's body began to disintegrate, its extraordinary regenerative ability finally failing against Crash's overwhelming power. Its time in this world had finally come to an end. As the spirit core crumbled, Crash reached out, ready to claim the spoils of victory. The core still shimmered with a faint light in his palm. He realized that with his evil blood, he could directly absorb the erosion power without needing to destroy it completely. This was a much more effective way to enhance his power. Safina watched in awe as the area turned into a crimson garden, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she was witnessing. She hadn't expected the battle to end this way. The spirit appeared one last time in a near-human form, whispering a final farewell before completely vanishing into the light. It was a peaceful end to a tragic existence. In a memory, the spirit girl sat with the retainer, saying she had waited a long time just to speak to him one more time. The bond between them was clearly deeper than anyone knew. She knew he would never abandon her, and that belief was both beautiful and heartbreaking. She had held on to that hope for centuries. A close-up of a blue eye reflected the spirit's serene acceptance as she finally found the peace she sought. The world around them seemed to brighten in response. The man from the past pulled the spirit girl into a tight hug, their figures standing out against the brilliant golden light. It was a moment of pure and sincere connection. A red-haired woman stood watching from the side, apologizing for intruding on such a private farewell. She admitted she shouldn't have interrupted their final moment. The spirit girl looked back with a gentle smile, thanking her for everything she had done. She knew the woman was only trying to help in her own way. The retainer wished he could have taken better care of the spirit, knowing his life was short compared to her eternal existence. He felt he was the one who should have protected her. He realized that in the end, even a powerful spirit needed the support of others to truly find peace. The golden light grew stronger, signaling the end of the illusion. He bowed his head in a final, tearful apology as the light faded, leaving only the memory of their bond. He truly regretted everything that had happened. Back in the present, the maid Lolina jumped when the raven suddenly flew from her hand. She wondered if Master Crash was actually taking good care of the bird. Crash, now wearing a long brown cloak, approached her and joked that a Valheim would never be stingy with bird food money. He had finally returned from his mission in the forest. He handed her a glowing orb, saying he had found a way to bring Dorothy back, even if not in a perfect state. This was the news Lolina had been waiting for. Lolina looked at him with a mix of shock and hope as he said they would need the cooperation of both her and her master to summon Lady Dorothy. This ritual required everyone's help. That night, Crash stood on the balcony of Egret Manor, planning his next step. Lolina had given him an artifact that allowed him to bypass the manor's defensive magic when everyone was asleep. Because of his moonshade constitution, Master Aslan lived a life turned upside down, day and night. His body was weak and fragile during the day. He stood alone in the dark, a heavy rope coiled in his hand as he thought about a dark end to his suffering. His breathing was heavy and ragged, his eyes veiled by exhaustion and despair. Suddenly, a familiar name pierced the silence of the room, freezing him in terror. A mysterious figure in a hooded cloak spoke from the shadows. A sneer of contempt flickered across their face. They commented on how much Aslan seemed to crave Dorothy's return, their voice echoing in the quiet room. Aslan spun around, his long red hair flying as he stared at the intruder, who was surrounded by a swirling purple aura. The figure asked a question that touched directly on his deepest pain. "Aslan, do you want to see Dorothy?" Despair choked Aslan's throat as he stammered a reply, a drop of sweat rolling down his face. He wanted to see her again more than anything in the world, even as his hands still gripped the rope tight. The cloaked figure, accompanied by a black raven with glowing red eyes, asked if he was truly ready to sacrifice everything he had.
Without a moment of hesitation, Aslan yelled his agreement, ready to pay any price.
The figure smiled brightly, the purple energy growing stronger as they agreed to make a pact. It was an agreement that seemed to have been drawn from the abyss. The raven spread its wings, its voice blending with the figures as they demanded Aslan's moonshade constitution in exchange. Feathers fluttered in the air like an omen of the coming sacrifice. The figure explained the rest of the terms. Aslan had to promise to burn himself in the spirit forest in just a few days. The demand was cruel and absolute, with no room for negotiation. In exchange for his life and physical body, the entity promised to bring Dorothy back to life. Aslan's eyes widened as the weight of the choice pressed down on him. The flickering light of the aura illuminated his pale face. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a young man with sharp features and a confident aura. He told Aslan that if he were truly a demon, he would have started by cutting off his limbs before uttering even a single word. Aslan bowed his head, his expression becoming melancholic as he admitted that because he had already intended to die, the idea of burning himself was almost a mercy. But he wondered why the terms of the pact seemed so favorable to him. He asked if the intruder actually knew what a moon shadow body was. It was a cursed constitution born from the moon's energy, forcing its possessor to live forever in the cold darkness. His limbs were always weak, a constant reminder of his own failure. He explained that to the Egret family, where existence was tied to mastering fire and yang energy, his condition was a fatal and humiliating weakness. He never felt he belonged to his own bloodline. The young man looked at the swirling dark energy in his hand and denied it, saying that the moon shadow body was actually the perfect material for him to break his own limits. What Aslan considered a curse, he considered a rare opportunity. With a wave of his cloak and the sound of thick black wings flapping, the mysterious guest finally revealed his name. He no longer had any reason to hide his intentions.
"My name is Crash Valheim," he said, extending his hand toward Aslan with a look of understanding.
He suggested they find common ground as two people who had been mistreated and cast aside by their powerful families. He asked Aslan if he had any curiosity at all about how he intended to bring Dorothy back from the dead. It was a feat that should have been impossible, yet he spoke of it with absolute certainty. Aslan stared at him, his eyes filled with a fresh, burning curiosity that replaced his old despair. He wanted to know the details of that impossible ritual. They sealed the agreement with a firm handshake. The desperate energy of the two families momentarily intersected at the only point of contact. Aslan could only hope he hadn't made the biggest mistake of his life. Many years ago, Aslan was just a boy coughing in the darkness of the mansion. His fragile health had been a source of worry for a long time. He was born into a legendary family famous for its unparalleled fire magic, but because of his moon shadow body, Aslan couldn't even spark a single flame of his family's signature magic. To his relatives, he was a flaw in a bloodline that valued strength above all else. The Fire King Aslan's grandfather looked down at the boy with cold, uncompromising eyes. He declared that Aslan must be removed from the competition for family head, a decision that was final and absolute. Agatha, Aslan's mother, tried to beg her father, reminding him that the boy was his own grandson. She pleaded with him not to be so cruel as to steal his grandson's future entirely. The response was her father's firm and harsh no. His gaze didn't waver before his daughter's distressed face. He had no room for sentiment in managing the family. The Fire King stood towering before his daughter, asking her if he should let the entire Egret family and the Red Magic Tower collapse just because he loved his grandson too much. To him, the boy's existence was a burden. He pointed to the family portrait, telling Agatha that if she hadn't originally married someone with energy, none of this would have happened. He blamed her choice for making her son weak. He mentioned a girl in the Red Magic Tower named Abella, a child with astonishing fire magic talent. That was exactly what the family needed to maintain its reputation. He decided that if Agatha didn't intend to have more children, they would simply adopt Abella as the new heir. He turned his back on his own daughter, his mind made up. The Fire King loomed over a trembling Aslan as he left the room, his cloak billowing behind him. He didn't even bother to look at the boy when he delivered his final words of contempt to Agatha. He muttered useless under his breath, words sharper than any physical blow. Aslan stood in the reverberations of his grandfather's terrifying, oppressive aura. Young Aslan watched his grandfather leave, a desperate thought echoing in his head. If only I were half as good as Abella. He felt the weight of everyone's disappointment pressing down on his small shoulders. He ran to his mother, promising to try harder in magic training so his grandfather would notice him again. His face was full of tragic and misguided hope. Agatha's eyes turned cold and fiery red as she looked down at him, her face completely devoid of any maternal warmth. She said that just working harder was nowhere near enough. She reminded him that his own father had been killed by his grandfather, a truth he was never allowed to forget. She told him that from now on, he must do everything as if his life were hanging by a thread, because it truly was. From that day on, Agatha became the interim family head and turned herself into a cold, uncompromising person. Every one of her actions was aimed at a single goal: preventing the rest of the family from killing Aslan. She began to torment her beloved son as if she had become a completely different person, using cruelty as a shield to hide him from the even greater brutality of the Ygritte elders. Aslan fell to the floor, tears streaming down his face as his life became a waking nightmare. Once, as they sat by a small fire, Crash rested his chin on his hand, looking at Aslan. He asked the question that had weighed heavily on his heart for a long time: "Aslan, why did your body become like this?" His eyes lingered on the bandages wrapped around the other man's flesh. Aslan sat across from the fire, his body hunched over, his expression unreadable. He gave a simple yet chilling answer that explained everything he had endured: revenge. Aslan stared into the crackling fire, his voice low as he spoke about his grandfather, the Fire King, who cared only about the family's reputation. He was driven by a burning need for vengeance against the person who had stripped away everything precious to him. Wrapped in bandages from head to toe, Aslan recounted the desperate measures he had taken in the past to purge the weakness from his bloodline. He had even set himself on fire. That sacrifice was meant to burn away the moon's shadow body along with his own physical form. It was a life-or-death gamble that left him scarred but alive. Crash reflected on the history he knew. In the previous timeline, Aslan had eventually left the clan and surpassed his grandfather to become the legendary Fire Emperor. This knowledge explained why the conditions to unlock the moon shadow body were so brutal. The true requirement to awaken the power of the moon shadow body was to break the deep-rooted stubbornness inside Aslan. It was a mental as well as a physical barrier, reinforced by years of isolation. Aslan had never wanted to rely on anyone else's power to cure his condition. He was determined to overcome the moon shadow body curse through sheer willpower alone. Crash looked at him, recognizing that fierce independence. Crash adjusted his posture. A faint aura swirled around him as he thought back to that night in the mansion. He knew Aslan's stubborn nature was both his greatest weakness and his greatest potential source of strength. Back at the mansion, Aslan held the glowing orb and asked how Crash could possibly know how to revive a soul when even the Ygritte clan, the guardians of the forest, lacked that knowledge. The mystery surrounding the young man before him only deepened. Aslan agreed to the plan and promised to inform Lolina of their deal. He offered to hand over the moon shadow body immediately, but Crash, still concealed beneath his hooded cloak, refused because the time wasn't right yet. Crash said he would only take the physique when Aslan was truly ready to let it go. Once left alone, Aslan pondered the true meaning of being ready. Moonlight streamed into the room under the city's night sky as August, in the form of a crow, flew above Crash and asked why he had chosen such a convoluted path. The bird wondered if Crash was getting soft just because Aslan used to be his comrade. Crash looked down, his face partially obscured by his hood. He knew that the impending destruction was far too massive for him to handle alone. He needed powerful allies he could trust. In the timeline before his regression, Aslan had died at the age of 24, draining his life force in a foolish attempt to break his curse. It was a tragic waste of a brilliant talent that Crash wouldn't allow to happen again. The crow watched with glowing red eyes as Crash explained that things would be different this time. While he fought the calamity on the front lines, he needed Aslan to stand firm as his backup. Crash explained that they couldn't use Siglin and those other powerhouse figures the way Arthur did, because they were too unpredictable and risky to control. In contrast, Aslan already possessed real strength even before the world turned to ash. Furthermore, the moon shadow body was an essential key to controlling the deadly heat of the flame erosion. By saving Aslan and securing that physique, Crash was tackling two major obstacles at once. As he walked down the quiet streets, Crash's thoughts drifted to Lolina. He recalled when she had begged him to use his curse-plundering skill for some noble purpose in the future. Lolina had smiled, asking him to look out for Master Aslan's true feelings, believing that the two of them might be the only real friends each other had in this brutal world. Her words carried a weight that wasn't easy for him to shake off. Crash rubbed the back of his neck, looking back at the path he had chosen. "It's a promise," he muttered to the invisible night. Even though he knew keeping that vow wouldn't be easy, Crash looked down from the mansion's heights, finalizing his plan. He had a promise to keep, and if everything went smoothly, he would achieve 3 goals at once.
A chaotic memory flashed.
Agatha begged for mercy, but the Fire King remained unfazed while Aslan stood in the middle of a sea of flames of his own making. The old man's roar was deafening, calling his own biological grandson a disgrace to the direct line for daring to throw away his life.
Aslan just stood there, letting the fire consume him. Through the rising smoke, Aslan let out a raspy laugh.
He had spent years being invisible to the family, and now he finally had his grandfather's undivided attention. The Fire King didn't care about his words, his hands already glowing with murderous intent.
Aslan knew the old man only cared about his perfect successor, Abella. Agatha could only watch in despair as her son reached his absolute limit.
As for Aslan, he had lost everything. His mother's protection and his only friend, Dorothy. A younger version of the boy smiled as the flames licked at his skin. He had lost his entire life to the burden of the family name, and he wouldn't go quietly, crying, but with a wild smile.
Aslan swore to become the ultimate disgrace to the Ygritte legacy. Agatha rushed toward the epicenter of the blast, her voice cracking as she screamed her son's name. With a savage roar, the old man unleashed a surge of energy, ready to grant Aslan the death he craved.
A massive, condensed flame magic circle formed in midair, cracking with primal destructive power.
The Fire King's face hardened, his rage reaching its absolute peak.
She lunged forward, desperately trying to pull him back from the brink of total annihilation. Suddenly, a massive pillar of dark energy erupted from the ground, slamming into the Fire King's flames and tearing them in half. Aslan looked up in shock as a hand reached through the scorching heat, offering a protection he never expected. Crash swung his sword with absolute precision, blocking the oncoming waves of fire as if they were nothing.
Lolina moved like a blur, catching Aslan before he collapsed into the burning ash.
The maid held him steady while August, in his crow form, watched from the sky.
Aslan looked at her in amazement because she had actually come back.
She didn't waste a single second, pulling out Crash's letter in Dorothy's crystal from her pocket to show him.
Aslan's breath hitched as he took the paper, realizing the thief had actually fulfilled the impossible contract. The letter was simple: follow the crow to the lake, use the soul powder, and Dorothy will return to the human world. He gripped the slip of paper like a lifeline.
The first real ray of hope returned to his eyes after years of darkness. A brief flashback showed that the crystal was the key to the plan. It was originally intended to lure out the acting family head before the Fire King's sudden return. Lolina looked up at the two clashing forces, her voice trembling as she asked if Crash could actually hold his ground. The Fire King was relentless, forcing Crash to use all his strength to contain the old man's colossal power. Aslan screamed at him, still unable to comprehend why anyone would willingly take on a curse like the Moonshade body. But if Crash needed it to save Dorothy, he wouldn't hold on to it anymore. He roared, telling the thief to take the physique and the burden that came with it.
The transfer was violent and instantaneous.
Crash stood firm as a brilliant green energy surged into him, his eyes flashing with a new power. A black vortex began to swirl around him, distorting the air and freezing even the Fire King's breath. The old man's rage vanished, replaced by an expression of pure shock at the sudden shift in power.
Crash's presence transformed completely. Deep blue-green dark flames danced around his sword as his mana pressure skyrocketed.
The Fire King finally recognized him. Deep within his soul space, a massive golden lot groaned under the pressure before shattering into pieces. His eyes erupted with a sharp, crimson glare. The boy whom everyone in high society used to mock as the failure of Valheim. A cold, satisfied smirk spread across Crash's lips as the plundered power fully integrated into his soul. As he declared that he didn't just come here as a thief, but as Aslan's friend. The Fire King was taken aback as Crash's power level began to border on dangerous.
The old man finally put a face to the name. It was the kid they called the failure of the Valheim family. Crash only responded with a cold smile.
He confirmed his identity and made it crystal clear that he came here as Aslan's friend. The old man found the concept of friendship hilarious. His aura erupted in response. He focused on the bizarre, cursed flames radiating from the kid. He tried to brush it off, telling Crash to go home, before things got messy for his family. But Crash didn't back down an inch, even while facing one of the 10 strongest people alive. He closed the distance in the blink of an eye, clashing directly with the old man's flames. He mocked the legend for being too arrogant to take a rookie seriously. Meanwhile, a massive explosion of fire illuminated the entire sky while Aslan stood in the middle of the river. Lolina screamed at him to hurry up.
This was his only chance to bring Dorothy back. Aslan looked down at the glowing orb and the soul fragment in his hand. He remembered how he was the only one in his bloodline who couldn't use flame magic. He had spent his entire life being treated like trash by his own flesh and blood. Everything changed the day he met Dorothy. Back then, she used to show off her little spirit tricks and ask him if he thought she was amazing. He always played it cool, saying any student could do that. He admitted that everyone at the academy looked down on him as a failure, but she didn't care. She just wanted him to teach her magic from his books. She even promised to treat him to dinner at her favorite spot in return. He used to believe that magic was the only thing that gave a person value, but she was a complete enigma to him. She was just genuinely happy making a paper airplane fly. When he asked why she cared about magic, she simply replied that it was fun. He couldn't grasp that perspective at all. To him, magic was just a burden he was failing to carry. He thought about how kids are usually so honest about the things they actually enjoy doing. He remembered the first time he showed his wind magic to his mother. She had been so proud, giving him the kind of love he would later lose. She told him that magic would be the most important thing in his world. He realized that maybe deep down, he had actually loved it. He walked over to where Dorothy was watching her paper airplane. He reached out and touched her shoulder. Then he just went ahead and kissed her. He finally confessed his love, leaving her completely stunned. She just laughed and told him he was doing everything in the wrong order. But that peaceful moment didn't last. The paper airplane was suddenly incinerated. A stray spark shot through the air, and Dorothy lunged forward to shield him. She gave him one last smile before her soul began to shatter into fragments of light. Aslan screamed her name as his mother and the guards arrived at the scene. All that remained of her was a glowing fragment resting on the scorched rock. He fell to his knees, desperately trying to explain that she wasn't a terrorist. She was just trying to protect him. When the illegal spirit research group attacked the academy, Dorothy was the one who stayed behind to evacuate students and put out fires. And when a terrorist explosion caused the entire dorm to collapse, she didn't hesitate to risk her life just to keep Aslan safe. Back in the present, it was Aslan's own mother and her guards looking down at him, unable to believe that a member of the Egret family would protect a spirit. Tears streamed down Aslan's face as he scrambled for words to explain who Dorothy really was. To him, she wasn't just a spirit or a research subject. She was the person he loved most in the world, the one who was always by his side. On the battlefield, the Fire King couldn't believe the Valheim family had bred yet another monster. He had to admit that Crash's speed had reached master level, especially for a kid who was technically still a brat. But he wasn't about to tolerate this interference any longer and ordered Crash to step aside. As he began to gather his power, a massive column of fire erupted from the old man's hands, illuminating the entire forest. As Krim flew overhead, the crow called out to Crash, signaling that something had shifted. A look of satisfaction appeared on Crash's face. The spirit had finally revived. He realized that the flame erosion slowly killing him had been neutralized thanks to Aslan's moonshade body. Now that the burden was gone, he could channel all his energy into maintaining his power throughout the battle. He began condensing his energy, preparing to unleash an attack on a completely different level than before. It was painfully hot, but he gritted his teeth and bore it, knowing he just needed a little more time. The Fire King watched him, his expression shifting from arrogance to genuine concern. He could see the boy's body pushing itself past its absolute limits to generate this much power. Crash activated the second form of the Heavenly Fireslayer sword. The ethereal blue-black flames collided violently with the old man's fire, tearing up the ground around them. The Fire King was momentarily overwhelmed by the terrifying power of the strike. A massive explosion rocked the clearing, sending shockwaves through the woods. Crash stood there panting, clearly exhausted from the effort of that single blow. The old man was stunned that a rookie could shatter his high-tier defensive magic. He realized the level of Crash's magic was enough to crush his sword. If the battle continued, he ran the risk of being genuinely injured by this kid. He looked at Crash with newfound respect, acknowledging his Valheim bloodline and his claim of being Aslan's friend. Crash only responded with a weary smile, saying he knew Aslan so well he was practically sick of him. Adolf looked at him, thinking that with a friend like this, Aslan could truly become a great figure. He envisioned Aslan becoming a world-renowned figure. With Crash by his side, he could lead the new generation and bring even more glory to the Egret name. He realized that while he had been out looking for Lilina, his grandson had met someone truly incredible. But before he could say another word, a massive wall of ice suddenly erupted between them. Agatha screamed at everyone to run, realizing they had angered a high spirit and that the area had become far too dangerous. Crash observed the chaos through the ice, completely calm, while the Fire King watched in astonishment. Standing inside a glowing magic circle, he spoke to the Fire King Adolf Egret one last time. With a mocking wave, he told the old man he would leave the high spirit for him to deal with. Adolf roared in pure fury as he realized he had been played. He bellowed a curse, but it was already too late. The group had vanished. A massive magic circle glowed in the forest as the teleportation spell activated. They reappeared at a safe distance, and Safina immediately started scolding Crash for being reckless enough to go head-to-head with a lord. Agatha stepped up, nodding as she acknowledged that the chance to face someone like her father didn't come around every day. Aslan turned to Crash, stating that he owed him a huge favor for everything that had happened, but Crash merely brushed it off as if it were nothing. Crash asked Aslan what he planned to do now, and Aslan revealed that he wanted to relearn his family's fire magic since his lunar shadow physique was gone. Crash reminded him that the family head wouldn't be pleased, but pointed out that Aslan was no longer alone since he had Dorothy. Seeing Aslan's stubborn determination to test his own strength, Crash advised him to enroll in Rahulin Academy next year. He explained that it would be a way to distance himself from the family, grow stronger, and buy time to protect Dorothy from those who wanted to exploit her. Crash gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, reminding him that they were friends and that he was glad to help. Aslan beamed with joy, finally feeling the heavy burden of loneliness lift as he accepted their friendship. With a wave and an echoing farewell, Aslan and Dorothy set off on their new journey. Watching them leave, Safina turned to the maid Lolina and asked why she was still following them. Lolina explained that she didn't want to interrupt the intimate moment between the two of them. Although Crash acknowledged her consideration, Lolina still approached him, respectfully addressing him as Lord Crash, which caught him a bit off guard. She bowed deeply, expressing her boundless gratitude for saving Lord Aslan and promising she would never forget this debt of gratitude. Flustered by her heartfelt thanks, Crash told her it was nothing and advised her to get home safely. Watching the maid walk away, Crash reflected on the concept of debts and favors. Looking back at his past life before his regression, he realized that shifts in loyalty and gratitude just felt natural now. Returning to the Blue Sea Knight's base, Cicely Aphenia gently fed Crash a sandwich, insisting that he eat. Crash chose his food while Cicely remarked that he had been excessively reckless in the last battle, even breaking his sword in the process. Cicely pointed out that it was time he found a weapon capable of withstanding his flame-slaying erosion, and Crash couldn't help but agree. Cicely revealed that she had a lead on a legendary weaponsmith and had decided on their next destination. Crash's eyes sharpened as he declared they were heading to the Relic Palace, much to the crow's surprise. The Relic Palace was a colossal mechanical fortress built by the ancient Barentran civilization in a forbidden zone. History spoke of weapons engineers who collaborated with a world erosion dwarf to forge armaments capable of withstanding the erosion of reality. The bustling lava city grew around the tower, thriving on the valuable byproducts found within the palace. The deeper one ventured into the palace's mechanical maze, the more legendary the rewards became. Piles of ancient gold and treasures awaited those brave enough to climb higher and deeper into the tower. Although many parties of adventurers tried their luck, no one had ever conquered the upper floors. The reason was that the 8th floor was guarded by a restless phantom named Rakuten. Rakuten was once the legendary leader of the Black Dragon team, a hero to all who thirsted for adventure. But now he was a shadow of his former self, cursed by the palace's own life-giving power, which made him unable to die. Eternally bound to the 8th floor, he clutched the divine sword Stormstar, slaughtering anyone who dared approach. In his previous life, Crash remembered that Balakan had found the sword first, but after he died, it ultimately fell into Charlotte's hands. This time, Crash was determined to defeat Rakuten himself and claim the Stormstar as his own. He recalled the years he had lived in the Relic Palace before his regression, while traveling with Annex and his team. In his memory, Annex brutally punished a man who claimed to be the king of the palace after they failed to find the sword. A young Crash frowned as he watched, lamenting the wasted years spent on the man's lies. The man screamed in pain as Annex used his shadow power to pin him to the ground. Another teammate warned Annex to stop before he actually killed the man, but Annex remained coldly indifferent. Annex scolded Crash for being too soft, arguing that Crash who dared to kill them first deserved an unforgettable lesson. The rest of the group agreed, reminding him that in such a lawless zone, there were no rules to protect the weak. Back in the present, a group of thugs was gloating over a beaten man, declaring that defeating Rakuten was the job of the Fendel Lord faction. A spiked hair brat named Fendel stepped on a poster, warning Crash not to be arrogant just because he bore the Valheim name. Fendel claimed to be the king of the palace, leading the notorious Fendel Lord faction with an iron fist. Crash looked at him, realizing that even in this timeline, some people never changed their disruptive habits. Crash demanded an apology from Fendel for the interruption, piquing the curiosity of the surrounding crowd, as everyone knew Fendel was a troublemaker. Seeing Crash's confidence, Fendel mocked him for being a mere high-tier expert while he himself was about to reach the master level. To Fendel's surprise,
Crash ignored the threat and offered to recommend him for a position among the Valheim Knights. Crash explained that he quite liked Fendel, nodding to the talented commoner who had led an entire faction. With a friendly smile, Crash invited Fendel to join the clan's ranks, asking why he wouldn't want to become a Valheim Knight. Fendel was momentarily moved, his face flushing at the thought of the fame and power that came with the title. He began to daydream about the glory of being a Valheim Knight, imagining other soldiers bowing before him while he laughed triumphantly. His imagination ran wild with scenes of his old enemies crawling at his feet, but Crash pulled him back to reality by asking what his team should be called. The friendly facade vanished when Crash suggested calling the group Team Idiot or Team Puppy, mockingly comparing Fendel's behavior to a barking little dog. Trembling with rage, Fendel clenched his fists and demanded Crash repeat himself, but Crash just stood there calmly. Crash looked at him with utter disdain, thinking it pathetic that a self-proclaimed king could be so easily swayed just by hearing about a promotion. Fendel tried to restrain himself, reminding himself that Crash was a Valheim, but warned that making him an enemy would only lead to trouble on the 8th floor. Crash just waved it off, confidently declaring that once he defeated Fendel, his entire gang would beg to switch sides and join Crash's team. As Crash turned to leave, a fuming Fendel ordered his subordinates to back off, calling Crash a pampered noble who didn't understand anything about the real world. Fendel's eyes burned with murderous intent as he vowed to break every one of Crash's bones, regardless of his family line. Unfazed by the threat, Crash's gaze remained cold and sharp as he prepared for the inevitable confrontation. Driven by pure rage, Fendel lunged forward, determined to end the young noble's life on the spot. Fendel's mind screamed with the intent to kill. As he closed the distance, while Crash remained completely calm, Fendel's weapon slammed into Crash's blade, but he was stunned when the heavy blow was blocked seemingly without effort. He realized Crash was using a high-grade black iron sword. He assumed superior equipment was the only reason Crash survived the first strike. Believing he was superior in both strength and aura, Fendel prepared to follow up with a more devastating attack. He roared, promising to leave a permanent scar on Crash's neck as he unleashed a series of powerful strikes. To Fendel's utter horror, his sword was swatted aside easily as Crash countered with calculated precision. Cold sweat broke out on Fendel's face as he realized the parry wasn't a fluke. Crash had perfectly read and neutralized his attack. Seeing the flame magic, Crash was unimpressed. It was just a standard move for a high-tier expert. He told the guy he wasn't the only one with special skills. Electricity surged across the heavy curved sword. Fendel glowed with blue energy, bragging that he was the king of this place. Their weapons clashed, but Crash looked completely unscathed. The crowd noticed the difference. Crash was fighting with a blunt sword. One spectator was amazed, wondering how a kid could handle a weapon like that. But Crash had memorized every habit from his previous life. Fendel swung down with all his might. A giant blue soul wolf erupted behind him, aiming to crush Crash and his sword in one blow. A girl in the crowd panicked, thinking Fendel was actually going to kill him. Crash remained calm, his eyes flashing with focused energy. He countered with flame-slaying erosion, unleashing a surge of blue mana. He ducked under the wolf's jaw, closing the distance. A direct kick landed, sending the arrogant master flying into the air. Fendel staggered, spitting blood from the impact force. Silence blanketed the crowd as they realized Royal Air had truly lost. Crash gave a smug smile, finally giving them a name to remember: Crash Valheim. He declared his next move, defeating the 8th floor boss. He held out his hand, inviting anyone who wanted to rewrite history to join his team. "My name is Crash Valheim." He was calling for teammates to help him conquer the 8th floor and defeat Fallen Heaven. The news spread like a shockwave through the crowd. Fendel had actually lost, and he lost to a brat from the Valheim house. Lacradian just stood there with a completely stunned expression at the result. Crash leaned back, the crow on his shoulder looked far too relaxed for someone who had just caused a riot. Rack, however, was fuming. She gripped her sword hilt so hard her hand trembled. She had hit a wall. No matter how much she practiced, she couldn't break through the master beginner threshold. Just then, a big guy named Derek walked up and called to her. He said bluntly that this might be her last chance to change her fate. He reminded her about Fendel, who had wasted 5 years with a useless faction after his defeat. But he saw something in Rack that others didn't. Even when everyone else gave up, she was the only one going out every day to train in the rain. She was silent for a moment, letting the words sink in. She wouldn't stop. Not today, never. She was determined to carve her own path forward with her sword. The next day, Crash was taking a walk, nodding that summer was almost here. August asked if he was waiting for someone, and he replied that he was looking for the last glimmer of the magic training palace. In the old timeline, Fendel was the shadow of the palace, while Lacradian was the light everyone admired. Before his regression, he had met her for the last time. She had quit being a knight and was just selling fruit at the market. He knew Fendel was the type of person who would try to get revenge, and that was exactly what he was counting on. His plan was to steal Fendel's signature skill, Leonier, but there were conditions. First, he had to become the object of Fendel's jealousy. Then he needed to make Fendel see him as more than just a rival. And the final step was succeeding where Fendel had failed. He wanted to hit the second milestone yesterday, but things didn't go according to plan. That was fine. He would meet that guy plenty of times when they went inside the palace. Krim told him to quit with the cool act until he actually assembled a full team. Crash stopped talking when he realized someone was approaching. It was Lacradian. She asked if she could join his 8th floor mission. She was the recruit he had been waiting for. He asked if she was really okay with turning her back on her old teammates. She didn't care. To her, both were just cowards who let fallen heaven defeat them. When he asked why she was trying again, she replied that she just wanted to change herself. Crash smirked and held out his hand. She was hired. Rack stood frozen, confused about how he knew her name. He just said he had done his research before coming to find her. They shook hands, officially forming the team. 2 days later, they stood before the entrance to the massive magic training palace. The palace was a strange place. What you saw on the surface was just a shell for the real test deep underground. Rack remarked that it would take about a month to get through all the traps and reach the 8th floor. Right then, Derek appeared with his teammate Finisher. He promised to lead the group safely. Derek smiled and thanked Crash because he was the reason Rack had finally returned. "I am honored to fight alongside you all." The white mage Finisher greeted the team with a polite bow. Crash introduced himself. He was counting on Lacradian's trust in these two. If they were good enough for her, they were good enough to reach the 8th floor. Derek and Finisher were clearly impressed. For a noble, this kid was quite approachable and practical. Roles were divided. Finisher was in charge of healing and support, while Derek promised to lead the group via the fastest route. But they weren't the only ones in the race. The Fendel Lord faction had already started moving. Fendel was pumped up, screaming at his subordinates that they wouldn't let any brat get ahead of them. He was determined to reclaim the 8th floor at any cost. Watching from a distance, Crash was skeptical. He knew people didn't change their nature that easily. The group began their journey deep into the heart of the palace. It was a bizarre place. Even deep underground, the walls were paneled with glass overlooking an endless void. Derek stopped the group before a massive set of double doors. This was the entrance to the first underground floor. Finisher warned that this floor was crawling with monsters called clock rabbits. Crash looked at Lacradian. He wanted to see exactly what she was capable of before going deeper. As the doors slowly opened, a pair of glowing red eyes pierced the darkness. A clock rabbit hopped out, its front paws clutching a gold pocket watch. At close range, it looked less like a pet and more like a nightmare. The rabbit's jaw unhinged, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Without a word, Lacradian stepped forward and drew her sword. She took a deep breath, steadying her heartbeat. A sharp circular slash tore through the air, turning the rabbits into a pile of fur and blood. She moved with absolute focus, her eyes never leaving her targets. The rest of the team could only stand and watch in awe. Her movements were clean and perfect, with not an ounce of wasted effort. Derek and Finisher cheered her on, but Crash was busy analyzing. Her straightforward style was the complete opposite of Fendel's tricky maneuvers. This was exactly what he needed, the chance to observe someone at the master beginner level from a close combat position. He knew his own limits. Up until now, he had relied on stolen skills and elixirs to keep up with true masters. He realized that trying to mimic a genius was a dead end without a solid foundation of his own. That was why he observed Lacradian so closely. She didn't become strong through shortcuts. She built her strength on basic fundamentals. He thought if he could learn the basics from her, he would have a chance to stand on equal footing with the monsters at the academy. He decided to stop her right then. He had a request. He wanted her to spar with him every day until they reached the 8th floor. No magic, no aura, just pure swordsmanship. The request took her completely by surprise. It was a big ask, but she nodded slightly. She would do it. Crash thanked her and continued walking, leaving Derek standing stunned with his jaw on the floor.
Derek couldn't believe she agreed to such a grueling task, but Rack just said there was something in the kid's eyes. Crash was looking further than this dungeon. He was aiming for something much bigger. Lacradian admitted that she simply couldn't refuse that intensity. After the agreement was settled, the team continued into the darkness. On the surface, a flyer from the Demon King Army's strategist blew in the wind. Deep in the shadows, a new player entered the game, furious because someone dared to target what belonged to her. Her eyes flashed with a savage and dangerous light. This was the Rain Thunderstar, and she wouldn't let anyone steal what was hers. By the time they reached the 6th floor, the difficulty had increased significantly. Crash and Lacradian were locked in battle with a giant stone guardian. It had been a month and a half since they entered the palace, and they had reached the 6th floor. Since Lacradian was strong enough to get here on her own, their journey had been incredibly smooth. Derek and Finisher stood back, realizing they didn't even need to step in to help. Derek was amazed at the stamina of the two, as they had climbed this high in one go. Crash thanked her, feeling like he had finally found his rhythm. Lacradian turned to Crash, nodding in praise that he had improved a lot. Finisher smiled at the two, seeing they were both fired up. Lacradian looked at him with newfound respect, nodding to acknowledge his true dedication. Crash admitted that he still lacked the basic foundations, which was why he wanted to learn as much as possible from her. The offer caught Lacradian off guard, her eyes widened in surprise. She thought about how rare it was for a swordsman to openly admit they wanted to learn from others. Most people would let their pride get in the way, but there was not a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He had the mindset of doing whatever it takes to become stronger. She realized that was probably how he was rapidly closing the gap with Fendel. Because his goal was to be strong, he could even discard his pride. Lacradian clenched her fist, feeling inspired. If she followed him, perhaps she, too, could reach greater heights. Derek interrupted her thoughts, announcing that the entrance to the 7th floor was right in front of them. She asked him a core question: why do you want to become stronger? Crash stopped as they stood before the next threshold. Hey Rack, we're almost at the 7th floor. He gave a blunt, shocking answer: because of the apocalypse. He lifted his head, his expression deathly serious. I want to see if I can stop it with my own strength. Derek burst into loud laughter, unable to take the talk of an apocalypse seriously, while Finisher was speechless. Lacradian thought Crash still had a bit of childishness in him. However, she quickly corrected her thinking. Looking into his burning eyes, she realized he was completely serious. He truly believed the world would end. She decided that if he could pursue his goal with such intense belief, then she should do the same. Crash told himself Lacradian was a straightforward person, comparing her to a sharpened blade. He encouraged her to give it her all as well. Derek looked at the two, thinking they seemed to understand each other in a strange way. Derek cleared his throat to focus the group. Ahead was the 7th floor, the mechanical maze. This was a dangerous place full of traps and mechanical monsters, where the walls changed positions on their own. Escaping required either extreme luck or keen observation. As the door began to open, Derek told them not to worry. He bragged that with a good guide like himself, he would lead them along the easiest path straight to the 8th floor. The group entered, but the maze's mechanism immediately activated. Suddenly, the group was separated by moving walls. Lacradian found herself alone with Crash, apologizing for letting the Fendel Lord faction use tricks to separate them. Crash remained calm, knowing the enemy would exploit the palace's structure because they couldn't win in a direct fight. He admitted he had predicted they would strike on the 7th floor and only brought one guy to trick them into thinking that was their only hope. Lacradian was confused by his confidence. What do you mean? Pulses of blue energy began to dance around Crash. He declared that he would find his own way out using his own ability. In return, he asked her for a strange favor: can you carry me on your back? He explained that using this ability required absolute focus, leaving his body vulnerable. Without another thought, Lacradian carried him on her back and started running. Crash gave precise instructions, telling her to turn right after 500 meters. They sped through the maze while he continuously called out the next direction, then turned left at a junction. Lacradian noticed the walls shifting from black to red, a sign they were nearing the exit. She realized he was even more accurate than Derek. Lord Crash, after we finish this, I have something to ask you. He agreed to listen, though he noted that these types of requests rarely ended well. Suddenly, the crow let out a sharp cry as it sensed a dangerous presence nearby. Lacradian quickly reached out to cover Crash's mouth so he wouldn't make a sound. Stop, Crash, she whispered urgently. She looked behind her, sweat beading on her face, signaling him to suppress his presence as much as possible. Crash nodded, his expression grave as he followed her lead. Crash looked ahead, his eyes wide with anxiety. Something was happening, and it was destructive. Even the palace walls, which should have been indestructible, were being ground to ash. Walls, walls everywhere, someone cried out. Amidst the debris, a terrifying figure emerged. It was the armored princess of the Tiger tribe, a world erosion entity with seemingly endless power. Crash was astonished. The armored princess, why is this weapons maniac appearing in the palace? He wondered, his mind reeling. He recalled information about world erosion entities, creatures born from the erosion itself, each possessing unique and terrifying power. While some were quite calm like Evilesque, others were much more dangerous. Most erosion entities were just monsters of destruction. The armored princess lunged forward with a savage grin, her killing intent plain to see. "Wait up, here I come," she roared. The real problem was that some of these entities possessed power that surpassed even the world's top 10 strongest. The crow looked at Crash, its red eyes full of anxiety. "Now what, Crash?" It seemed to be asking. When it came to weapons, the armored princess was famous for being completely unpredictable. Crash knew from experience that it was best to avoid getting involved with her at all costs, but the current situation was critical. This is ruined, he thought. Currently, he didn't have any sword strong enough to wield. If the weapon couldn't withstand his overwhelming power, it would break, making it impossible for him to fight at his full potential. He looked at the image of a shattered sword, a grim reminder of his own limits. Besides, there was another reason he couldn't let Rain Thunderstar fall into the wrong hands. He watched the figure of the armored princess standing amidst the ruins. That sword was a double-edged blade. It could be the ultimate weapon or the worst curse, depending entirely on the wielder. He looked closely at the intricately carved hilt. If the armored princess handed it over to the Sword Emperor, humanity would have no chance against the erosion entities. An image of a lonely figure holding a colossal sword, standing before a red moon and a field of broken blades, flashed in his mind. Crash recalled his life before the regression. Charlotte was only able to defeat the Sword Emperor thanks to Rain Thunderstar. He saw Charlotte kneeling on the battlefield, exhausted. That's why Arthur didn't intervene. He wanted them to clash. This time, he was determined not to use Charlotte as a pawn to save the world. He needed her and everyone else to survive. The chess pieces representing his strategic mind were in motion. "I will destroy every single erosion entity." He vowed silently, holding the chess piece with the tiger emblem. He refused to let them destroy this world. The crow warned him that it might already be too late. Krim looked at Lacradian. "Forget Rain Thunderstar. We're going to the 8th floor." Lacradian was astonished. "What?" The crow squawked in surprise, but Crash was resolute. "That's right, that's why we came here. We move out immediately." Crash intended to exploit the unique characteristics of the 8th floor. Even if they couldn't defeat the armored princess, they could still protect Rain Thunderstar. He remembered that she once lost to the Emperor Commander Balro Valheim. "If I, the direct heir of Valheim, claim the sword." He knew she wouldn't dare touch him for fear of Balro. He looked at Lacradian, his eyes brimming with determination. "Therefore, this is our only chance." The 8th floor area was incredibly strange. It was bizarre to see bright daylight when they were supposed to be deep underground. Fendel was triumphant, having planned to push to the 9th and 10th floors once he was done here. Soldrich reported that everything was going according to plan. They had successfully separated the Valheim heir from the guide. After eliminating those obstacles, the Fendel Lord faction could focus its full strength on defeating Fallen Heaven. Soldrich didn't care if people called him despicable. He was willing to do anything to ensure his leader's efforts didn't go to waste. At the banquet, Fendel feigned humility, telling everyone that he was nothing on his own. He encouraged the adventurers, declaring that if they stood united, they could overcome even the greatest walls. Soldrich stood to the side, watching, clearly moved by the speech. The memory of the day their leader Kylan was killed still weighed heavily on the group. Fendel couldn't help but shed tears, promising to keep Kylan's dream of conquering the palace alive. Soldrich looked at the newcomers, inviting anyone with the same goals to follow them. The entire room erupted in cheers, united under the banner of the Fendel Lord faction. Soldrich knew that without Fendel's words that day, he would have wasted his entire life. News arrived that they were closing in on Fallen Heaven's location, surprising the group. Fendel's face turned ice cold. "Finally, it's time to act."
He reached for his sword, the blade drawing with a sharp, gleaming flash. He raised his sword high, leading the charge and swearing that they would end everything themselves. But a dark, growling presence suddenly enveloped them, bringing the entire group to a halt. A beastly mouth licked its lips, clearly finding their small group quite entertaining. Rain Thunderstar stepped out of the shadows, looking like a predator preparing for a feast. The pressure she exuded was enough to paralyze the entire group with pure fear. Fendel's confidence vanished in an instant, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat and unable to move.
Someone screamed to run,
but Rain Thunderstar had already transformed into a red streak of rage.